TheSeahawksNest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in. All you guys that checked on the channel here today on the game or over there at the Bleacher Report, I say thank you very much for having checked that over on the side as we finished up the Bleacher Report. You can see that over if you click in the description section on my other video there for the live stream. Just do a post-game report over there, then we bounce our way back over here and see where my fellow Seahawk fans are after this win. I imagine I'm once again going to be talking some folks off the ledge, high-fiving others, chest bumping a few others, doing maybe a little hip check with a couple of, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. But I know that this is going to be a one where we're again going to have the people who feel really good where the team's going, others that have remained less than convinced up to this point in what they've seen so far. And certainly in regards to, I think, at the head of that for their stance, not to speak for them, but I think their big concerns are going to be with Geno Smith and being the guy. I know that this is probably just not going to be a place I'm going to get a lot of inroads made. I've done the past couple weeks trying to do a job of explaining a little bit of why I see where Geno's having the struggles and why things aren't necessarily hitting on all cylinders as far as the offense goes overall. I mean, because this is not just a Geno thing of it just being a problem with him, why we're not seeing better offensive performance. It's also the ground game has not been terribly effective either, a part that doesn't get talked off as much about. And I'm sure it's not going to be broached very often on the end of this game as well, with Walker getting 100 yards, but it did take him 26 attempts to get there. And you haven't necessarily been really, really effective in the ground game overall. All things being told, you went away from it a little bit last week, but it's a lot like this game. Last week was the same way. You ran the ball well early on, and then it started to peter out as the game wore on. And I think that that's kind of part of what tells the story here on why we're having the issues or seeing some of the issues we're seeing, being that this does relate back to me to the offensive line, and 3/5 of an offensive line is out in this football game. And throughout the course of this time with this offensive inconsistency, you have seen the line minimum down 3 bodies and sometimes down 4 and sometimes down even 5. And that's going to affect how the whole offense functions, not just the quarterback, but the running backs in addition to that. And this is why I have confidence going into the future that these are going to turn around these ails. But I do acknowledge and understand there's going to be a subset of fans out there that feel the way they do and say, Geno's trash, I'm done with him. I'm not going to have a whole lot I'm going to be able to talk to you about on that if that's your stance on it. I respect it. I don't say that there isn't a place for it here in my chat, my channel, because I want all voices and I like hearing from every different angle of things. But at the same point in time, there will come a place on this that we'll choose to have our moment of, respectful disagreement, I suppose. And the nice part about this is that we've got the time to be able to prove out who will be right or wrong with this one. And the folks that are anti-Geno, if the whole course of the season, this is what we're going to get throughout the course of this year, I would expect that's not going to be enough necessarily the coaching staff to feel like, okay, we know we've got enough with this guy that we feel good with him going in the future. They're certainly going to bring in competition for him at that point, if not an outright changeover, replacement. But if it is as I think it's going to be, which is that your offensive line is not going to be 3/5 down for the majority of the rest of the season, and that once you get the offensive line up to better strength, once you have your top 2 offensive linemen both on the field in Cross and Lucas, you will see the offensive performance, not just Geno, but the performance raise with it, along with the productivity and vis-a-vis with that, points. We'll see which side's right or wrong on that. I know there's going to be a stark amount of opinion on that. They're going to go anti-Geno side of it. I just think, though, that the people that may be on that side of the fence, I'll just say this to you guys that are on there, I can be moved to the other side of the fence. With more data going on throughout the course of this year, and I got another whole season, if I see Geno is not, I'll be able to change off my spot. I'm not sure exactly, absent Geno being Superman, what it would take for the folks that are the anti-Geno sentiment folks to come off their spot. It hasn't been made really clear to me about where their expectations lying for what they expect of him, and being that him falling short has them even 6 weeks into the season falling in this direction of leaning towards, as I've had to respond to multiple times over the past 2 weeks here in the chat, of trash or not, he isn't good enough. I can't get there with you on it. There's 2 throws in this game, like there were 2 throws in last week's game. There's the DK miss down the sideline, or the JSN interception. There's the JSN miss. I guess there's 3 throws in the last game that really stood out. This game's got, 2 main ones, and that's the interception. And then that's the JSN one where he tries to force it down on 3rd down and he has Bobo going deep. But, two missed throws in a game does not maketh a quarterback's full performance for an entire game. And I still feel lock steady, rock solid on Geno. I think this is going to get better as this goes on. We'll see if I'm proven right or wrong, or the anti-Geno folks are right. But the good news on this is going to play out through the course of the season, and we'll see how it plays through that. It's not going to get determined now in week 6. We'll see what happens after week 17 and where things are really at, or week 18, whatever it is now with all this extra games. And we'll see which way is right or wrong with that. The other thing I'll say is that the anti-Geno folks, I do wonder a little bit of what's built in on that with the, who's the alternative we're going to? And it's like, well, we're going to draft a guy. Okay, though I agree with you on that. We're in agreement. So probably second or third round, right? Yeah. Okay, so Geno's presence doesn't affect that or not. And I think that happens regardless of how Geno performs the rest of the season. If merely for the fact you don't want to spend 4, 5, 6, 7 million on a backup quarterback. And it'd be nice to have maybe a guy in the waiting in the wings who might be the guy into the future bare minimum, if not more than that. So we all end up at the end of the road anyway in the same place on this, which just my only point on this, I won't drive it into the ground, is just that patience is not the worst thing to have here. You're 4-2, third youngest roster in all of the NFL, year 2 of the rebuild, a team that's been pretty injured early on, nothing devastating. There's not a stack of season-ending injuries that you've packed up and stacked up. So there is room for those guys to come back with them to be coming back should be some room for optimism to think that the team will perform better, especially on the offensive side of the ball where they've been down the offensive linemen so very much of this season. I know I probably won't win this. I probably won't make any inroads into the folks that are in that place, but that's where this is at. And you can squawk as much as you want about how angry you are about Geno, but the bottom line won't change from any of the squawking on this type of stuff with the Geno stuff. It isn't going to change on where this is, which is patience is the approach to apply. We'll make our assessment, but we don't make it now in week 6. We'll make it in week 17. And he's not been that bad as is being painted. It's the moments that go bad. It goes really notably bad because it stands out. It's an interception at the red zone where you got to throw that ball away, Geno. Throw it away. Just throw it away. I get it. It stands out in people's mind. But that doesn't, to me, make the whole performance. So my rant off in regards to that one. But I think it's just another tremendously played game by this defense. They impressed me so very much. They were good across the board. It wasn't just a couple of individual performances carrying the day in this one. Devin Witherspoon, inside track to Defensive Rookie of the Year. Let's see where you guys are at with this. I would love to hear it, but I love where the defense is. I think the steps they're taking are true. This is not a mirage or a flash in the pan like we had last year where we had a 4-game run where the defense was playing well and everybody goes, why did that 1 4-game run? It's like, yeah, you played the Cardinals last year like you played the Cardinals now, but it was also you doing different things defensively. Last year, you didn't do anything differently in that 4-game stretch. You just played bad opponents. You still did defensively, structure-wise, schematically-wise, exactly what you had been doing prior and after that point. This year, what did change with Jamal's presence the moment he stepped on there is you got a lot more aggressive. You're not the most blitz heavy in the league now, but you got a lot more aggressive from where you were, which was one of the least blitz heavy, one of the least pressure based look teams that you would find in the entire NFL. Free Truth, what's going on, man? It's good to see you in the chat. He says, I've been waiting, laughing out loud. Tried other chats, just was not the same. It ain't the same, man. You got to come home. That's how it is. This is home here. There's some other channels and chats that'll do it, but we all do it best out here. You know that. You know that, brother. Daniel, good to see you back in the chat again, man. I saw you were on there earlier on the stream. Thanks for hitting up on the dual stream today. Sonny, what's up? W? Got the W, man. The W. Love it. Holy Hand Grenade, what's up? Addis, go Hawks, baby. Great team win today. Geno had some issues earlier, but I believe he will fix these mistakes. He said in the press he will clean up those mistakes. I think this is what gives me some confidence too, is I think that you can clean them up. I think he can think about, okay, I've had these moments here prior in this year where when I've got time to think, I'm starting to get in panic mode. Now, instead of the mechanism being throw it up, throw it away. In the last 2 weeks and the last 2 red zone interceptions, that's certainly something that stands out. Where last week was more about him predetermining he was going to throw it to JSN, but the bottom line remains the same. Open up the possibility of just throwing a ball away when you're down by the red zone. Understanding why it's important to make sure you're walking away with points. Mickelcam, guys, I think it's safe to say that Geno is only a bridge quarterback and we really need to look into drafting rookie quarterback next year. The experiment has been a good story, but it's time to get real here. I think we end up at the same place on either one of that, Mickelcam, as I was kind of saying at the top on this. I see it as this is going to be an inevitability that you're drafting a quarterback either way. I don't think that next year as I go into year 3, I don't think, because, and that's this part where we want to take the logic down to the end roads of it, right? So what do we mean by Geno's not the guy? When you mean he's not the guy, do you mean he's not the guy and we need to go now sign Kirk Cousins and draft a guy? Or we probably mean in the same thing, which you're probably meaning the same thing I am, Mickelcam, which is you're drafting a guy. And probably a guy in the second or third round at that point. That's where the talent of this draft is at. You could, as it stands right now, there looks like there's really only three true blue first rounders, and they will be off the board probably by the time the Hawks are selecting. So we're on the same page, I think, of its second or third round pick, but then again, that has nothing to do with Geno. And you're not going to cut Geno off at that point to ride with a second round quarterback and be like, okay, we're now cracking open our Super Bowl window. Let's count on this kid, duplicating what Russell did with his performance. I don't know if you'd want to make that particular leap. This is, to me, a both thing. We're rolling with Geno, and then we'll also draft a quarterback. I also think it's really hard to make an assessment of a quarterback who doesn't have anywhere near full strength of his offensive lineup into the point this year. It's the part, again, that I don't see from folks that are a little anti-Geno that gives him any room for rope. There's no room on that. And I've asked it a couple times, and I've gotten the answer of, yeah, he should be playing better. And it's like, well, what quarterback is playing great down 3/5 of their offensive line, 4/5 of their offensive line, 5/5 of their offensive line? No DK Metcalf today. No Zach Charbonnet today. Not to say that the offense shouldn't be better. I'm not saying that. That's that nuanced place we get. That's the truth on this. The offense should be better in the game against this talent. But how much are we building into our assessment here of that part that he's going up against here that makes it a little bit of an inhibiting factor to play the position? But again, this is the part where I say with the Geno folks, we won't go too far down the stretch with you on this because I think we'll end up in circular places on this talk a little bit tonight if I do it too much with it for as far as the audience goes. I'll just kind of leave it there. So if you see me, if you respond in the chat, anti-Geno, it's not that I'm not trying to ignore, it's just that I can only go so many circles into it. You know what I mean? And I think that that's where the position is. You're free to correct me if I'm misassessing it for what it is. But I think that's the most constructive way to look at this on both sides. Let's just say maybe we can find some compromise, right? Both sides feel the way they do. Let's find the middle ground of this. We can make that determination at the end of the season. You don't make that determination now. There's no reason to do so. Anybody that's thinking Drew Lock is going to outperform Geno Smith behind the same offensive line is kidding themselves. So we just roll with what we got and see what he can do. And if it comes down to the end of the season that the performance is middling, we'll call it for what it is. I'll call it for what it is. And then, you start to look at other places. I think even if that happens, he still comes back under his current contract, and then you draft a second or third round quarterback. But we'll see. Spider Rico, Witherspoon's awesome. He is just above and beyond anything I could have thought he could be. Can play both the outside and inside equally well. Amazing. Great blitzer. I thought he was a pretty good blitzer coming out of college. He's a great blitzer. Excellent tackler from college. Every bit of that is carried over and more. And he's a hitter. Oh, and he can cover like nothing else. Sticky as you get in coverage. I mean, that's beyond a complete skill set. Right? That's a outside ends inside. Few teams in the league have that kind of flexibility from their, I guess we'll call it number one corner at this point. Captain Kali, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Captain. Says, hi, Brandon. I just wanted to ask if my package arrived. I hope you like it. I'm really glad how well our offensive line held up. Go Hawks. Captain Kali, I am definitely gotten the package. So it's at the location that I get stuff shipped to because I want to make sure when I get packages that they go to a secure spot, especially when they're sent like yours is. So it's in the place, my buddy's place as far as that goes, and I'm going to go pick it up actually tomorrow. He gave me notification, confirmation yesterday. It had come in just at the end of the day and hadn't been getting back to me, but he said indeed it is in. Obviously he's not opening it, but he's got it on lock right now. So thank you for sending that. I have an idea of what it might be. So we might be seeing it, I think, behind us, maybe something that's in there soon. But I will be tomorrow getting it, and I'll hit you up on email on some screenshots of it once I got it, whatever's in there. I don't know what's in there. You know what I mean? Could be anything. So thank you for sending that. By the way, I didn't probably give you enough thanks on that online for whatever you did send. I do appreciate you sending it on that. And sorry I didn't hit you back with a confirm on email. I meant to do that yesterday, but Buddy didn't get back to me later because I was checking. I was like, let me look at the tracking number. Where are we at? Like, oh yeah, it's here. We got it here. It's in the thing. So I was like, all right, we're good. But thank you, Callie. Thank you for sending that, man. And you got me stoked. I can't wait to check out what you sent, brother. You're awesome. Hope you're doing well out there in Germany. Free True says, can I say that when Russ left, I felt like it was over, but Geno to date has far exceeded my expectations. I think that's a fair way of putting it. I think expectations is probably the right word, Free Truth. You know, what is our expectation? What should Geno be? What is it that our expectation needs to be at the quarterback position? And I mean, that's going to be an important conversation as we go forward, certainly, because it could be in consideration of a new quarterback. But I think it's also got to be in consideration of, you know, what you gain, what you lose with a younger player. And I don't know. To me, the answer is not clear to me always. This is one that you got to turn over and kind of think about a little bit. But, well, Captain Kelly, thank you again for that donation. I do appreciate you for that. Duran says, what did the O-line have to do with Geno's red zone INT? Nah, he needs to be held accountable for his decisions. Certainly he needs to be held accountable for bad decisions. And I want to get to a place of nuance, which is to say that I understand he's not played necessarily to his best by people's expectation of him so far this year. And I think that that's fair. I think that to try to get into a stated range of he's playing trash or bad, that's the part that's hard. In regards to his inner zone, red zone interception and having to do with the O-line, if I'm not mistaken, Duran J., he got hit on the throw. So it's a rollout to the left and he gets hit pretty quickly after the play. I think he should throw it away. I think the decision-making needs to be better there. But to say that the O-line had no impact on that play, if he doesn't get hit, does he throw it more high and over the top to Bobo, putting him in a position to make a catch, a contested catch, like he had done earlier in the game? I think so. So the thing that's hard with this, Duran, is to get to that place of it's got to be, we're looking for this one reason. It's all the quarterback. And to my opinion, the quarterback just carries way too much responsibility from some folks' eyes and what they're expected to do to find success. And if you put any quarterbacks behind a bad offensive line, you can take a Duran, a Tom Brady, who goes and takes a team to a Super Bowl because he's got 3/5 of that offensive line, the bedrock of that offensive line. Ryan Jensel, all-pro center. Ollie Marpet, one of the better guards you'll find in the game. Tristan Wirfs, coming off near an all-pro season at right tackle for him in that rookie year. And then he loses all three of those offensive linemen. And then that team goes and does a sharp left turn offensively the next year after that. Well, I guess, you know, the way that people look with the quarterbacks will just look at that and say, oh, Tom got old. And you go, well, wait, yeah, he might have got a little older, but what about that thing? That doesn't have any, nope. He's the GOAT. If he's the GOAT, if he's the guy that's supposed to be doing that. So it's also the accumulative. I've also brought up on this, Duran J, that the pressure stuff can be cumulative, right? And we can say from our couches that you should be able to take those hits, get up, shrug them off like they didn't happen, take another hit, get up, shrug it off like it didn't happen. But when you've been going over the spell of a collection of games, taking a lot of hits, a little bit of extra pounding than you might normally expect to receive as a starting quarterback in this league, like if your pass protection is near the bottom of the league, for instance, that's going to add up over time, and that's going to make quarterbacks jumpy. That's going to make quarterbacks now make bad decisions. That's why it's really, really important to keep your quarterback clean, because it can add up. Now, these are just my takes on it. I know, like I said at the top on this, Duran, there's folks like yourself that feel as tried and true as you do, and there's not a lot I think I can say to probably move you off your spot. But I will say, as you ask in your question, there's not necessarily as much of the onus being given to this offensive line and the state that it's been in through the course of this year. The state that it's been given in when you go back to week 13. Because the anti-Geno sentiment folks go back to week 13 as their starting spot. They want to throw out all those first 12 games because they don't suit their argument. If they can nullify the first 12 games of last year to something else of just luck or whatever, and you go from 13. Well, the thing that's been the common element from week 13 onwards through this game today, and it remained in this game for the most part, is your pass protection efficiency isn't very good, and you're not opening a lot of holes in the run game. That's remained through that time period. And as I've said, I could be wrong on this, but my take is You put many quarterbacks in those kind of conditions, they're not going to find a lot of success. And if our mark is to go find a quarterback who is going to be that way, who's the guy we're going to go find to be that guy? We're not picking top 5 for a Caleb Williams type or top end quarterback in the draft type. So who is that guy out there? As I say, Kirk Cousins. That's the other part we got to do, is we got to be building in a little bit of an awareness to what are our real options out here at the quarterback position. Oh my gosh. Thursday football. But I understand, like I said, Duran, I appreciate where you're coming from. I know there are folks stand solidly with you. You're not alone on that. Addis says, I'm kind of annoyed here and we should replace Geno now. Had a few turnovers that were unfortunate, but guys, come on. I know, man. I'm trying to sell them back. I'm trying to bring people back in the fold, but I have seen this has been a pretty hot button issue. It was over on the Bleacher stream. It was during the stream today. It's one of those ones just tough ground to cross a little bit. As told by Gonzo. Thank you for the $5 donation, Mr. Gonzo. I appreciate you. Says Denver fan in a Seahawks city. Did work with Green Bay today. Enjoy the content. Take care. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that, Gonzo, and thank you so much for that donation. It's got to be hard to be a Denver fan in the Seahawks, in a Seahawks city in Seattle. Maybe not you're in Seattle, but just a Seahawks city. There's some bitter moments there from us to you a bit. You guys got us in the 80s, though, Gonzo. Elway put some work in on us in the 80s. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of a leveling of the playing field with the Russ trades and the Super Bowl win. I think at this point I'm calling us even. I ain't gonna say we owe you one. I'm going even. It feels like even at this point. Elway did a lot of damage. A lot of damage. 90s too. He got us in the 90s too. We had almost like 15 years of it. So there was a lot of uneven scales thing that needed to be balanced out to make that thing work. But appreciate you, Gonzo. Thank you for checking out the channel, man. And as a Denver fan, you guys, hopefully you guys got brighter days ahead of you here soon. And I know Peyton's not had the greatest spot there, but I still think that's going to end up being a good hire once things settle in. I don't think that the game is passed by Sean Payton at this point. It's just been a bit of a rough start. And he was going into a rough situation. Duran says, I'm not saying it right now or even next year, but he's not the guy long term. I think it's fair, Duran. I just say it's, from my standpoint, I may align to find myself at the spot you're at with that. I do want a full season to play here with him here. Last year he had 3 rookies starting on that line. You were in a full rebuild year. Here you're in year 2 of the rebuild, and he's still down 3/5 of the line minimum in every game, if not more than that. Give me a chance to make that. I don't want to make that assessment prematurely without that data. I feel like if you end up making that choice and saying, I know he's not dealing with these circumstances he's dealing with, we could be missing out on a player that was a really good player of something that we can actually fix and take care of for him and put him in that position to succeed at that point. And not only just him is that, and my point on this is I think it's also basis to a lot of players that way, a lot of quarterbacks that way. Ryan Snags, how you doing? CJ, Brandon, if no Abraham Lucas next week, which I'm assuming, Myles Garrett is going to be a problem. There's no way 2 ways around it. There's no, you just commit to chipping him all game and you'll be fine. No. He had a sack on Minshew today where they had him doubled up. And, this might just have to be a game where you commit to running 2 tight end sets 24/7. And then you commit to just having Will Disley be your inline strong side blocker next to the right tackle. And then he and the be it Curran or Stone, just lock in then on Garrett. And that's what you do almost every play. I don't know what you can do beside that to remove Myles Garrett from the game where he's just not wrecking it. I'm kind of surprised the Colts were able to get the yards they were in this game. I'm definitely going to be going back and watching that game. But he's on a deep defensive player of the year award trajectory like pace. Spider Rico says Metcalf didn't get any personal fouls today, so that was a plus. Yeah, there's some bright side. Oh. I got a couple of donations here. I'm sorry. Jeffrey. Hey, Thistle. Thank you for a $10 donation, Jeffrey. good to see you in the chat tonight too, brother. I hope you're doing well after this win. Says, well, was another perfect example of mediocre Seattle sports. They did just enough to stop the riot against a team not trying to win. 54% won't get us our next franchise quarterback. Game was kind of whatever. Appreciate where you're coming from, Jeffrey. And as already you've heard me respond to a couple people in the chat, there's some folks that are more leading with something that just doesn't feel as good coming out of this game as opposed to, hey, it's a win. And that's built a little bit on how, to your point on that, how bad the Cardinals are. Certainly in contention for being one of the worst teams in the National Football League. I think when it's all said and done this year, they played everybody tight. They played everybody tough, but their talent is what it is. You know, again, I'm not going to argue away from that. The comparison to the Mariner franchise recently has been one that's been raised a few times in the chat here, Jeffrey, that the Seahawks might find themselves in that same sort of place where they are, more happy with being a consistent winning team, and that they'll lean more into becoming a consistent winning team than they will to trying and going and actually winning Super Bowls, being willing to go for it. This has been something that's been spoken about more than a few times to me. Here's where I have a little bit of an issue with the comparison to the Mariners and the Seahawks. Number one, the consistent winning part has been a part. I think a bit of why the team has been held back from finding a high water mark after those two Super Bowl appearances and finding a lot of playoff middling kind of performance had to do with the team leaving its identity a little bit for what got them to the Super Bowls in the first place, namely drafting for need and then trying to be quarterback driven in their approach. It just didn't really work. Now, that's not solely the problem. There was other issues there at play that held them back in that time, but they were willing to spend money. They handed out big contracts. They weren't a team that was known for being one of the cheapskates of the league, right? Like you hear the Cardinals referenced about and making players pay for this, and they don't have this for travel and this, you hear these bad horror stories from there. Let's just take the Mariners as a comparison, Jeffrey. The Mariners have a $130 million payroll. That's 18th in the Major League Baseball. The Seahawks are not 18th in payroll this year. They're going to end up spending all of their money. They converted base to bonus with Lockett's and Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams's, right? Like they handed out big contract to Uchenna Nwosu. They signed the biggest free agent deal of their history this past offseason to Draymond Jones. So we compare that to the Mariners, who look at the teams being Blue Jays, Texas Rangers, Houston Astros. All these teams that are spending more money than them are the ones making the playoffs, and not just spending like $5 million more. The Mariners are at $130 million. All of those teams are over $200 million on their payroll. There's a couple of teams that are spending $100 million more than the Mariners are. That's an easy one to look at and go, okay, I can see where you're not trying. But when you spend up all of your cap space, and again, I reference it often, but like the brass tacks of it is that you just went through a rebuild. Rebuilds do happen in the NFL. And Jeffrey, I don't think you'd push me on this. Last year was certainly a rebuild season. And as successful as it was to get to the playoffs in a rebuild year, that's what it was. You're now with the third youngest roster in all of football. That turning over period occurs, and then you get the team to a stage where they're at their primed and ready and right, and then you let it roll, But I don't know that the team's in a place right now where they're just happy being 54%. I think part of the trading of Russell Wilson and moving off Bobby Wagner and eating the $57 million of dead money, which was another example, if they're being cheapskates like the Mariners and just trying to win enough games to keep the stadium packed, then they wouldn't have cut those contracts. They wouldn't have eaten that dead money. But they were willing to do so because they were trying to turn it around that much quicker, in my opinion. Again, I know I'm not going to see maybe a like mind with everybody on this stream tonight, so it might be a little bit of where it is, but I can't find the same comparison with the consistent winning thing to the Mariners. Seahawks also actually have a championship win over the last 10 years, whereas the Mariners have never even made a World Series appearance. That also kind of factors into the consistent winning, at least to a small degree. But I think that they're going to do everything they can when they know the time is right here to go for the contending deal. But young roster is young, and you got to let it mature and develop, and that means there's going to be some ups and downs and ebbs and flows, just to win with it. But I think this roster will be a dominant roster and that we will be in a Super Bowl run, Jeffrey. And I know you'll be here, brother, and point out to me if I'm wrong on this. But over the next couple of years, I'm going to say this, regardless of the quarterback position, and most importantly, because of the nature of by how they structured this team, being a team-built team, not looking for the Superman quarterback, but having a team lead the way first, the quarterback along with that, inside of that, much like Russell was here in his first couple of years and how he operated. And that's the blueprint. That's what we're trying to go to. And I think we're going to get there within the next year or two. This year might be a bit premature, but for me, and I might be alone on this island, or there might be only a few of us on this island. I do look at the youth of the roster. I do look at year 2 of a rebuild and I go, okay, I got some patience for this to go, let this develop and form. I don't know what it is yet. I'm not in a hurry to jump to conclusions on saying I do know what it is. I can say what I think where I think it's going to go, but we'll go to the end of the 17th game and let's wait to reach the conclusions. There's no reason to reach the conclusion right now. There's nothing to be gained by saying, for instance, Geno's not the guy. Well, okay, what now? Let's trade him right now. Should we move him to the Jets? Is that what we're saying? No, we just why make the call even now? What's the problem with just giving it a little bit of time? I know we're in a patient world and everybody's got their finger going like this, but let's give it that year to kind of see what happens. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too patient with it. Like I said, I'll give you guys, I give you guys respect on it. I know that I'm not alone on it. There's Jeffrey, multiples in the chats that feel this way on it. I don't know what can be said either way though on it. I think either side kind of feels where they feel with it. Thank you though for that $10 donation and all your support to the channel. I do appreciate it, Jeffrey. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I want Geno to be held accountable for gambling debt that got him cracked in the jaw as a New York Jet. If he's paid up, he's doing fine by me. I don't know, man. The VIG's been working for a while on that one because I think Geno came on that one and said, now you're not getting any money. Your payment was just in my broken jaw. Yeah, that must have been a dicey bet. Thousands of, wasn't it with a practice squad player too? So it was the guy didn't have a lot of money in. Like that 10 grand bet was that's like a game check for me, man. Don't play with me. I won that bet. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate that donation, man. And all your donations today, by the way, on the channel. You dropped a ton today. David, I believe you did as well, Jeffrey. David, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you for that, David. Very kind of you for doing that, brother. He says, I've been hearing a lot of trade DK talk. I think Seattle would miss his talent more than many realize. Bobo and JSN aren't true outside wide receivers, and Tyler is getting older. Yeah, it's unfortunately, and for a team that's 4-2, it's kind of surprising that we find ourselves 4-2 as a franchise a little bit, and there's so much internal strife and disagreement and frustration as kind of things that are leading the way. We talk about Geno, but then there is the DK right there with it, and the folks that are his antics, trade him, and there was a lot of that talk last week in my streams, David, and much like I'm trying to, fight the good fight here for Geno, I find myself within the context of your donation, trying to fight the good fight with DK as well. And both of them legitimately confuse me. I respect people on the other side where they're at with it, but the two takes that have come out of this season so far, that Geno's not the guy. That there's an acknowledgement from some that's what their determination is. That, and that we should trade DK. And I'm not overstating this. I'm not throwing shade at you. This is from the bottom of my heart and truth. It surprises me. And and it does confound me a little bit. And I understand I don't have every last view on exacting detail of what is the truth and what isn't the truth or what's best for the team. I don't know as much as anybody. I'm just a talking idiot here on YouTube. That's to be sure. But I watch a lot of other NFL action and a lot of other quarterback play across the sport. And there's not Superman quarterback play growing on trees. The nature of the team we built here is not for a quarterback to be Superman. But for Geno Smith to come out this season and come through these weeks of games, be out the other end of it, and perform at what folks would want to be a top 6, top 7 level in this sport, would mean he'd have to overcome quite a bit to make that happen early on this year. For my money, I don't see how he was supposed to have done that or why that's the expectation of him. It seems to have been the expectation of him. But if you have any measure in watching my channel, we can have the disagreement. But if you find yourself ardent and hardened on one of those two camps of DK's got to go or Geno ain't the guy and I know it, I don't thoroughly disagree with things as much as I can. These are 2 points that I can't more thoroughly disagree with all the way through. And I normally I see where you're coming from, but I just really, really thoroughly disagree with it. I respect it. I don't understand it. I respect it. But there's nothing to be gained by us coming and jumping to these conclusions. And if you do find yourself in that camp, I just say, just give it to the end of the year. And then we can all, if it's that way and it's tried and true, and that's the truth of the situation, we can speak it loud from the tops of the trees. But let's give it the time. Let's let it develop. There doesn't need to be this itching feeling to get to this stage of things now. And on the DK deal, it's just 4 straight years, 1,000-yard receiver. This is the first game he's missed now in his 4th season as a pro. Injury or not, he's out there playing hard, blocks like a demon. He's been as efficient as ever in his career this season in his catch to target ratio. A guy I don't quite understand. One of the top 10 best starts for a wide receiver before the age of 25 years old. It's another place where there's discussions and debates and disagreements that I can understand we get into. These are 2 ones that I just go, I don't quite get it as much. I can get maybe not being blown away by Geno's performance, but it's he's not playing up to where I'd like him to play he ain't the guy. Drop the hatch. We're done. I go, is what it is. I got to let it go on today's stream. I do, folks, because we're just going to end up in circles on it. Adrian X with a $2 donation says, Bo Nix to Jake Bobo equals Bo to Bobo. I love it, man. What were they? Somebody was saying in the stream that there's a fan group of Bobos. What are they? Bobros? Bobros are the Jake Bobo fan club. So Adrian X, are you a Bobro? But Bo Nix, maybe one of those guys. Matt is definitely going to be one of those guys in that 2nd to probably 3rd round territory. And I think that there's going to be about 12 to 13 of these guys out there that are going to be potentially in range there that I think, regardless of what happens with Geno, are going to be one of those guys to be taken. And I like a lot of these guys' talent. Very close in their proximity to talent of a guy like Russ coming out. Meaning you're going to get really good value picking the 2nd, 3rd round for a quarterback this year. It's unusually well stocked. And so if you are looking for a QB of the future, finding one this year in this draft isn't the worst way to go in those rounds. I know it doesn't get as many people as excited as the top flight Caleb Drake, Penix types might, but hey ho, you know what I mean? Thank you though for the $2 donation, Adrian X. Bo might be in play. You never know. He's a little robotic on me. His decision making is really good. His ability to scramble and move is really good. He's a little limited as a passer. He's a little bit of a one read, make it simple and easy for me kind of cat. But he does a good job at doing that. So, and I mean, his 2nd, 3rd round grade is probably well earned on his part too. So I can't argue with that being an appropriate spot if that's where they were to grab him. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $5 donation. If this team goes 8-9 or higher, we should definitely take a guard in the 1st round and sign some defensive linemen and see how far they could go. I like it. I like it, Frederick. I would love to see them target, especially a left guard, Graham Barton or Cooper Bebe. There's going to be a couple guards in this draft that I think could really, really, really help you out and could hit the ground running, most importantly. So left guard especially is the spot we could lock in, maybe with a right guard too in there, just depending on. But I like the idea of them continuing to build up this offensive line as well, Frederick. I think it's a pathway for offensive success. as much have been driven here over the years. I didn't start this way if you talked to me in the 90s or 2000s. I would have said, yeah, offensive line's important. Get the skill positions. Yeah, get the quarterback. It's really been in probably the last 5 years, especially covering these teams closer than ever across the league, that there's really more of a feel from my standpoint of thinking, it's line impacts it way more than people give credit for. The line's play dictates a lot of the offensive success. And we've grown in that place where the quarterbacks sort of rule the day, but you need an offensive line that can make it happen. So going that route wouldn't be the worst way for them to go, Frederick. It's a pretty all right draft for guards. You could get a Cooper Bebe or Graham Barton. Those would be, I think, kind of a little bit of separators than the other guys that might be out there guard-wise. But we got to let the post-draft process play out. So I'm uncertain on that too. I haven't looked through all of them. But I think they would be smart to address a left guard for sure, especially a schematic fit. A guy with some mobility to his game would be great. Great. And Frederick, I do believe that they are on track to, at the very least, get over 8 or 9 wins this year, and now at 4-2. I do believe that is the case. Thank you, though, man, for that donation. I appreciate you. Megan Gock Roger with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Let's go see the chat, too. It says, as a female Bobo fan bee, I feel the Bo Bros label unfair, but I'm so damn tired that I need some Cassell talking to Pete about these challenges. I will tell you, Coach Carroll, if we may have a few moments to chew over your recent big-time victory over the Arizona Cardinals in your home of the Pacific Northwest. Coach Carroll, what kind of intuition, what kind of wisdom do you find yourself calling upon in those moments to have so much guts and willing bravery to throw your challenge flag so very early in the football game? We just felt it. Had to do what you got to do. Got to just go for it. And challenge was right there. And we didn't think he got in. Well, I got to say it was amazing. It looked like he had made that catch right off the jump. The man ripped the ball free, your defender. And let me tell you, sir, you have this defense now playing like a besieging unit of a 16th century English army. I have never in my years seen the ferociousness laid to such bear. Well, thanks. We're just out there playing hard, doing what we can do, trying to get there, and we're just going to keep pushing on through. And, And the other challenge. You, sir, cannot tell me that you have, at your age 2020 sight, to see that man with those big, huge, street slapper feet, getting him down in bounds inside the white chalk. Coach Carroll, how did you know in that moment? Was it God himself that whispered into your ear to know, to call the challenge? Just saw a toe tap. I just thought he got it down, and he said he got it down. So we just said let's make the call. I'm telling you, Coach Carroll, I watched that replay 5 times, and not once did I think he got it down. Well, they overturned it. What are you going to do? That's just how the game goes. Sometimes you get the wins. I guess so. This is only one reason why, I suppose, you have found a way to remain in this game for now 5 decades as a coach. Appreciate you, Megan. And those challenges were Le Magnifica. Le Magnifica. Magnifica. Garth Knight with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, the funny thing is, our only true outside receiver runs a 4.3, looks like Hulk Hogan, but can't be used like Debo for Yak because he is like Malibu from America Gladiators. All show and no go. Malibu. Go with a Malibu reference from American Gladiators. I probably have to, hold on here. I got to give our audience. Hold on. I got to get you guys a reference here to Garth, who he's referencing here, so they can all see Garth. Just a second now. So, folks, I'll read Garth's dono here, as you can see the picture over my head here. The funny thing is, our only true outside receiver runs a 4.3 and looks like Hulk Hogan, but can't be used like Debo for yak because? Is he like Malibu from American Gladiators? All show and no go? So this would be Malibu right here that the Garth's talking about. I think it's just the lateral part, Garth. I mean, to answer seriously on this, I think there are not a lot of 6'4" guys that are going to tend to be yak guys anyway at that size on a football field. You also know with his, you remember that whole thing with the combine that he was really fast going straight line, right? But when you need to break tackles, you need to get lateral. You know, you need to be able to get sideways quick. And something that was shown off on his the cone drill or whatnot was that he doesn't have exactly that lateral movement to call upon, which you need. I think he's at times been able to break tackles. They used to use him a couple times on like bubble screens and stuff, but then they just kind of stopped doing it. And I don't know why. Maybe they just didn't like people maybe running up and just go diving at his ankles or something to try to make the tackle, and he can't see him because he's in the process of making the catch. You can get some violent tackles on those plays sometimes, especially if guys don't block it up right. But they just haven't used him in that way. And I don't know why as well, though, at least to get him more, Garth featured in. I don't think you can use him like a running back like Debo, but you can, give him the ball in space sometimes and let him see what he can do with it, getting up the field and break some tackles. There certainly hasn't been a lot of that early on this year with how they've, they'll have him just kind of mixed in the game plan a little bit is how you feel. He's just being kind of in there as sort of a side dish a little bit rather than the main course. But yeah, probably there's more to be used from DK. That's for sure, Garth. Thank you, man, for all your donations, though, brother. Being counters is being critical of a player and being a hater. It's not being a hater, being critical of a player, being counter, but I'll say this: when you're being critical of a player and there's no room for rope given, it's simply, this is the coloring of your opinion on it. And here's what comes down. There's not a lot of backing stuff up substantially for the folks that just, let's toss Geno to the side. It's just, I hate him. He's trash. He's garbage. Speaking in these kind of ultimate, vagaries a bit. It's like you can't really counter any of their points because they're not making a point because they're just giving you their feeling. Okay, we'll back your feeling up with, something to back it up a little bit. I can show you Geno's PFF numbers. I can show you ranked up against other quarterbacks in this sport. I can show you Geno under pressure. I can bring up the fact that the ground game's not been consistent. I can bring up the fact that the pass protection since week 13 of last year hasn't been good. And then the folks that just want to throw Geno into the dumpster just go, yeah, I just don't like him. He isn't good enough. Or they'll say, yeah, he just doesn't have that magical, ethereal thing where I can't trust him for, given. It's not to say he's played good, and that's the nuance we try to get to in the conversation, but that's the only thing I would like to see a little more of from the folks. You can win, as I say, I can be steered on this conversation. You can pull me off my spot. I'm not digging in saying that I will think this way no matter what happens through the course of this year. But I need a little more tangibly from the other side of the arguments to be less about what you kind of emotionally just sort of feel and more about what you back it up with. Got another thing here maybe I can post here that I just saw today that I thought was, there's all these advanced stats that do show he's not playing the position bad. Let's see if this one's it. Here we go. Here's another one. And a couple of these that I can, it's not going to let me bring it up. I guess that's just a, yikes. No, it's a GIF file. Okay. That's my problem there. Let's do it this way. Well, I have to take my word for it on this one. I can't show you the stat because everyone uses their own little deal. Open target miss rate for the year. There's a stat that tracks this. I saw this come up this morning for me. So leading the league with, open target miss rate. I mean, you got an open guy to throw to and you miss him. PJ Walker at 13%, Aiden McConnell at 13%, Justin Fields at 12%, Deshaun Watson at 11.9%. you got to go way down this list. I mean, all the way to the very bottom of this list. And at the bottom of this list, you have Kirk Cousins, who's the best at hitting open receivers. He only misses a guy 2.8% of the time. Kirk Cousins only misses, also right there with Patrick Mahomes, only misses an open guy 2.8% of the times. And then who's number 3 in the sport coming into this week? Geno Smith at 3.1% of the time. So we can look at quarterback rating. We can look at the touchdown interception rate, and we can look at what he's had to deal with the onslaught. But then that's the problem, I guess, is that it isn't maybe a full hater, but it's hard not to start to be called a bit of a hater with it a bit at that point if you don't supply anything to back up what you think. And it starts to think that's what starts to then lead people to believe, well, this is just what you kind of emotionally think about the situation and not actually what you've spent a lot of time dwelling and building up your feeling to feel how you feel about it. And I think that there's some validity behind that. I think if everyone can have a take, but everyone's got to have a take where they can actually back that take up too with, some sound arguments behind it. And I don't know if I've heard a lot of that. I've heard a lot of, I just have a gut instinct, he's not the guy kind of stuff. But I don't know if I've heard a lot of, well, here's A, B, C, D, and E, Y. Kelly, what's up? Says, hey, B, was at the game. Witherspoon and Prez balled out today. Brooks as well. Let's go. Brooks said he's showing more juice after the play because do you see who I'm playing with? Yeah, they were running and hitting. And I'll tell you what, Kelly, I would have loved to have been in the stadium to see that Witherspoon knock on Rondale Moore. That was a hell of a smack. And that you have to feel like that lights a defense up when they see that. But those guys were running around, hitting today. Defense is performing so well. It's kind of the unfortunate part here is that we are, as Geno and the offense sort of ends up taking over the discussion when it's really we should be given so much more of the time and probably props to this defense for how they're playing. But it looked like you guys brought the noise in the house there too as well. And great defensive performance. But Brooks playing some of his best ball. Got to give Brooks props, man. He is really coming along. I've been hard on the guy, especially for his coverage abilities, but very, very impressive. Connor says, I really wish Witherspoon's INT and sack didn't get negated by penalties. The box score stats are big in the Defensive Rookie of the Year competition. Sack should have stood, but by the way, there was a penalty. Yeah, he got robbed a couple times over in this game this week. That's true. That is very true. Chris, if you can win with obvious fixable problems to work on, you're getting the best of both worlds. You win and stay hungry and humble. This was the formula in 2012's young offense. Go Hawks. Wow, beautifully put, Chris. Beautifully put, man. I love that. That is an awesome comment on your part. And that's the way I look at it as well. Being counter the O-line did well considering. I think that they held up, but I don't think that they performed in a way where there was necessarily they were knocking the Cardinals' socks off or something. You averaged 4 yards a carry, and they showed the stat earlier in this game a couple of times over. When you gave Geno a clean pocket, he was able to perform. When Geno didn't have a clean pocket in this game, then as went on with the game and as that kind of continued on, then the performance went down. But I wouldn't say the offensive line was necessarily really good today. They held on. They're kind of holding on, but not a lot of holes in the ground game. Walker came out of this game with 4 yards per carry, and he made a lot of that happen on his own at times. And the pass protection was better than last week. Being counter, I'll give you that on that note. But still, in that second half, there were some times where it was starting to really struggle. Diddy, what if we don't go into the red zone and just score with longer shots to lock in the red zone? Did he? Maybe that's going to be maybe that's what we got to do here at the end of the day on this. That may be the solution. We do well out there. We just, once we can't get in the red zone, it's like, yikes. New Blacks, he played better today, but once again made another boneheaded decision with an INT in the field goal range that would have put us by 10. I want to go in full and say unforgivable, but the Geno decision on the INT is, I'm not going to cover it up. He did get hit on that play, but he never should have gotten himself into a position of being hit. You should just be throwing that away. That should be a one read situation basically there. You're rolling out to your left. You've already removed half the field read and removing to that left. They showed over on the overhead shot. JSN wasn't open over the top either. Just throw it out of bounds. And like you say, take the 10 points. That's a completely valid criticism of Geno in that moment on that throw, 100%. It didn't make his whole day. It doesn't determine his whole day, that one throw. There were 23 other attempts, but it is certainly one where he's got to correct that and fix that. Cannot have that happen when you know where you are right now, offensively speaking. I think Docs High 12s. I haven't had a chance to watch Geno's press conference. Did he give any clue what he saw when he threw that interception? Not bashing him, just confused there. There was a defender there. I didn't see it, but I think that he's hit on the play, and I think he's trying to loop it up over the top to Bobo. But admittedly, I didn't see the presser yet on that. Empower Code, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Rick, I actually thought Witherspoon was going to be a bust and thought they should have took Carter, but he has proven me wrong. Well, hey, man, you're good on you to eat it, at least with that, Rick. Might folks just be kind of quiet about that. But, hey, I was a big Carter guy. I trusted their decision. I was certainly more Carter, but I did trust draft day, the process that led them to Spoon. And we feel pretty good about that pick right now. Brian A. Wilson B, what it do? Wife and I went to the game today. Always great to leave with a dub. And yet, a whole lot we still need to improve on. That's painfully obvious. That is painfully obvious. There's a lot to improve on here. The ground game, getting Geno efficient, mistake-free down by the red zone, getting better down by the red zone. Definitely a lot to build on in this game, especially on the offensive side of the ball. But got the dub. Got the dub, and we're rolling on the right track. Show you guys this little ditty here. Another little fun stat, which, dang it, why can't I ever bring things up with this? Power Code says, was at the game today. The vibes were electric, man. I was on my feet, screaming as loud as I could. Our red zone offense continues to be suspect. I don't know about Geno, but Spoon and Brooks balled out. 4-2. 4-2, man. You guys seem like you did your job in that stadium today, so props to my fellow 12s out there for bringing it. It's good to hear. Haven't always been able to say that in recent years. So I'll give you props when I do. It seems like you are doing the work. The Lord's good work. Brian Meyer says, good division when you're all Bobo with the play of the year. Oh, just an amazing play. Already to just have to come down with one hand, but to be cognizant of your feet and to get those toes down like he did, to get that slap down of his foot, because it kind of goes toe and then the back heel lands out of bounds as he's dragging it through, but he gets that toe first down. I think catch of the year is right. I think that's probably right. Deviant says, oh, thank God. I love when Brandon gets views, but I like my core peoples in the chat. Herbicide says, I like Geno, but I can see his limitations. I certainly don't think that even when you give him an offensive line, he's a top 3 quarterback in this sport. I think he can be a top 10 quarterback in this sport with a good offensive line in front of him. And I think if you've got a good top 10 quarterback in front of you and the ground game starts to work a little bit better now that you're actually able to open holes, and then you have a defense rounding into shape and you have a special teams unit doing what they're doing, I put those elements together and say that can be a team that can contend. That may be a point of disagreement for some because they do stand on line with thinking that, no, it's the quarterback that ends up being an ultimate driver for everything a bit. But that's where I stand with it, and I fall back on when I'm looking at pointing to evidence of that to say, look at the blueprint from 2013-14, hell, even 2012 included, where you first had the team on point, in line, and the quarterback was kind of the final piece of that puzzle. And to me, they're duplicating the same kind of approach here a little bit, at least. Power Code says, still unsure on Geno. You are not the only one in Power, I promise you that. I'm holding out patience for when our offensive line and other defensive cores are restocked. Some of his decision-making has been quite suspect, though. Feels like he is being over-ambitious. Probably a little bit there, yeah. I think last week he locked in on JSN prior to the snap on that one interception where you can't do that. I mean, the DK interception is completely on DK, not on Geno. And DK owned that one. So he certainly ate that. And then this week, he's just trying to make a play and just needs to throw it away. But yeah, there's definitely been some decision-making that's been a little suspect. Michael Camp, Brandon, what if the team came knocking on the door and offered a first and a second round pick for DK? He will be 26 soon, and the offense should look fine with Bobo, Lockett, and JSN. Should we consider that? I don't know how many years Lockett has left first. So I don't know that Lockett necessarily should be looked at as a guy that's going to be here for the next 2 to 3 years. And as you say in your question, DK is 26 years old. He's going to be turning 26 soon. He's still 25 years old right now as we speak. So he's not 26 for another couple months. I think DK Metcalf has been underutilized in his career in Seattle. I think that he's been limited because offensive line play has not been great. The quarterback play has not always been terribly consistent. The offensive scheme has not always been the greatest on grand display in his time here of 4 years. Despite that, he's been a 1,000-yard receiver every year, and he looks like he's on pace for another 1,000-yard receiving season now. He's one of the better blockers in all of the NFL. He plays hard every single game. This is the very first game that he's ever missed in his career. This is exactly what you want to go out there and draft and bring onto your team. I don't know why you would give that up. JSN is not likely to be an outside receiver in this league, in my opinion. He can do it sometimes. I don't think he's going to be able to do it out there 24/7. And I love what Bobo is bringing. I really do. But I look at him as more of the heir apparent to Lockett than I do to DK. I think DK is part of the solution, not part of the problem. Gar, thank you for the $10 donation. Brando, I hate to say this, but DK is fake tough. Always picking on smaller prey, which is smart as a predator, but pathetic if he wants to grandstand. Get that yak over the middle, DK, unless, of course. Well, he's a bigger guy than the guys he goes across. I mean, that's for sure. And he definitely picks on smaller guys. You know, his dad, once told him, former offensive lineman, you're bigger and stronger than the guy going across from me on the football field. Show it. And so I think Garth, he's just taking his dad's word to heart and what his dad told him to do. And I'm glad he does it. I don't got any problem with him picking on the smaller guys. You can only go against who you're matched up against. And I think he, I like I'm in the camp of liking the bullying stuff. I'm not the anti-bully guy stuff on the football field for me. I know I'm cutting a little bit of an odder cloth with that, I suppose. But yeah, it's hard, man. That 6'4" guys, who in NFL history has been a big 6'4" guy that we look at and say that's a yak guy. Calvin Johnson wasn't really a yak guy. If he caught it in the open field and he got up to full speed, he can go, but he wasn't, he wasn't juking guys in the open field or dead legging fools, right? Most of those big receivers kind of are that way a little bit, especially being straight line speed of it, but maybe you're right, man. I don't know, mate. Could be right on that in Garth. I certainly wouldn't call him a fake tough guy to his face. I'd probably avoid that. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. And Garth, thank you for all your donos tonight, man. All your donos throughout the game too as well, brother. I do salute you, sir. You're awesome. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Geno is a better Dak Prescott. Agreed. Are there going to be 5 quarterbacks in this take I take over top of Geno Smith? Sure. Absolutely. But are there going to be 10 quarterbacks I take over the top of Geno Smith? Me personally, no. No. And if you build out the rest of the team in the right way, he doesn't have to be top 5 to go win a Super Bowl. That's really my bottom line point to it. We're trying to get to Super Bowls, not get to great quarterbacks, right? That's the end. That's the true end goal. That's what we all can agree on. And the disagreement comes on that some feel it takes that quarterback to get to that Super Bowl. It's going to take this magical quarterback to get the Super Bowl. And they believe this way despite the fact that when you had your most magical quarterback in NFL, in the team's history playing at his most magical, You didn't sniff close to a Super Bowl. So how does that math add up? Russell's best years were 16, 17, 18, right? How far did we get in the playoffs those years? Did we get back to even a conference championship? There are many different organizations and many different regimes and many different general managers and many different coaches and many different approaches. There's not just one way to slay this beast. You're at the beginning of a journey and there's different paths you can take. And a couple of those paths will take you to the promised land. And what you have in this coach and what you have in this general manager is two men who have won together a Super Bowl title and went right back to the Super Bowl the year after that. They built a historic defense, and they didn't do it so on the back of luck. They did it on a philosophy, on an approach, willfulness. And you can see at the lead point of that stack and how they assemble that team is that we don't need the magical golden child quarterback. It's nice to have, as I always say. We'd all take a Burrow. We'd all take a Mahomes. Nobody's turning that down. But it's hard to find those guys, and it's not the only way. And you can go and win a Super Bowl with solid, good, nearly great quarterback play. And I think Geno can fluctuate between those three different areas. And I think you get the rest of the team on point, the ground game, one of the best in the league. Pass protection, back to being more closer to let's just say middle of the road rather than league worst. A defense coming into shape, finally showing you now how all that talent can work together when it's fully in bloom, and a special teams unit that more than does its part. That can be a contending squad. That can be a squad that gets you to a Super Bowl. And the proof is they did it within the last 10 years. But I agree. I think he is better than Dak Prescott. I don't think Dak Prescott is a bad quarterback, but he's a middle-of-the-road quarterback. I think Geno's better than him. They're not significant, but a little bit. Yeah, I think addicted, if you go back and watch that Geno throwing the interception, his arm does get hit. So it is a little bit knocked there at the end of the throw, which is why I think the ball got knocked down just a tiny bit. Fleece the Mac, yeah, we need Lucas back badly. 100% agree with you on that. His loss on the right side has been huge. Addis says JSN definitely came out of the shadows and Bobo's catch was insane. Both are going to be very good in the producible future. Yes, sir. I'm very encouraged by both those guys going forward. Snail B, even going back to last year, Geno gets away with a lot of questionable reads that pass to Fant. He got away with a bad decision and got lucky. Definitely a tight window throw there on the throw to Fant. And yes, it is where, again, I go to, you got to take a demarcation line through, and you got to look at Geno Smith's first 12 games and then take week 13 onwards out. And if I take the data and if I showed you, and maybe we can do a show at some point where we dive into all this data and we just get super nerded out and really dive into it. Pass protection, efficiency rates, quarterback hits over that time. But if you could, just take my word for it a little bit with this, that from week 13 onwards through up this course, this last week, even to this game, the pass protection's been failing over that time. There's a cumulative effect that goes over time with that. There's a cumulative effect, but there's also a play in and play out effect to that too. Your quarterback gets hit a lot at a high regularity. His decision-making is going to go porous and you're going to get more of the turnover-worthy plays. When you don't have a ground game that you can lean on and you become then one-dimensional with that poor pass protection, right? Well, this is the key. I lose the ground game with poor pass protection. Those two things don't work in well the favor of the offense when that occurs. And if you go back to week 13 and look at our running efficiency and our pass block efficiency, those things have been two ultimate truths. Not my arbitrary personal want of belief of truth, but just those are the ultimate truths of it. So we come down to it. The place that I'm banging on to try to get to this spot to sort of, to get to that line of hopefully we can, get that common ground spot of how much does poor pass protection and run blocking inefficiency affect the quarterback position? Anything at all? a little bit or significantly? My opinion is significantly. I've provided the Tom Brady example, which I think is a pretty shining example because it's one that happens in recent history. It's not me cherry picking something that happened 10 years ago that no longer would be applicable to the nature and the way that sports run. But it's very, very important because remember that whole Tampa Bay roster, the whole thing when they went back and they were going to run it back again? Remember the whole thing with it was? Do you guys remember what it was? They were returning every starter. Returning every starter. So why I go to this example is this is the perfect example to illustrate my point on this. Is I have the GOAT, a guy that had just won the Super Bowl the prior year, coming back to the same roster that's re-putting back every starter on the football field that they had from the previous year. They lose 3 guys. Not Mike Evans. Mike is another. God was still rolling out there. They lose 3 guys on the offensive line. Their 3 most important offensive linemen. Ryan Jensen, all-pro center. Ollie Marpet, all-pro guard, and Tristan Wirfs, who was just coming off a first-team all-rookie year as a right tackle, looking like an ascending star. I think he was even a top 100 player in his rookie year. Those 3 guys lost. Go look at Tom Brady's stats Super Bowl year versus losing those 3 offensive linemen for the season. Not for a couple games, for the season. This illustrates very clearly my point. Your offensive line goes away, you as a quarterback are not going to be able to perform as well. And to expect that that guy should go out there and stand out, show out, ball out, throw for 350 yards, put the team up on his shoulders and do it, I think it's a little bit unrealistic. I could be wrong on this. That's my back and forth though. It's not to say Geno's playing perfect. It's just, I think we're getting to the little bit of it's the degree where it gets extreme to the other side of it that I just can't quite understand fully. That's the where the folks on the Geno side of it lose me a bit with it. But to me, that's the example that I think if you go and you look at it puts it in kind of context because the defense was the same way for that Tampa Bay team, right? That defense also fielded back all the same returning starters from that previous squad. So nothing changes on that Tampa Bay team. They lose these 3 offensive linemen. It's pretty clearly like, why wasn't the offensive performing as well? And I think that's why I'm looking at this as hard as I do, is I can give you some more examples if you guys want of recent offensive lines that have come into this disarray. But I've seen this happen in looking at football in recent years so often, and it becomes more clear to me. It's a part that wasn't clear to me for the first few decades of watching as a fan football. How much offensive line play dictates the success of the quarterback position. We get caught up on the running back being driven by the offensive line, right? Like that's what the analytics tell us. And it's their success completely bred on the back of the offensive line. It's why you should need to pick them in the 4th round onwards, because you really need the offensive line to make them go. But really, I think we should start thinking about quarterbacks in that kind of same light. I don't have a ground game. I don't have pass protection. It's going to be hard, tough sailing there for my quarterback at the position. It's not to let Geno completely off the hook. It's not to excuse everything away. It's to say, this is why, to me, I got to give more of a full season assessment before I'm landing at some final conclusion that some are reaching here at week 6 to say, oh, done with Geno, seen enough. Sorry, I got a little bit behind on the donos again. My bad. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $20 donation. Randall, thank you for the fat $20 drop, brother. I do appreciate you for that, man. And hope you're having a great night out there in the middle of the state. It says, any Sunday you can get a W is a good Sunday. That D is coming into form. Brooks is balling. Spoon, real deal. Got after the quarterback all day. The offense, I think we're going to be all right. Geno played really well, -2 plays. Well, thank you for the donation, Garth. And I think you, as we often do on this, we look at this very much in a similar fashion coming out the other end of this game. A win is a win, and this is a tough sport to win football games in. Make no mistake about that. That's why we see 7, 8, 9 coaches fired every single year. To get a W in this sport is hard. It's okay to feel a little bit like there's things we got to clean up. I think that's a valid point. It's okay to me to say, hey, Geno's got to play better too. Certainly valid there, but to overall want to come out of this feeling good about this game and how the team played and what they pulled off. And for the defense to round and shape and form like they are, Brandel, I didn't expect them to be this good or potentially be this good. I think Spoon was going to be, as you put it, the real deal from day one of walking onto a football field. That has been tremendous. But it's where I land to be more encouraged than anything else. You know, we can talk about Geno all day, but this defense and what they've done over the past 3 weeks with Jamal's return, with Witherspoon balling out of control, the upside of this defense rises and rises and rises, and we don't know where their top end is gonna fit to. There's going to be some tough tests coming down the line with your San Franciscos and your Philadelphias, no doubt about that. But the kind of performances they put together these past few weeks have not been just because you're playing the Giants. You played the Bengals last week. After those first 2 touchdown drives, there was nothing else to be had. I mean, then we finished like this game where we finished out, I think, the last 5-6 possessions without allowing a score. I want to say the final 5 possessions in that Bengal game as well. You finished without allowing a score on the road, 10 a.m. game. This defense and what it's doing is legit. And I don't arrive there softly on it in the respect of this is happening with all of your guys returning to full health. A little bit like what I'm prescribing for the offense has already occurred on the defense, where I'm saying once the offense just gets back merely some more guys on the offensive line, just that alone, you'll see a rise in performance. And we've seen the rise in performance in the D as they've gotten to full strength now. Tariq Woolen came back, Jamal Adams back in the mix, Witherspoon off that early injury thing that he had going on with the hammy. I'm encouraged as well, man. And you're right about Geno. A couple plays that were really bad, and they're stark plays, and they stand out in people's mind, I think, Randall. But they are only 2 plays in the grand context of this game. And someone mentioned the Noah Fant one, which was it was a tight throw, but he put that throw in there. And he makes some high, tight window throws. That's something that you also get with Geno, that he'll fit those balls in there at times. Does he take some chances at points here and there? Sure. I don't mind when he takes the chance to Fant in there where he put it in tight. I had more of an issue with the making the attempt to Bobo one. The Fan throw to me is, I don't mind you taking a chance down the field there in that moment, but the Bobo one was one where that's an unforced error that you can control a little bit. Not a little bit, a lot of it. Big time bit. Garth, thank you for the $10 donation, Garth. I appreciate you, man. Geez, thank you for all the donos, brother. Says, don't get me wrong, Brando. I dig him acting tough, but I just need him to be Debo tough. Let Niner Nation hear me call that out. By the way, of course, I wouldn't say any of this to his face. Me neither, man. DK ain't Debo tough. Maybe so. Maybe so. I will say this, man. Debo playing the way he does, Garth, gets him beat up. You know what? He's got like a hairline fracture in his shoulder. I think he's probably missed a good, 13, 14 games in his career, something like that. You know, he's had his share of dings and pings and bangs and knocks, you know, throwing his body around a little bit like that. And I do kind of wonder with Debo if he's not going to eventually end up paying a bit of a price with this as far as it cutting down some of his career and his ability to be effective, because you just have to feel like it'll wear him down over time a little bit. I'd be wrong on that, but no, I feel you, man. I feel with it. I say let him pick on those little guys. Those corners have been allowed to make business decisions for too long, Garth. They've had that receiver-cornerback business agreement thing go on every game too much, you know, where the receiver comes out to the cornerback and he's like, all right, look. I don't want black. I don't want block. You want tackle. All day, we want to run after each other and you want to cover me and try to stay tight, whatever. Do what you got to do. But let's just kind of come to a common ground here, all right? My hands are going to go up post-snap. Your hands are going to go up post-snap. We're going to let those big dogs inside determine what happens down in there. We're just going to be out here doing what we're doing, okay? Bet. There's a lot of times in football games that happens, Garth, where they just kind of go, okay, we're good. And then you'll watch them throughout the game, and there's none of that with DK. He's not making any business arrangements like that. He's going to go at you hard all the way. I mean, that's the play side. I don't even know if Debo blocks as hard as DK does, as tough as Debo is. But I do think you play that way, man. I think you are going to beat your body up quite a bit, you know. I don't know if Debo is going to be out there at 31 lighting it up. But Garth, thank you for the $10 dono. All your donations today. Unbelievable. Stimpy has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 2 long months. Thank you for that, Stimpy. Says, hey, B, I finally made it to a game. Well, congratulations, Stimpy. Let's go. My voice is gone, and I had fun despite the offensive difficulties. What's up with the red zone, though? Go Hawks. Well, thank you for doing your part. As a couple folks have voiced in the chat tonight, as you guys went to the game, that's great to hear. You guys were out there doing what you need to do. Like I say, everybody needs to do their part. You go in that stadium, be cognizant and aware of the fact that there's been a little bit of a lost step in recent years where we haven't been as loud, where we haven't been as on it. And if you're in there, be on it. There may be silent people in that stadium. Don't let yourself be one of those people. You got to lose that voice. You got to let it rip. Don't hold back. Your team needs you. You help your team. You have a tangible effect on the game like we saw a couple of weeks ago. Keep it going. Keep it going. Jaron Reed even referenced this in a press conference this last week. You give them juice, you help them out. It's huge. It's huge. So good job doing your part, Stimpy. The red zone, I think, struggles are, as with a lot of these issues we're trying to figure out on this team, are not necessarily easy issues to solve and are just based on one solution. Geno's got to play better down in the red zone. Decision-making, being more careful with the football at the forefront of that. That's got to improve. No doubt about that. The running game, in the past 3 weeks, it seems like in the red zone down in there, when we try to run the ball, there is nothing to be had. I don't know if it's just the backup tackles, if it's a lack of creativity in the scheme. I'm not really sure on what exactly the reason is. As I say, I think it's kind of a little bit of a multiple thing, to be honest with you. Because I think Waldron's play calling also kind of factors into this. I don't think you run block particularly well either, in addition to that, where you definitely have not given Walker a lot of holes. A big part of, I think, what hurt today, Stimpy, and I think you'd agree, especially when you had that first and goal from like the 2 and you tried to run it twice with Walker right up the middle on an inside zone run. There was nothing to be had. And you go, boy, if you had Charbonnet on that run, you just feel like he's going to get the 2 yards. He's going to lower his shoulders. He's going to drive forward. He'll get those 2 yards in that hole in the moment, and you'll get the touchdown. I think when Charbonnet gets back, those kind of situations, down and goal, distance to go, I think you'll be a little more effective with him there. That's one of the reasons you drafted him. But when it comes to just being inside the 20 and offensive play calling, running the ball consistently, Geno making good decisions, scheming things up open creatively from Waldron's playbook and his side of things, not a lot of that's happening yet so far this year. It's been troublesome. It has been troublesome. Frederick McGuy, thank you for another $10 donation. Frederick, I appreciate that. Double drip, drop, dip. Says, Geno haters have no answer to 2 questions. Which quarterback could the Seahawks realistically trade for? Who would not be, at best, a lateral move? And 2, is Geno going to play bad enough for a top 5 pick? Frederick, I think your 2 questions are a very important process if you're an anti-Geno folk. And I know I say Geno hater, but if I say Geno hater, I don't mean just you're being hate. I give you guys the respect on that. I know we have some disagreement, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. It may seem like you hear disagreement in my voice at times, and I might make a joke or two. Completely have respect for the folks that come from the standpoint of not feeling like Geno's the guy. I think it's an easy way to say your standpoint to say, the people that disagree with Geno as the starting quarterback in the future, or just to say, okay, Geno haters a little easier as a shorthand. Doesn't necessarily mean I think that just saying hate in the way. But again, I think like Frederick touches on, there's questions that are asked that there are not always answers given from the folks that are on that side of the camp. And I think his 2 questions are very apt ones I would ask as well. Which quarterback could the Seahawks realistically trade for? So let's arrive for the moment. Let's play ourselves into a time period where we go, all of us tonight are going to land on the spot where we say, Geno ain't it. Right here and now, every one of us are going to play role, play act. Whether we are anti-Geno or not, we're going to say, nope, not the guy right now. Moving off of him, done with him, that's it. Benito. Okay, now's the next step. Who's the quarterback we're trading for and or signing in free agency? The list gets very short, very quick. Kirk Cousins? Is that who we want to bring in here? Is that the grand answer over the top of Geno? And let's also remember, if we're going to sign Kirk Cousins don't take discount. You don't play with Kirk Cousins' money. Playing with Kirk Cousins' pocketbook is like playing with his emotions. Okay? And nobody plays with Kirk Cousins' emotions. Maybe only his wife. So Cousins, not the answer. You're not going to have the money just from a cap standpoint of where you sit right now to even spend probably the money to bring in a Kirk Cousins. So Kirk is off the board. Let's go through the teams. Miami, no chance at Tua. Josh Allen, no chance at him. Aaron Rodgers will be with the Jets. Wilson, is that who we're going to say? Mac Jones, he might be on the market. I'm going through the teams. Jacksonville, no. Houston, no. Indy, no. Tennessee, Tannehill. Do we think Tannehill's better than I hope nobody's out there saying Tannehill's better than Geno. Because that's definitely not the truth. You got the Eagles are with Hurts, Cowboys with Dak, Washington's got Sam Howell. They're going to draft a quarterback probably in addition. Giants have just signed up to Daniel Jones. Lions got Goff. Packers with Love. They're going to be done with Love. I guess we might have some Jordan Love folks out there, maybe, huh? I hope not. That's certainly not an answer though, right? Bears, let's see what they do. Falcon Ritter, Buccaneers Mayfield, Saints Derek Carr, Panthers Young. No. So we don't have anybody that we can trade for. We don't have anybody that we can sign. That's off the board, to Frederick's point. So then we talk about drafting. John Schneider, in his 12 years here, has never traded up in any first round in the entire history. Now, maybe the need for the quarterback would be that need at that point for him to move up. That would be the impetus for him to feel like, okay, I'm going to throw 3 first-round picks to the wind for this quarterback who will be our guy. But I do not think that in this league right now where there are so many teams needing quarterbacks that there are going to be teams willing to jump off and move up and allow Seattle to move up to be off their guy. I think where whoever's picking with Caleb Williams is going to take him, and whoever's there to take Drake May is probably going to take him. And Penix is going to go in the top 15 at this rate, I would say. So you're not going to be in a position to take him. So we're talking about now there are only second-round quarterbacks and onwards available. And this is where we come back down that line of we just end up in the logical place of, yeah, we can still go take those guys and keep Geno. It doesn't have to be an either-or thing. You know? Because like you say, Frederick, we're not going to play bad enough to be a top 5 pick going through this year. This team has shown you at the very least that, to me, their bottom floor is right on the fringe edges maybe of being a playoff contending team. Right? That's sort of the floor of this team right now as it stands. With the ceiling being a team that I think can get to a point of contending, if they can get healthy or if this young talent can round into shape really fast. Well said, Frederick. On all accounts. Bean Counter says, I like how physical Bobo is at the catching the ball. He's a beast out there. He's a big guy that uses his size and knows how to use it. He knows how to use the body to sometimes even if he doesn't have separation to keep between him and the defender to where there's just no pathway for the defender to come knock the ball away. But he knows how to pin a defender, kind of like he did on that catch, where he's not holding the defender or anything else, but he's just keeping him kind of controlled, and then still has such a catch radius and a long arm in there to still kind of be able to just easily kind of made the right one-handed catch seem easy a little bit with the way he brought it in. He's awesome. King Bomber says, terrible offensive game, but we survived, and hopefully we can play better once we get some more guys back. Amen. It's good to see you too, Flag King. It's good to see you, King. Rob says, turnovers and bad red zone play against better teams, and they are done. They should have one easy. Call it for what it is. A lucky win. Well, I can't get to being to a point where I'd say it's a lucky win because I think you took this win. Should you have won by more points? And I think, is that a fair assessment of it? Sure. I think that's a fair assessment that there was more to be had in this game. It shouldn't have been as close. Even the 10-point win at the end doesn't really illustrate how close the game probably was throughout. But that will be as you say, you play against these better teams. You have the Ravens, you have the Cowboys, you got the Eagles, and you got the Niners twice. All coming down the pike, the Browns coming down the pike. These teams are not teams that are like the Cardinals and how they're built. And so if you don't have your effort on point, if you're going to go 0-3 in the turnover lane of things, you're probably not going to win those games. And we'll see how those play out. They're coming soon. We'll learn soon. Ryan Clancy, hey Brandon, how have you been feeling about Reek's performance so far this season? He's been quiet. I think I wish I had a better word for it than that. I don't think it's been disappointing. I don't want to use the word sophomore slump, because that thing doesn't actually mean anything, and it's just kind of It's kind of a word we use to say, just a term that we use that doesn't have a lot of, what does that mean? Sophomore. But he is not, he's had a couple of moments where he's been good and he's looked similar to last year. But overall, I think the consistency's not necessarily been there. I will be interested to see where his grade comes out of this game. He had a defensive hold that really flipped a big play in the game where we had him in, I think, 3rd and forever. Instead, we gave him an automatic first down on a defensive hold. But it's not been all bad. It's been a little bit up and down. He's been part of the good too when we in these past 3 games as well. Did a really good job, for instance, Ryan, last week of pressing Jamar at the line of scrimmage and disrupting the route, being very physical with him at the line of scrimmage. And that's been a part that's been a little bit of a new side to Tariq's game this year. They didn't do as much of the actual full press stuff last year. Cool Breeze in the house. What's up, Cool Breeze? How you doing? DVN says, I just don't think they deserve these wins. Laughing out loud. It's the Mortal Kombat that spams the ankle kick. Laughing out loud. Hey, if it works, it works, man. If it works, it works. Bean Counter says, we need to install the Eagles 1-yard push play. Didn't we do one today? Did we do one push today? One brotherly shove? I could be misremembering it. Mr. K, my brother from another mother. How you doing? Says, was not on board with the Witherspoon pick over Carter, but didn't hate the pick either. Definitely all the way on board now. Spoon did his thing. I think it's a fair way of putting me probably being in a similar place where I definitely had a preference for Carter. I understood the background checks and how they were going to factor into this decision, and that override my own, pissiness when it came to, I wanted Carter. But it made sense why they came to where they came to on the decision. I didn't think they did it by just accident and, went okay. But he has blown me away. I thought Tariq Woolen had the best rookie performance I've seen from a rookie corner in Coach Carroll's time here. And that was saying something, because you've had guys come through here and perform in the rookie years and perform really well, like Richard Sherman. Yet this Witherspoon kid is surpassing what Woolen did last year, surpassing what Sherman did in his rookie year. Tremendous, absolutely tremendous. And it's every skill set you could want. He's got the Batman utility belt with all the utilities. Pass rush, got it. Press corner, he can do that. Off coverage, he can do that. Zone, he can do that. Man, he can do that. Outside corner, he can do that. Slot corner, he can do that. Ball skills, went out another interception today, but had a penalty called back. He can do that. Oh, and by the way, hits like a sledgehammer. It's like, what's not to like? Just unbelievable amount of skill this kid has and ability. And I'm glad he's ours. Nahad says lots of 1-5 teams won today, so I'm happy we're not part of that conversation. There we go. I love that. I love that sentiment. 4-2, second in the division, the NFC West. 1 game behind first place as we stand right now. And we've had every game with 3/5 or more of our offensive line out in every single game except for the first 2 quarters of this NFL season. Future's going to be looking up here. Take my word for it. Jordan says a first and a second for DK Metcalf is not worth the cap hit on DK. That's true. Maybe that's a good place for me to go to, because Jordan, you allow me to, thank you for that comment. You're going to allow me to look this up and maybe be able to just put the kibosh on this whole thing right from the jump. because if his cap hit is too much at the end of the day, it's going to be not going to matter. Okay, so let's go to the 2024 season. Yeah, there's a $23 million dead money hit on DK. So DK not going anywhere this offseason. Thank you for having me look that up. The Hawks would not be able to make that work. They could maybe make it work, but it ain't. You're eating so much dead money at that point. You're taking the second biggest hit in your franchise history from a dead cap standpoint to move a guy in DK in his prime, and you're not likely to get back the assets back. You're going to get like a late first round pick and like a late second round pick. Not worth it. Robert Hyde. How has the defense turned it around? Seems like we're getting better pressure, but I'm not a football guru, laughing out loud. I think at the heart of it has been, Robert, the return of Jamal Adams into the fray. He's been a little bit like the dude's rug in The Big Lebowski. He brings the room together. He's bringing the defense together. I don't think it's just that he's coming out there and, he's lighting the world on fire and he's flying around and he's just being this insane playmaker. He's doing good in that. He's doing some of that stuff. But it's just that the defense is locked in. It's gelled. Everybody is on the same page. Early on this season, there was a lot of finger pointing post snap, especially Julian Love back there. Where you over here? You over here? Now it's everyone doing that prior to the snap, but they're all on the same page by the snap. Everyone knows where they need to be. And the team is slowly finding the roles for those guys on this team in the right place. Julian Love, for instance, Jamal's sometimes going to be around the box. Sometimes you got him back out there as the strong safety. You're kind of moving him around. That means sometimes Julian Love's going to be on the field, sometimes not. Sometimes I think it looks like Jordan comes off the field and you'll have Jamal come on in his stead at times. There seems a real nice mix of how you're using the personnel as it stands right now. You found your role for Witherspoon as the slot guy who will move to an outside guy if the opposition goes to base. Like when the Cardinals went to 3 tight ends, then you had a Woolen and you had, Woolen or Witherspoon then on the field at that point. So I think it's a little bit of that you've gotten to full health defensively here, Robert. Think of who are we missing defensively? Kobe Bryant. And Uchenna went out halfway in this game, but you're pretty close to full strength. And so you're seeing them with the team, returning to full strength, seeing them play at their best. If I was to point to some schematic things, I think that you have indeed dialed up a little bit more of the pressures, Robert. You've taken yourself from where you've been historically the last 10 years, which is a bottom 28 blitz team. That tends to be your rate. Like the last year you were 15%, for instance, as your blitz rate. This year you've been pushing it upwards of around 25+%. And so that's a very big jump. That takes you from being 28th to like 12th in the NFL in your blitz rate. And with dialing up that blitz rate, you put teams under more pressure. You've congested the offenses better. You've broadened up the corners and dropped them. Instead of dropping into their deep looks and coverage and having them always constantly protect to depth, you've got them up squeezing some of the shorter routes. You have your linebackers up squeezing some of those shorter routes. And this is all worked together to bring this defensive performance to play in the manner by which it has. But it is all of that, I would think. Byron says we're going to miss Lockett when he's gone. He's reliable and clutch. Definitely was today as the game wore on and there were hard yards to be found anywhere on the football field. There were times that Geno could simply just drop back and go find Tyler wherever he was. And Tyler could be that chain mover at times in this game, which was very nice to be had. And I'm definitely not looking forward to the days that Tyler moves on, that's for sure. Liam says, I can't see how we get adequate value for DK in a trade. He's so much better than his production, as good as his production has been. I feel the same way. I'm very happy with what he's given us bang for buck wise. Let's remember on the last contract, he didn't take and push for the high water mark that he probably could have. I think he would have been in line at that time to start asking for $27.5 million per year. His buddy Brown had just gotten paid, $25 million per year on a 4-year deal, and his production was right in alignment with his. But instead, he took like $23.5 million per average. The deal is very good for us. We're getting our money's worth, in my opinion. I'm with that. I just don't see, and I don't see the value or the smarts behind trading DK. I don't think that it's a net positive for the team. Holy Hand Grenade says, look at what Dak was able to do when he had the great O-line and weapons. He was almost Super Bowl bound that one year. Great example. Thank you for bringing that one up, Holy Hand Grenade. That's another one that I think is a very outstanding one to look at. Here you have Dak Prescott, who, as he's now gone along through his year and gone into what should be his prime of his career, seemingly not playing at the same efficiency level we saw when he first walked in the door. But like you say, what's been the key point of that is that every year that Dak has been in this Cowboys team, every single year that's gone by since he's arrived, the offensive line has gotten a little bit worse, not better. And with it, his performance has gone down with that, hasn't it? And yeah, that's a great example of that. He came in as a rookie. He had Zeke Elliott. He had Tyron Smith, all-pro left tackle. He had Frederick, all-pro center, right guard. Zach Martin, right guard over there. They even had a decent right tackle, I think, at that time. Eventually got La'el Collins in there to add the mix of it too. Yeah. Look at how much different that Dak looks in his rookie year and how to now. And I think that that's the one thing that's been the big change from them. Tyron's gotten old as dirt. Frederick's retired. Martin's been holding up pretty well still as kind of the last holdover, but they've not been able to necessarily quite. They got one kid they drafted a couple years ago who's coming along pretty well, but they've not quite been able to give him that same line. Certainly not the same skill position players, but then that comes back to him being paid. And once you start paying quarterbacks, now you got to start taking away money from skill position players. WTC says, WTC, are the Seahawks going to trade for anyone after the Cardinals win? I don't see a trade partner out there to be had myself, WT. You look at it and I think you feel pretty good about where the defense is playing. So defensive line becomes less of a pull to address that. You still have Brian Monet, Cameron Young due to be coming back to the team to help out the ranks there. Maybe defensive end. But then who's going to be the guy? Who's going to be the team out there trading a defensive end that you're going to want, or a 3-tech, I should say? And looking around at the teams that could potentially be in sell mode, I don't see a team that's got a 3-tech worth us going out and getting. Outside of that, I mean, what other position will we maybe look to target? And I'm just not too sure. You certainly feel great about the receiver core. You're going to get McIntosh added back to the running backs. I'm guessing that Charbonnet is not going to be having a serious. I guess if Charbonnet's got maybe a serious injury here that he's dealing with, which I think it's just, I heard a hamstring, so probably not too serious, probably be back. So running backs look good. Tight ends are still 3 strong and rolling fine. Your corners now look pretty deep. Your safeties look pretty deep. You got your 2 linebackers rolling with Devin Bush still behind them. Your edges are still 4 deep as it stands. I think it goes pretty quickly to that 3-tech as the main spot that you would look as a potentially place. So some of this is just there's not very many things that you need to upgrade, and then some of this is that there's just the place that you have to upgrade. There's not a lot to offer. Nick says, glad we got the win. Shame Spoon didn't get his INT or sack. Very much. Yeah, very much true. It would be nice to get those, especially as somebody else said above Nick. It helps him get that DROY. But still, he's balling out. Balling. The Seahawks, someone said they don't like Paul Allen. I missed that one. No, I think everyone loves Paul Allen. I don't think anybody's anti-Allen. Nick, did they pull Curran for sore foresight? Yeah, they did at one point. I think the injury stuff was just too much for him. Dzilla Hawk, when we play the Cowboys, Brandon, should we do behind the enemy line streams with Cowboys YouTube streamer Mark Holmes? That'd be fun to watch. I'd be down to do it, Dzilla. I'm trying right now to reach out to multiple Cleveland Brown channels on YouTube here. I've hit them up on Twitter and on email to try to get a response back for a show next week. I'm hoping Megan can maybe enlist one of her Ravens channels to reach out to and see if they'd be down. Because I would like to do a Ravens preview then after that. So if I can get it set up, I'm going to try. It's been a bit hard on getting some responsiveness from some of these fan bases online with guys that want to sync up, but I want to do it. So yeah, I'll look up, I'll definitely potentially look at trying to touch base. I guess Mark Holmes, I'll see what I haven't been aware of him, but Cowboys got a lot of YouTubers out there, so I'm sure I can track someone into the frame here on this. I'd love to, though. I think I'd love that to be a nice, consistent show we could do every week. It's just been hard. It's been hard. Everyone's so shy. Eric for real says Brooks has been playing lights out. Just wow. The PFF stats will back this up, Eric, and to the eye test, it certainly backs it up. He is playing his best football right now, and by far his best football. He's been a good tackler. He's been a good run defender. He's given you that already so far in his career, but the coverage and giving up a lot of yards in zone and just being, kind of lost out there at times in coverage. That's been a big inhibiting factor to him getting better as a player. And he has now tightened that up, gotten much better in coverage. Had a play in this game where he knocked the ball free, came up and actually just a perfectly timed where he came up and hit the guy right as the throw's coming in, dislodged the ball. He's also shown this year more than ever we've seen the prior years past an ability to blitz. Half a sack on the day-to-day. Absolutely a factor every time when he seems to be sent as a blitzer. Him and Bobby are just a great combination for those double A gap blitzes. But he has been tremendous. And as we might say on this, he's earning himself quite a bit of money here as he's due to be a free agent this offseason. Some of those top-end middle linebackers last year getting around $15 million in free agency, $16 million in free agency. He is looking like he's going to put himself right in line for that. Chris says it's about time for this fan base to get behind this team like we're the fullback in a tush-push, celebrate the good, improve the bad, and call out the ugly with respect and looking to come together. Love it, Chris. I absolutely love it, man. Well said. Well said. No, Kirk Cousins horrible. I'm not a big Kirk Cousins guy either. Yeah, Megan, I'm not a Cousins guy either. That's all there is. That's all there'll be. Yeah, the Drew Lock folks too on this. That's something that has been raised in my chat and channel. I'd love if there is a person that does really truly believe Drew Lock would be the answer over Geno this year. I don't think there's a lot of folks out there that think that, but if you do believe that, I have one question for you. We've established in our discussions here today that the pass protection efficiency has not been great. As to whether or not Geno should have ascended past that or played beyond that, that remains a different argument. The base bottom line fact that nobody can deny is that the pass block efficiency from week 13 onward last year, including the 49er playoff game and throughout most of these first six games of action, has been a bottom third pass protecting unit. Drew Lock in his final 2 years with the Denver Broncos, in which he did not flourish, he did not play well. He was at one point benched for Teddy Bridgewater. Drew Lock was operating behind an offensive line that had a pass protection efficiency rate of 26th and then 28th in his final year. I like Drew Lock. I think Drew Lock has some upside. But Drew Lock has also shown, if we want to say that Geno get rattled and pressure can upset him, Drew Lock has also shown that when he gets under pressure and gets rattled, he'll start throwing some interceptions. So is our belief here then that a man who didn't operate well under duress, who didn't operate being under a higher rate of being hit under pressure quite a bit with Denver, has suddenly corrected that just because he's come to Seattle? Because if he's under the same kind of duress, I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think he's going to struggle behind that as well, which is the bottom line point I say to this in general, which is it just kind of doesn't matter on the quarterback. When you're your line's not on point, when they aren't there to do their job, the rest of the offense can't make it work. It does begin with the offensive line first and foremost. But I think Drew Lock would struggle if you put him out there. He's going to be under just as much duress. Tanner Champion says, amazing after all the Russ locker room drama. Fans think this locker room would be totally cool trading Geno or DK. Yeah, I don't think they would either. Diddy says, KJ and Bob Wyman have both said at the goal line, run straight, not sideline, not side to side. That first and goal on the 2, I could be misremembering this, but I thought we ran 2 inside zone runs with Walker right up behind Bradford, I thought. But there were some more other plays in the game too, other than those, that's for sure. Stale says, I can criticize Geno, acknowledge there's no easy fix upgrade. These Geno stands acting like it's outrageous to look at quarterbacks in the draft, though. We're living or dying with Geno this year. That's right. That's right. And I am pro. I am definitely pro drafting a quarterback this year. I just say keep Geno at the same time. DVN, Locke kind of is like a stronger arm Brock Purdy. He can fit our offense well and operate it and get rid of the ball fast. He has a bigger arm. He may have that, but he doesn't operate under duress any better. And if it's a matter of, well, we'll put Locke in once we got the line in place, well, then how does Geno look once the line's in place? And does Geno look better if you have the line in place? But the Drew Lock operating well under pressure thing, I don't know on that. Maybe he's fixed it. But it wasn't that way with Denver. D-Nugget, thank you for reminding me that. Please do, everyone, hit that like button if you could for me in the chat. I also want to do a quick thank you and a shout out to the sponsor of this show, which would be Underdog Fantasy. Oh, that's not right. Underdog Fantasy is sponsoring your guide throughout the course of this year. And they've been very kind enough to do so. You guys have been doing a great job of using the code. You can use the code right now just by clicking the link in the top of my description section. It's going to be NEST. And when you use that code, you get $100 on yours truly. $100 matched up to your first deposit, up to $100 when you go to Underdog Fantasy and put this code in today. I didn't do so. I haven't checked in on my contest yet for this last week, so I got to take a look at those. But you can use this code today. Get $100 on Underdog Fantasy. Let's play some games. They're giving away $200,000 a week, $2 million over the course of the year. There's every type of games that you can get into. You want to go mano a mano against a real person, or you just want to bet against the line. Whatever it may be, they got you. They can do it there, and they will be sponsoring this Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year and into this off season. So please do utilize them today. And I think I got a little bit behind on my donos again. I'm sorry. Man, I get caught up in... Holy moly. Okay. Megan, sorry. Hopefully, Megan, you're still in here. If I missed you, I'm sorry about that. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, heading out 12s. Thanks for a great stream. Talk to you soon, and go Hawks. Well, Megan, I hope I didn't miss you on your way out there. Thank you for all your donos today. Thank you for all the modding you're doing today. I appreciate all of that. And hope you have a great night. And, don't rub your brother's face in it too hard. A little bit. You can get a little bit of extra, you can twist the elbow into it a little bit, a little extra. You give the guy a break though. It's going to be a hard year for him, Thank you though, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Thank you for all your donations and support. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, can I just say how electric would the pair of Bill Belichick and Russell Wilson III make? Bill could finally disclose how they knew how to jump that slant. Make it so. I had not up until this point, Garth, even thought about the fact of Russell going to Bill Belichick in New England. But that's just enough outside the box that it might be something in kind of play. I've been trying to think about, if Russ does get cut by the Broncos, and he would be cut very soon in the offseason because they have to make a determination on him within a week after the end of the season. If that does occur, where does Russ go at that point? Where is the landing spot? Is there a team that's willing to give him a starting job? Has he got to go compete somewhere? Does he want to compete at that point? Is there only just backups available to him at that point, Garth? I've wondered. And you do look at the New England scenario, and if Mac Jones isn't the guy, and they're not really in a position to go draft the next guy as being a high pick, and they need kind of a placeholder if they go take a second or third round kind of cat. Russ, as crazy as it seems, and I'll tell you on the surface of it, Garth, I'm like, no way. But as crazy as it seems, might just be in play. Patriots don't have a lot of options. Russ doesn't have a lot of options. The enemy of the enemy is my friend. Something like that. You know what I mean, Garth? You're going to get totally credit if you just nailed that one. You might, that one's so outside the box, it's kind of brilliant in that it could totally play out that way. Where else is he going? Tennessee? The Bears? Compete with Justin Fields? Do the Bears want that? I don't know. I think it's a possibility, man. I know it doesn't seem like on the surface that'd be a fit. I don't think Bill O'Brien would like that. I think he'd like Russ as the OC, but you never know, Garth. I kind of like it as a fit. Could you imagine that? Belichick with Russ goes back to the Super Bowl. That'd be insane. Feed Me More Seahawks has a $2 donation. Says Geno has an MVP vote and Russell Wilson doesn't. Did Geno get an MVP vote last year? I had missed that one, man. That's a great little fact, a great little tidbit, Feed Me. It's a great little tidbit. I love that. And yeah, Russell should have had some votes. He should have. And that's just speaks to how hard it is to get those Eastern bias awards for us out here in the West Coast. Megan, you have a great night too. I hope I didn't miss you too late on that dono acknowledgement. Feed Me More Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 drop and that great little factoid. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, want to know our winning percentage under Pete Carroll when we defer on the kickoff? Yes. Oh, you totally buried the lead. You didn't put the answer in your dono. You got me on the edge of my seat here, Randall. I love having the ball after halftime. That's so the ideal for me. It feels like you're almost stealing an extra possession. I'm going to make a guess. I bet it's 67%. It's my blind guess. Few more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I would sign Brooks, but as a will linebacker, not an inside linebacker. Yeah, the price will probably be pretty similar on the bottom line costs of what it would take at that point, I would say. The Seattle Seahawks right now are sitting at $3 million currently of functional cap space. Some of that's going to be aligned to guys that aren't going to count against the cap. So you have about $7 million of functional cap space right now. Jordan Brooks is going to sign no matter what, at least $15 million on average per deal if he does stay at if he stays at the current spot, Feed Me. So if you think about that, 4 years, $60 million, $25 million guaranteed, something like that, $222.5 million guaranteed, something like that. Don't know if you're going to be able to squeeze him in and still have the money to sign your draft picks and address other positions. Because you do have left guard, for instance, that you're going to have to figure out. You've got 2 free agent tight ends that you are going to kind of need to address. You are losing 2 technically middle linebackers here in both Wagner and Bobby Wagner and Brooks. And it might be better to just bring back Wagner at like a $1 million, $8 million deal and then go get another linebacker out there for like as a rookie or whatever, instead of paying all the $15 million cost. I think it's going to be very hard to fit him under the cap because he's playing so well. And because there's going to be a team, I think, that'll step up to the table to give him, was the Tremaine Edmonds deal that I think the Bears gave out this past year? He'll probably get something equivalent to that, I would say. Brian Stewart, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. all members of the channel. I'll be releasing out this Monday the PFF scores to you guys directly there on the community post board. I'll also be doing and continuing to do a Thursday night football stream at 5 o'clock, Brian. So do please keep an eye out on your community post for that, as we will be doing that every week throughout the course of this season. But thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate you jumping aboard so very much. And thank you for all the donations tonight. Unbelievable. Garth, you got me thinking about this Russell Wilson Belichick thing now. I'm just trying to go through my mind, like, where else is he going to go? Maybe Dave Canales is out there at Tampa Bay. Maybe he'd try to talk them into bringing Russ in. Snail says Penix is a paper tiger. He's going to play bad under pressure. I'm worried about that, Snail. It's kind of a growing concern for me with Penix that's sort of has risen up the past couple of weeks. First part of the season, he was kept clean so very often. And then the last couple of weeks, he's been under duress. And certainly this last week against Arizona State did not handle the pressure well at all. It took him through most of that game to figure out how to deal with some of the pressure there, where you just start throwing the out routes to the edges past the hash. But he's not dealt with it well, and you already worry about him a little bit physically and how he holds up. I don't know if it's going to be enough to not allow him to still be taken in the top 15 or 20, but some of this probably depends on how he plays for the rest of the season against some of the tougher opponents that are coming up on the schedule for the Huskies. Jarl says Lucas is coming back. Peter's making a difference, determines the ceiling on this season. Well said, man. Lucas is becoming a very, very, very important piece to the hopeful success of this year. I think that that's a great take. And I would 100% agree with that. I mean, he is, to me, in my mind, beyond the interior of the offensive line. I just go to Lucas and go, man, if we get Lucas and Cross at least playing strong, building on that first year they had last year, we can make it work on the interior. But we need that. It does feel like you need that at least. Kurt says, I think we could trade up to 12 to 15 for Penix if we think he's better than what we got. It's possible. It's possible. Do you remember, though, Kurt? John Schneider has never traded up in any one first round of any draft. And he has shown a prevalence in the past of really valuing having as many picks as possible. And the one thing to trade up that you have to do away with is not having as many picks as possible. So it's certainly one where it might be in play, but is he going to want to make that cost, pay that price when he hasn't before? And this probably does, just like you said, it depends on if they determine really how good they think Penix is at that point. I wouldn't like to trade up for Penix myself. I don't have a problem with him getting taken in the first round, but to trade up for a guy like that that's a little bit of advanced age and does have the injury issues in his past like he does, I think that's a way big risk that you don't have to necessarily take in that direction. But I'm just starting to think about it too, Kurt, admittedly. Lost Souls, Ancient Treasure. Something is going on with DK. Pete was way too defensive when asked about DK in the post-game presser. I mean, maybe. I don't know, Lost Souls. I haven't heard of anything, so it's hard to necessarily reference anything because I haven't heard anything coming up. And we know he's been dealing with the hip and the ribs. And so it may have just been to a point where they said, let's just let this quiet down. We can beat this Cardinal team without DK. Let's give him a week off. But we'll find out soon. That's the case. D. Nugget says, Bobo's our excellent Bukanuka. He is. It's our version. C-Lord of Bravos. I'm not making any definitive evaluations on Geno this year until I see him with his O-line somewhat intact. Beautifully put. This is exactly the place that I'm at. I might arrive where you Geno folks are at, with some of the folks that, I'm not trying not to use the hater word, but the folks that aren't in the Geno camp. I might arrive where you're at, but give me a full season to make that determination. Let me have an opportunity to see him with a near full strength offensive line. And then I might be able to be a little bit easier to either go in your direction or swim away and be like, nope, see what he does when he has it. Gar says Bobo knows how to use his size. DK doesn't. I would agree with that. DK is a guy at times that does not fully utilize his size to the maximum degree he could. He's got an insane catch radius, and it flashes more than it shows, I would say. Bobo gets out every last bit that he's got to get out of that frame. Yeah, I agree with that. Jason says Penix is Jeffrey. This will praise the Bobo. Praise the Bobo. I got to do a video meme from a movie. I got to go Indiana Jones 2 or something when he's showing the golden deal, and I'll put Bobo's head on instead of the little golden figurine. I'll have Bobo's head as he's raising, Unjalata Bobo. Unjalata Bobo. Jason says Penix going to be 26, has 2 torn ACLs, and comes from a 1-read offense. He's likely not going that early. It's possible, Jason. It's possible. Penix could be a tough one to gauge exactly because of the age, because of the injury history. And look, if he puts up performances like he did this last week against Arizona State through the rest of the year, you certainly will be proven true on that. I think if he puts up more performances that are akin to what we've seen early on so far this year, like what he did against Oregon, he does against USC and the like going down through the rest of the year, I think that there's going to be a draw to find him selected in the top 20. I look at my personal gauge on this, Jason, is that if Kenny Pickett can go at the 25th overall pick in the first round, Michael Penix has a lot more natural talent than Kenny Pickett. And let's remember, Jason, with Kenny Pickett, though he didn't have the torn ACLs, which you mentioned, he was advanced stage coming out, right? He was an older prospect coming out. So it might not. I don't know. We'll see where the NFL teams land on this. But my gut instinct on this is that taking the top 15, maybe not higher than 15 or much higher than 15, but I think he will go inside of what we saw Pickett go at. Sajin says, ugly win. I'll take it. Seahawks. What's good, 12s? What's good, Sajin? How you doing, man? I'll take it too, brother. Cool Breeze, tell me I'm lying. Laughing out loud at the fans. Look at Vegas. Look at the narrative. Niners supposed to win every single Super Bowl the last 5 years. I'm not aligning with my memory. I think you were... Did I miss something, Cool Breeze? BP, Penix may be a top 15 pick, but if he is someone that Schneider likes, I think he would pull the trigger and trade up for him. It's possible. It's hard. This is a hard predict one because we don't quite have a feel yet of what does Schneider think of Penix. Certainly they're going to have as good a look at him as anybody in the country because their scouts are just down the road. They can send 5 scouts to every one of his games at home. So where does he find him? Where does he sit with him on that? It does seem like in recent years, the price to move up is not as much as it was 10 years ago to maybe to kind of give you some merit to this BP. You look at the last draft and what it cost to move up in the draft. It wasn't as substantial when moving up in from a first round pick up higher in the first round. So it's maybe there. It's maybe in play. He just has never done it in the past. And that's always what I base predicting into the future on. Things can happen anomaly-wise or be a one-offs, but in trying to make a prediction for the future, I'm going to try to fit more to the track record of a general manager and what they've done in their past and what's been their approach. And Schneider's just definitely had a little, and to an extreme degree, because the man's traded back in the first round probably about a half a dozen times, but has never traded up specifically in the first round. And he has seemingly had that as the line in the sand that he just does not cross. But maybe. D-Nugget says, Lord praise be to Bobo. That catch today was top notch. Probably the catch of the year. D-Nugget, I'd say. And Bobo we trust, Jeffrey. Hell yeah. Bo Bros. He says nothing is easy in the NFL, especially in a rivalry game. That's right. Division games always tend to be a little bit weird, don't they? Cardinal team played the Rams team pretty tough throughout the course of that game. They played everybody tough this year. And as we saw, this is a Cardinal team that they don't have maybe a lot of talent, but they don't beat themselves. They don't shoot themselves in the foot. They don't make unforced errors. That part stood out to me a little bit today with this team. Gannon's definitely done a good job with them in the first season. production, like put Dobbs in place of Geno. Definitely don't think he's doing as good as Geno does, if you did. D-Nugget, what happened with us on the 1 yard line and goal and couldn't get it in? We tried 2 runs where we tried to hammer it right up the middle and got no push, no holes opened up for Walker. You didn't have Charbonnet as your hammer in this game to bring him to play, to bear. And then that forced you to pass on 3rd down. Just, part of the why you've struggled in the red zone. Part of it has been Waldron. Part of it has been Geno. Part of it has been the decision-making. Big part of it has been your lack of an ability to run. And that our efficiency really goes down inside the 20. Addis says Bobo is literally our next Doug Baldwin. Indeed. Indeed, he's looking like it. He says Cardinals know us. That's why it was what it was. Well said, he. Diddy, I hope DK injury heals quickly. He frustrates me. We still need him. I'm with you. We do still need him. He's going to help us win games before this season is over. And I think they're trying to get him through the forest on that rib injury. That's been a couple weeks ongoing since the Lions game. And then he had the hip injury this past week. So a couple things to try to just kind of fight through on his side of things. Probably hoping to both those things can quiet down maybe a little bit. But he's been a pretty good player about getting on the field and not missing a lot of action. And if DK can make a go of it, we know he will. Jason Duder, Reek is giving up a passer rating of 111 or something. Really bad. I hope he's just hurt. Definitely a lot of room for improvement here from Reek to start things out this year. Yeah. Where was he coming in this game? So coming into this game, he had a 65 rating. He had 20 targets. He allowed 14 receptions. So, he's pretty much right now has been around league average so far this year coming into this game. And probably played pretty close to that through this game too. I don't know, I don't know, man. Jake Bobo's looking very Doug Baldwin-ish to me as far as like they're different types of players, different size players, all that good stuff. But I don't know. Baldwin had 51 receptions in his first rookie year for 788 yards. And where's Bobo at? Yeah, so Bo was only projected for 317. But Doug came here. There was no DK or Tyler on the squad when Doug came here. The wide receiver core was empty. I don't know. He might just be. Sajin says, Thanksgiving win for my birthday when I officially moved to Seattle. Let's go, Sajin. I like the sound of that. Eli Snell Martinez Reek looks like he's lost his hunger to thrive, honestly. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know on that. I think he's okay. I think he's just finding his footing this year. Bit of a sophomore slump. Lost Souls, DK's definitely injured. For sure, he's injured. He got cracked in that Lions game, and he's been dealing with that rib injury ever since then. And the hip thing came up right in the game. They announced it mid-game last week after it occurred with him on a deep ball. I think they're legitimate. D Nuggets says, I'm glad Jamal Adams had a good game with no mishaps. I hope he gets better and better. Me too. And he looked really good in this game again. Flashing once again. On point. Good to see. Joshua says, Spoon's a beast. I was upset when we drafted him too, and now he's my favorite player. I think he's becoming quickly that for a lot of people, Joshua. And just how do you not root for this kid? How do you not get excited by him? He brings the juice. He brings the hits. He can cover. He can pick it off. He can blitz. He can play multiple positions at cornerback. The kid is just awesome. And no one has a weapon like this in the NFL like we have with Spoon. No one quite has a player that can do exactly like we're able to do with him. This is better. It's more impressive having a cornerback that can go from outside to inside fluidly through the course of a game than it is to have a cornerback traveling with a single receiver. My take on it. Because to do the outside and be able to do the skill set of the inside slot guy is tough. Tough. And there's not a lot of outside corners, I think, that could pull that off. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon, how can Pumpkin sleep when there is all this worry about Geno, DK, and the O-line going on in the chat? You have trained her well, I see. She's just, she's so used to it. Yeah, you're just used to it. You're used to it. You know you are. It was an emotional game for her, man. She was on the edge of her tree. Not her seat, but her cat tree. What are you doing? Oh, good. Yeah. Some neck rubs there. That's good. Free truth, I feel like Spoon is taking pressure off Adams to be the hammer every game. Yeah. I'd say that's probably fair. Probably getting those guys hyped up too, seeing that kid rookie out there throwing that body around like that. Cool Breeze says, shout out, Pumpkin. You're getting some shout outs. They're saying, hey. You say hi to everybody else? Hmm? You sleepy? Yeah. Oh, those are some good rubs. Lost. Pete looked real defensive when asked about DK during the press conference. Didn't pass the eye test. There may be something further deep at play, Lost Souls, but there's definitely something going on with the injury front. So the injury stuff is legitimate. It could be a thing too where they're DK, we're going to suspend you for this game, but not tell everybody that we're suspending you, but suspend you for this game to also let you rest with your injuries, but also to send a message to you to stop. I don't know if I see that. I think you're intimating that a little bit. I'm not sure if I see that as being the way that played out, though. Coach Carroll didn't seem like he had the big issue with the penalty last week when he was asked about it. Zajan, after all the searches for a new place to call home, I've been to Seattle 3 times. This is the only city that offers 4 seasons and all the things I love to do outdoors, as well as the food. Food's great. A lot of stuff to do. No more beautiful place in the summertime, Zajan. You got to get through the drizzly, wet winters. But the weather's never extreme, never really any snow, never any real extreme cold. That's the good part of that. And I love living there too. I might be back there as well about the time you're heading back there. So I got a decision to make here in about, 5 months or so, whether or not, and I think I'm going to lean to potentially coming back that way myself. It's a great spot though. And being a Mariner fan, Hawk fan is definitely a plus. That definitely helps. Mr. Kane, Brandon, I'm a big proponent for us drafting linemen. You know this. Those talking ish on Geno without recognizing the value of the line have never played the game and are showing their ignorance. IMO. Well said, Mr. Kane. Well said. As I say with this, I have grown with time to really better appreciate offensive line play more than ever before. And really in looking and studying quarterbacks and studying recent quarterback performance, studying rookie quarterbacks who come in onto teams and the conditions that they're given, and looking at all of these case studies of guys who, this guy goes here and the offensive line's not great, and then this happens. This guy goes here and the offensive line is great, and then that happens. And you have enough of these things and tales that are told over time with quarterbacks going through these random situations where it does start to build a pretty firm story. And that story tells you that as much as we like to think about these quarterbacks floating on high, as much as we'd like to think about that the great quarterbacks can just, levitate on thin air, it's really not the case. And every quarterback has got to be given that offensive line to find success, and not merely for the pass protection, but also for their ability to open up holes in the run game. Both aspects of things are required for a successful offense. And we can find so many examples. We're bringing up the Dak example, the Tom Brady example. Look at Jalen Hurts, who's not a quarterback that can make every throw in the book, but he has a damn good offensive line up in front of him, doesn't he? From start to finish, stem to stern, that offensive line is legit. And it makes his job easier. It puts him in better situations to make him look better. And I am with it all day, all night, Mr. Kane. We want to go offensive line. We want to keep addressing the trenches. That is absolutely where I find myself standing as much as ever, saying, yeah, you're going to get your value, to use your words, you're going to get your value back when you do that. The value's legit. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. I'm going to get closer on getting up to speed on these donos when they come through. I keep missing them. But you guys get me in the chat, man. You guys got me enraptured in the chat. What can I say? Garth with the $5 dono says, sorry guys, my 98 Mazda Miata got towed. Get some yak, DK. Those Miatas were little death buckets, man. They're fun little cars, and it was cool when you had the top down and you're out there rolling, man, Garth. But you just felt like if I get into a car crash, like I'm basically going to just have metal run through my whole body. Like those things just felt like you were sitting in just a death bucket. 98 Mazda. They were kind of a low key flex car in the late 90s though. Like they were kind of like a, hey, you know what I mean? I'm a single guy with the top down, my Miata. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 dono. Get that yak, DK. Get that yak. F the hip. Get the yak. Appreciate you though, Garth. Random McDaniel with the $2 donation says, I don't want any part of a lefty quarterback. No offense. I like it you throw at me no offense because I'm a lefty. I've always said on this, Randall, and Garth can attest to this, I'm a lefty weirdo, you know? I'm what is it? I have bigotry against my own people. I look upon my own people with a prejudicial eye, and that being lefties. And I'm sorry, I love us guys. We have a lot to offer. We're pretty creative brained. You know, we on the right hemisphere of the brain. That's how we mainly operate. But it looks weird when we throw the football. It just looks weird. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. There's something different about our form when we throw versus righties that looks just a little bit off. And look, you know, having a lefty quarterback changes a lot of stuff, Randall. It does. Your offense completely flips. Your Abraham Lucas now becomes your blindside rusher. And Charles Cross now becomes your strong side, basically tackle. You know, where a lot of your run plays are theoretically going to go to the left now, where you would have had them typically before that go to the right. Because obviously a left-handed quarterback is going to throw with better accuracy to his left. A right-handed quarterback is going to throw with better accuracy to their right. That's what the data says, at least historically speaking. So there's a lot to be changed if you're going to do that with a quarterback. And I do find myself, as much as I appreciate the value of Penix and I love his arm talent and I love what he's doing with UW, and I hope that they go as far as they can go this year. I mean, I hope they can go national title this year. I really do. But I would more firmer rather than trading up for a Penix. Number one, I'm not big on the lefty thing like you are either, Randall. We're on the same page with that. I don't like the advanced stage. I don't like the injuries. And then I don't like having to trade up for that in the draft to go get that guy at that point on top of all of that. The better path for me is we've got a draft that's loaded to the gills with between the second and fourth round. There'll be a good 10, 12 guys taken at the quarterback position in those rounds. So to me, go target a guy in there. Go find a guy in there that's, you know, very, very good and functional and able to get the job done, who can work behind a stacked offense and a defense that's flowing and a special teams unit that's rolling. But I do find myself in that place with Penix where it just doesn't line up. If we were to naturally select in a position where he just fell to us, okay, we could have a conversation at that point. I'm with that. But to trade up, to trade multiple first round picks, to have to go get him, that's a bit dodgy for me too. Can't do that either. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate that, Taker610. He says, Rob Stanton likes Spencer Rattler. Spencer Rattler has a lot of guys that are, a lot of people that are pro Spencer Rattler. And indeed, I think I did see that Rob is a big pro Rattler guy. I have to be honest. I've never really been a big Rattler guy. I think he had kind of a poor performance this past week, if I'm not mistaken. Go back and double check. The tough part with this, of course, to give him a little bit of room for error, though, is that he does not have the most stacked of teams out there. He's playing in the SEC and, kind of on maybe one of the more weaker SEC teams that is out there. Trying to find him. So they lost to number 20th ranked Missouri. The South Carolina team now goes to 2-5 on the year with Rattler there. Rattler was 23 of 40 for 217 yards, 5 yards per attempt, 1 interception. He had a 19.4 QBR. He's had some good performances this year, and I understand completely why Rob would look at him, because he does fall into this alignment. I think Rob probably in the same place I am, where he's looking at this long-term out, Rob doing the draft stuff he does, and seeing the situation for, okay, they're likely to take a quarterback second, third round here. The first round thing isn't looking viable by where we're going to land and who's available. Second, third round does seem to be that place, or even in the fourth round. And Spencer Rattler indeed will be one of those guys in that place. And he provides you a unique arm talent that you might not normally get picking in the second or third round. My issues really come down to Rattler a little bit on the leadership side of things. And he is a guy that at times straddles the line at times of having Jay Cutler-like body language to him. Not in the full of, I don't care, but just in sort of a pissiness on the football field, where he's not under control. His emotions are running wild. He's played a lot of college football, and to see him at times lose his cool and then seem to get a little bit then out of control and not as locked in at that point, I don't like seeing that stuff as much. It doesn't remove him off my list or to say that he isn't a viable guy to be looking at in the second, third round. The value will probably be there with Rattler at that point, a guy that once a lot of people were looking at as a first round type quarterback. I think he has gotten better at South Carolina from where he was at Oklahoma, Taker. I'd give him that. He's gotten better, I think, at times at taking just the simple throw and not everything's got to be a wow throw. But for me, body language is big for me at the quarterback position. And every time a receiver doesn't run the route he thinks they should have ran, or something's not adjusted the way he thinks it should be adjusted, you really feel that on him on the football field in that body language. But I wouldn't hate it at the second, third round, because the talent is there. And this stuff is body language, especially with a guy like Coach Carroll, who's super positive and will be wary of that. Certainly is a correctable thing. Carroll would be probably the ideal coach for a Rattler to get him right. And I've got to acknowledge they don't have the best team there in South Carolina, playing in a tough conference, which makes his job really tough. And who's the NFL wide receiver that he's throwing to out there? So I could see, understand that. D Nugget, thank you for the $2 donation. Says a great Sunday night chat. Thank you, Brando and Pumpkin. Well, my pleasure. Pumpkin says her pleasure as well, don't you? Yeah, she just said my pleasure too. Yeah, you did. But I appreciate you, D Nugget, for that. Thank you so much for that donation, brother. And happy great Sunday night to you too. Hope everyone has a nice, easy downhill work week. No piles of paperwork. Just a lot of sitting on the internet looking at Seahawks content. You should be working, but you're watching Seahawks content. You are. 283128 with a $2 donation. Says, do you think DK is overpaid? Personally, I don't. No, I don't find myself feeling that way either. Let's do this properly, because you did donate. So let's take a look at wide receivers in the NFL and what they're making on average here. Let me find this here. Top salaries. All right, let's go with wide receiver. I think it's a good question. That's why I want to look this up, by the way. Come on. Okay. So the biggest cap hits this season are currently let me see. It's going to only give me the top 5. There we go. Okay, so these are the top cap hits this year. Amari Cooper at $23 million, Mike Evans at $23 million, DJ Moore at $20 million, Cortland Sutton at $18 million. DK Metcalf finds himself 10th in the National Football League, just beneath Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Michael Thomas at $13 million as his cap hit this year. So he has a top 10 cap hit rate by receivers in the league. Just below DK Metcalf, it goes Mike Williams at about the same amount, Marquise Brown, Hunter Renfrow, Curtis Samuel, and then you get Tyreek Hill all the way down because they lowered down his cap in the way the Dolphins did to make his contract work. Of course, Tyreek's on a ridiculous contract, though. Like $30 million a year or something like that. So at $13 million per season, are we getting the right value out of DK at 1,000 yards a season, almost 10 touchdown receptions, and a great blocker? Yeah, that's fine value for me. And if we want to take his average per at $23.5 million, there's plenty of receivers making well over that a mark and throughout the year. I would say that there's at least 9 receivers making more than that above him on that mark. Maybe let me see here if I can find that. No, let's go to average. Not that average really should matter. It should be really down to cap it because average is really null and void. So he does have 10, but you have Tyreek Hill at $30 million, Devontae Adams at $28 million, Cooper Kupp at $26.7, AJ Brown at $25 million, Stephon Diggs at $24 million, and then DK Metcalf at $24. So he's right there with Deebo Samuel, Terry McLaurin, DJ Moore. I think he's paid right. He's paid good, especially keeping in mind that we had DK for real cheap for 3 years on that second round contract. But I'm glad to hear you don't as well, 283. I'm perfectly happy forking over that money. Brian Myers, anybody know why YouTube won't allow a comment to be deleted? I don't. Kind of weird. They'll let you edit it though, Brian. I think you can edit it down to where like you then just edit it and remove all the font to like a exclamation point or something. Sajin says, no place is perfect, but they speak my language and think the way I think. This is home for me. Well said, Sajin. I feel the same way myself. I'm definitely a West Coast guy. I've lived all throughout the United States various times. There's some really nice areas. There's definitely a time I pulled me with family being down in California to go down there, but Washington is definitely the place that feels most like home. Addis says, I'm not really a weather complainer. I'm not until we get till about February, and then I become a little bitch. Too cold. It's too cold. Jordan Russell not getting a vote is dumb. Yeah. 15, 16, 17, 18. There should be a collection of first round of MVP votes in there for Russ during that time period. Not saying he should have won it. Well, the year Lamar won it, he had a strong case. Chad's voting on something. Sajin, I chose the Broncos to win. Good. Gosh, you called out. Oh, man. Good call on that one. Broncos were able to win that one out. Jesse, how long do we keep excusing Geno for the SE play? As long as we have a non-functioning offensive line for the most part. Once we get a little bit more healthier at the line and he's playing not good, then I think it's a little bit easier to make the determination that indeed Geno's not playing great. I think it's also tough when we're probably going to really get caught up at times on some of the 2 worst passes of his day rather than any of the good stuff that he brought to play and to bear. And he certainly had 2 real bad passes in this game that stand out for fans. But the 2 bad passes don't make the total of the day. The total of the day is the total of the day. All the passes, all his decision-making. I do believe, though, Jesse, it will get better once the offensive line gets better. Listen to you purr. Randall, you got to give me the win percentage under PC, and you got me in mystery over here. Joshua says, we have a lot of great players on offense, Geno included. I'm honestly not that worried. If we can get better health and O-line play, we're going to catch fire. I love it, Joshua. I couldn't agree more, man. The Nuggets' Hawks Nest late on a Sunday night makes me happy. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Kurt, we need better play calling on offense. Simple as that. That's certainly another part of this process that's not being talked a lot about, Kurt, that I think is a factor here. And that I think Waldron had a better start to the year last year than he's had to this year so far. He's not been out and out bad, but I don't know that he's been as creative and as on point. I think just like Geno, he's probably being inhibited a little bit by the offensive line health to start this year off, and that he's needing to dial up a lot of extra protections at times for those tackles on the edge especially. But I would like to see some improvement from the play calling where you can feel a little bit more what they're trying to accomplish and attacking in a more varied fashion. I think we need to draft a quarterback and groom him. Geno's decent, but isn't a game changer. We'll keep building the defense and O-line, and we'll be right back in it. Love the thoughts, I watch. Agree 100%. Perfectly good with going and taking that quarterback. Find the guy to groom. Nothing wrong with that. Especially with having Geno here already, where you don't then feel forced to have to play the young kid too early if he does need some time to mature. Azban, which NFL quarterbacks do you think will play better behind our O-line than Geno? Which, if we're talking about Azban broken down O-line, guys that would be excelling behind this offensive line in the current shape it's been in and still be very effective, I think you're probably looking at Mahomes and Burrow would be the only two guys that I think would be able to get this done. Yeah, that would be it. Final answer on that one. Not to say he's number 3 just behind those guys in his ability, but just that I think there's only really 2 quarterbacks in this sport that if you don't give them an offensive line that's got 3/5 of it out, that can still, drum up a functional offense and be productive. Those are about the only 2 guys that I would have faith to be able to do that. I think everybody else is going to be reduced in those kind of conditions. Free Truth says, how many games has DK been out since getting here? This is his very first game that he's missed in his entire career. Andy J says, what would you offer for Danielle Hunter? Can't really see the benefit behind bringing Danielle Hunter in myself, Andy. You have 4 edges right now stacked on the roster. You're having already coming into this game a trouble finding snaps for Darrell Taylor and Derek Hall, your second round pick, because you have Uchenna and Boye out there ascending. So where does Danielle go, Andy? Does he take? You just paid Uchenna Nwosu like a $17 million season. Does he jump into Uchenna's spot and just take over for him at that point? Do you want to move out Boye Mafe? He's got 4 sacks in the year on his other edge. Not that Danielle hasn't been really good this year in his start, but I just don't think it's a position you really need. And he is an edge guy. Kurt says, still say go get Leonard Williams. I do the Leonard Williams deal all day long. Yeah. I don't think it costs you past a 4th round pick to go out there and get him from the Giants. And I would make that deal all day. I mean, even if it ended up costing like one of our 3rd round picks where we got to give up our native 3rd round pick, which is probably going to be a late 3rd round pick, I still would do that for the insurance that he would bring to the position. John Palomeno says, I love your voice of reason, especially when it comes to Geno and DK. Thank you, John. As I always say with this, I'm as truthful as can be with this stuff. I don't have a way to be able to BS you guys or try to just, paint everything in a beautiful light if that's how I think it is. People that have been, of course, watching this channel for a long time know that if I don't like what I'm seeing, I'm going to bring it up. And certainly after week 1 of this season, I lit into Coach Carroll and this coaching staff a little bit in my post reaction and said, this isn't an acceptable effort. I don't like what I'm seeing. I think what we've seen, though, moving on throughout the course of this year is not the same as that opening loss. It's quite a different, it's a horse of a different color, in my opinion. And when it comes to the quarterback play across the sport and how quarterbacks are playing, to how Geno's playing, to what he's been up against, and understanding that really for the folks that do knock Geno, there has been almost no benefit of the doubt for the conditions that I have spoke upon that he's had to deal with. There's been very rare that the person comes in that talks about not being in on Geno anymore that then says, and I understand the fact that he's been under a battered offensive line going back to week 13. And I understand that he's not had much of a running game to call upon going back to week 13. And if you take the back half of last year to add one more spot onto it, that's not been the case over the last 3 games, but was the case through the first couple games of this season, right? It's only something that's been solved over the past 3 games. If you go back from week 13 up through this week as well, in addition to not having good pass protection, in addition to having a run inefficiency because there's not any holes being opened up in the run game, he's also had his defense failing through a large period of that time. I always say that go back to like that Niner playoff game. It's the pure unadulterated encapsulation of what Geno was going up against through the back half of that schedule. Nothing to be had really in your run game. Your defense is giving up points on every single drive to the 49ers. You're under siege in pass protection constantly if you're Geno, and you got to score on every play. There's things that just kind of add up to then pulling back the quarterback performance. And all of these are, to me, factors, not in just one individual thing. They're all factors into it. They're not excuses, they're factors. And we tried to make comparisons, tried to show in other reports, tried to bring up like the Tom Brady comparison. As I say to start off this show, though, I think the folks that are in the camp of being a little bit anti-Geno and anti-feeling him, I don't know if there's an argument that can be made or something that could be presented to see it and go, oh, okay, I see your point on it. I think they find themselves pretty firmly affixed in that camp. But I would ask them to take another look at it, to take another real, clear, strong, solid look at this and to make the determination, am I really giving Geno the fair shake here and trying to make this determination right now, 6 games into the season, knowing what he has been up against on this offense and where they've been playing, especially that line. But I appreciate that, John. I do. Moss Productions, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I do appreciate you for jumping aboard in that way, Moss, and please do keep an eye on your community posts. I'll be releasing out the PFF scores tomorrow on that, and we'll be doing our Thursday stream as we do for members only of the channel as well. So please do tune in for that too. Andy J says, much love from San Diego. Go Hawks. What's up, Andy? Well, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you tuning in from San Diego, Wales, Virginia. But hope you're doing well, man. And much love right back out to you. Jesse says, we have to face it. When facing good defenses or average at times, Geno is a problem. Can't keep ignoring that. I don't know. The Lions has been a better defense this year. I don't know if I go to good or bad. I know they got handed their butts today in Baltimore, but they've been pretty good throughout the course of the season. He did well against them. But again, I think, Jesse, this is where we come down to there's that disagreement on it. There's the anti-Geno camp. There's no excuses that can be given. He's just bad. Then there's the folks in my camp on this that say, look, here's some reasons. Here's other quarterbacks that have been situations who are really good, and then you remove their offensive line. I'd love, Jesse, as you're taking a fervent stance on this one, if you could, I'm bringing up, for instance, the Tom Brady comparison I'm trying to bring up as one to kind of illustrate this point on Geno and how it impacts so hard line, not having that offensive line. Is that a comp for you that you just sort of throw out and say that doesn't apply here? You have a Tampa Bay team wins a, and I mean this is a true question, not being facetious, but you have a Tampa Bay team that goes and wins a Super Bowl. They return, for the first time in modern Super Bowl history, they return every single starter on both sides of the ball. Tom's got his pass catchers in place, got his tight, got everybody's in place, right? Loses his 3 most important offensive linemen, and the production from Tom Brady is very much different from the 2 seasons and how he played. I mean, isn't that kind of where if it affects the GOAT, then it's got to affect everybody, right? That's kind of my comp on this. If I can remove the defense and say, well, you can't say Tampa Bay's defense just suddenly failed. They brought everybody back. And again, there's more comps I can give beyond that, but there's a lot of this. If you look, for the folks that are anti-Geno, look in recent history with quarterbacks playing behind decimated offensive lines that are injured all across the board. You're not going to find sterling quarterback performance at that point. You're going to find some miserable performances. You're going to find some fluctuating states. You're going to find some inconsistencies. I think that'll be a place that we have a disagreement at really a root level here a bit. But that is what's at the root level here in the disagreement. D Nugget says, Paul Allen is the GOAT owner. No weird sex scandals. He cared for his team, and he is from the area. Absolutely a magnificent owner. I'll say he deserves a statue in front of that stadium, and hopefully he gets it at some point. But GOAT owner is a great way of putting it too, man. Could not have asked for a better owner, especially coming on the heels of Ken Behring. Alex, when are they putting in Jason Peters? I guess he had, Alex, some little bit of an injury setback last week, which is why we haven't seen him up until this point. So I'm a little uncertain when he's going to make his debut. Sajan says, I will be permanently in Seattle this time next year for sure, baby girl. Oh, sorry, you're talking to me. Andy J, I wouldn't trade for Micah Parsons. No, he's about to be paid, and you'd have to give up 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, and then you got to pay him a $35 million contract. I don't think I'd want to do that. Snail says Penix is a younger, more injury-prone version of Geno. I wouldn't want him in the first or second. I'd rather take a shot at Nix or Ward in the third and go to the Lions in the first 2 rounds. I would prefer to do the same as well, Snail. I think that's a better route to go as well. Yeah. Well, hand grenade. Hopefully this shows everyone who wants DK gone, traded, how important he really is on the team. Unfortunately not, Holy Hand Grenade. I wish that was the case as well, but no, I don't think it'll happen. There's some anti-DK folks, just like there's some anti-Geno folks. And the one thing that is clear in having a lot of conversations with folks that are in this camp especially the past couple of weeks, is that, they're solidly in those camps, I would say. Tiago says, Bobo statue when? After his epic 17-year career run, where he receives 15,000 yards, 175 touchdown receptions, we're going to have to wait 17 years on that, but luckily it's for one of the great all-time Hall of Fame seasons for a wide receiver. We've got to wait for his Jerry Rice career to fully commence and bloom before we get the statue. Tommy says, is it possible DK got benched a bit? Pete's number 1 rule is don't hurt the team, and DK publicly said he doesn't care about the penalty board. I have no problem with DK as long as he's team first. Me neither. I think it's more likely, this is a little bit of let's apply the old sentiment, the Occam's razor, right? What's the most likely to be true? The most, deepest explanation where you got to kind of twist over different ways to get to the solution, or the simplest one, being that he's dealing with multiple injuries. They looked at the Cardinals team, said we could beat this team. DK's not going to be the decider on this game, whether we win this game or not. We can beat them. We can beat them regardless, especially at home. And so is it going to help DK to get an extra week of rest on that hip and those ribs? Yeah. And we know for sure he does have those injuries. How bad they are, how deep they are. I mean, that's the part that's a little maybe uncertain, but is it likely that, or that this is the roundabout way for him to punish DK? Especially when, to me, the thing on this, Tommy, the clue on this one is Coach Carroll hasn't said that he has some big issue with what DK has done up until this point. I think, Coach Carroll has been pretty publicly like, it's not something he's happy with, but I don't think he's also struck a tone of it being something that he feels like I've got to stamp this down quick, or this is going to be some huge problem. I don't think he looks at it as a big issue, but we'll hear, I guess. We'll see. DVN says, still feels middle of the road. People who watch the Hawks games with me say we have glimpses of greatness, but are never consistent. Well, when you have the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL, I'd say DVN, inconsistency is going to be a little bit of what you'd probably see. That's something that I think that we're going to have to, take our lumps with over the course of the season just a little bit. I think a little bit of the inconsistency also, though, comes from the injuries. Your defense doesn't play up to snuff to start the year out. You're without Witherspoon. You're without Adams. You're without Tariq Woolen for a game in there. You get those guys all back roaring right, and suddenly your defense is looking strong. Your offensive line's down some bodies. It's been down bodies throughout the course of every single game. Once we get those bodies back, if we're super inconsistent at that point, if the offense can't be functional at that point, then I'll be worried. Then I'll be concerned. But I think that the performance of that unit will become more consistent once the health gets a little bit better. Maybe it never will. Maybe there'll be a beat-up unit on both sides throughout the course of the season. And I think that inconsistency will remain if that's the case. But I have a tendency to believe that because these injuries haven't been necessarily for the year, knocked out for the ACLs, Achilles, that they will get healthier as the year goes along here. That the guys will return to the ranks. Don, Power Ranger, the Hawks Nest. Hello again, Brandon and all. Hope everyone is well now that our Seahawks have won this afternoon's game. Woo! Woo! too, Don Don. Good to see you in the chat, man. Good to see you. Good mood too. Let's go Hawks. Jason says Kenny Pickett went that high in the worst quarterback draft in history, though. This year's draft is very different. Lots of quarterback talent around. It was a bad one. I don't know, worst quarterback history? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That might be actually on point as I think about it. It's a fair point, Jason. Just definitely a fair point. It only does take one team. You have all these quarterback needy teams going up into this next draft. New England. Let's go. New England. Is Cleveland, is Pittsburgh, Tennessee, Denver, the Raiders, the Washington Commanders, Chicago Bears, Green Bay Packers, Arizona Cardinals, Rams, Saints, Buccaneers, even the Falcons. Kind of make an argument that all those teams could potentially be looking at a quarterback upgrade. And are all those teams going to be waiting on that quarterback upgrade into the second and third round? I think some of them will. But I think in regards for me, Jason, when it comes down to, Penix, it just takes one. And to my point on this, you mentioned about Pickett. I don't think that there was any other team in the first round that was taking Pickett other than the Steelers. I think he was going to go into the second round if he wasn't taken in there. And so it just takes the one. And especially if you have a guy coming off 2 years of top-notch production like Penix is going to come off of, where second, third in the Heisman voting, carries this team to a great record. We'll see where the year goes along, if he can continue the performance. But historically speaking, a quarterback that puts up that kind of performance, those kind of numbers back-to-back like that, even with some of the age and injury stuff, that'll usually be a guy that can be still a first-round quarterback. But it's an interesting case study. I'll give you that, Jason, because we don't have these kind of guys come through, and this draft is, to your point, much, much stronger. I think Doc says, I like Penix, but man, the Husky defense saved Penix big time against ASU. Did they ever? Yeah. That pick six in that game was that was the play right there. I mean, you talk about a one play swinging the emotions of the game and the momentum of the game. That one was it. Penix was just really, really had a tough game. He was struggling against that pressure. Power code Big Bobo. God, I just love the sound of Bobo. How it rolls off the tongue. How it evokes an image of a soft teddy bear, but also a resilient warrior. Bobo Mania baby. And Power Code's definitely a Bobro. That's what we're calling in Power Code. That's the fan club for Boboites, is you're a Bobro. And Megan, we got to think of a female version too for the females. Bobesses? No. We got to come up with one for our female contingent. It does roll off the tongue, no. Robert Charles says, wouldn't Drew Lock be the next man up if you had some injuries? Yeah. I don't think you're bringing Drew Lock up because you feel like Geno's playing bad necessarily, though. Tiago, I've liked what I've seen from Olu and Bradford so far. Maybe starters by next year already. Could be. I didn't get as much chance to lock in on Olu doing the play-by-play. Tiago, that's the one tough part, is to kind of get locked into one player here, one player there, because you're just kind of watching all the action and trying to report on it as it's happening in the moment. But he didn't seem to give up a lot of pressures from inside. Seemed to be okay there. I don't think he did a lot necessarily on the ground with the run game and creating holes with that. But Bradford's been good. Last week, I think he was our highest rated offensive player out of last week's game. Seems like he's getting better and better and better. Had some tough moments in this game, I think, a little bit, but wasn't bad. It's what you're going to get with these youngsters, is some up and down moments. Jamarcus White, bro, I'm the biggest Penix fan you'll find, but by the time he starts with the Hawks, he'll be 26 plus years of age. I'm with it. I'm not, and Jamarcus, I'm like you. I'm a fan of Penix. I don't think that it's something I want to see happen. I don't want to see us taking him in the first round. I don't see the fit myself. Is it possible? Maybe it's possible. But I will say too, as even with them being 26 years old, I mean, I saw a time where there was a draft that I saw a guy at 28 years old taken by the Browns in the first round. So Penix would not even be close to the oldest quarterback taken at 26 years old in the first round in NFL history. That's definitely happened before. But I think the tough part here with this, Jamarcus, is there's just never been quite a guy like Penix. Back-to-back years, top-level production. Great arm strength, accuracy, but then he's a lefty. And then you go, yeah, but then he's also got the injury thing going on. And then you also got the age thing. And then how does all that stuff come out in the wash? I frankly kind of don't know, because I don't have that much of that baseline to go off of with this kind of prospect. The only thing I'm leaning on into my gut with it, that he'll be taking the top 20, top 15, is the fact that I think one team will fall in love with him. And I think that he is going to be producing. And I mean, like, you look at him and Bo Nix, the battle between those two and how they each play the position. There's more of a top end high side to Penix's game than there is with Bo Nix. And I think some team's going to see that in the same way. And that'll be enough to let him be taken high. But we'll see. Brian Meyer says, don't want Radler even in the same state. Are you with me on that, Brian? You got the same body language stuff, kind of. Jamarcus says, we're looking for a franchise quarterback, though. Not a good bridge quarterback. Yeah. I think that's true. Where do we find him? That's the question. Robs, doesn't feel like a win. I worry offensively about silly turnovers and just sloppy plays, but defense played good. Got to take into account both sides of the ball. And when the defense is as dominant as they were today, I think you've got to give them the tip of the cap on how they played in this game and what they pulled off, because they were not just good for a quarter or two. They were good throughout the context of this day. And while, you can say the Cardinal offense isn't good, and that's right, they're not good. They've also had times they've scored 28, 20 points, 16 points. You kept them down to their second lowest total of the year here this year so far. That's a great defensive performance they put together. No points in the second half. 5 straight possessions without a score for this Cardinal team. And it's on the back of what they did last week too, Robs, where 5 straight possessions to finish out that game with the Bengals, meaning that their second half adjustments are working. Their adjustments period over the course of the game are working. I think it's okay to expect more. It's okay to think that this is a good win, or I feel okay about it. I'm a little, to be a little torn to say, but we can play better. We can play better. We've not played our best football. There's still room for improvement. And it's a damn fine position to be in to say, I'm 4-2, our team's 4-2. We got some room to still get better. We haven't played our best ball. We haven't played close to our best football yet. We haven't even gotten both sides playing good football at the same time yet. We haven't had one single game of even that yet. Still 4-2. Unagi says, we will for sure hit 15,000 subs by Thanksgiving. Well, I'm very happy to report, folks, that we crossed 13,900 subscribers today. Seems like every single week we're crossing a new 100 threshold. And it would indeed be probably right about on point that we will get past 14,000 subscribers by the start of November, which indeed would put us, by that Thanksgiving game, we'll be crossing over 15,000 subs. To your point, D-Nugget. So, yeah. And of course, that Thanksgiving stream is going to be pretty epic. So, I'd imagine that might be a good one to push us on up over the top. But it's been amazing, man. We're going to, just to give you guys a bit of a feel for this from a growth standpoint, we started this year out about 10,000 subs is where we started our year out from my beginning origin date, so to speak. We're already at almost 14,000. So yeah, we're gonna nearly, we're like a third of our channel growth will have happened here in this last year. To put that in perspective, just amazing. Kurt says, I thought I saw a lot more heart from JSN today. I think he was out there. He was going to get it done. He was going to make some catches today. He's going to be a factor. Still saw one drop from him, which would have been nice to see him reel in on a key third down there where it hit him right in the hands. Got to catch that, but got his first tutty, got him kind of on the board with that. Good to see him get him kind of starting to roll a little bit more. And I think he's going to be a factor as the season goes along. Cool Breeze says, is Reek league average? Someone enlighten me. This don't seem too good. No, I think he's better than league average. I think that's just where he's been at so far to start the season off. But I think when we give him time for this year to go on, I think he'll settle in and we'll see more of the Reek we saw from last season when it's all said and done. Maybe just a little bit of a sophomore slump to begin things here. Coming off-season surgery. But I think he'll be fine. Mower says Spoon looking better than Woolen right now is crazy. Definitely is. It shows you how good Witherspoon's playing, that he's standing out so well. Woolen's just finding his footing. We'll see with that, but that's what I think. Connor, most of the plays Woolen's been giving up this season have been in zone. He's been better in man this season than he's been given credit for. Yeah, that's the thing. He's not been bad. There's been some ups, there's been some downs. It's not out and out bad play from Woolen. And certainly Witherspoon playing so shining, makes him not, if he's not kind of step for step, we'll remember like, where's your play from last year, bro? Come on. But he's been solid. He's been fine. Wilbert, Spoon rocked more today. Boy, he gave Rondell Moore a hit and a half. Jamarcus says the lack of creativity in the red zone is genuinely insane. If this offense figures it out, this team is so scary the way the defense is playing. Agreed. That's the part to really correct and seek to correct right now and here, right, Jamarcus, where there's some things that you go, okay, we're going to have to address this into the offseason as a failing on the team. But I think to your point on that, the red zone failures come out at the forefront from my standpoint on this, and I say play calling. There's some places that are to blame in other areas. Geno being better, the offensive line being better, both in pass protection and run blocking. But if I look for what is, and we're in agreement on this, what's at the head of that as far as the main issue here, I just see a lack of creativity. There's really almost no pre-snap motion when we get down by the red zone. So you're very stagnant and guys are just aligned in the spots they're aligned prior to the snap. So defenses kind of know what they're getting prior to the snap. There's certainly not a use of the lateral action of the game down by the red zone. Everything's trying to sort of push this up the football field in the red zone all the time. But the route concepts are not very creative. There's a lot of times last week against the Bengals, Jamarcus, where you'd have 4 receivers go out and then they just all come to a stop, where they ran one where they had the outside receivers run out routes here, and then they'd have the inside slot guys being a slot receiver and a slot tight end then run out routes to depth over the top. And you're going, how does this not drag defenders all into the same zone of space for the 2 routes? So I have 2 routes on either side of the field, and one defender can almost eliminate both of those 2 routes if he's positioned in the right place. It's been lacking with the creativity is a good way of putting it. Wilbert says we need DK for Cleveland. Got one of the best defenses in the league. It's one of the reasons I think they rested him this week too. Is I think he could have played if he had to, but they thought, okay, give him a week to let it quiet down. Give him a little bit back to a healthier state for Cleveland, where you're really going to need him next week. Holy Hand Grenade says it's only wet and depressing 9 out of the 12 months here. It's true. Team Geno Gaming. Hey, Brandon. Brandon said earlier on his stream, Woolen has regressed in tackling and his coverage. Do you agree? Not really. Yeah, I don't know if I can say I can see that. I mean, just take his tackling, for instance. He's got over a 70 grade in his tackling numbers by PFF in every single game of the season so far. He's sitting at 65.9 as his PFF score. That's not a bad PFF grade. Right? Like that's a league average PFF grade. Let me try to find something here that might put it in better. Let's see here. So you've got the highest grade in the games, Tavarius Thomas. Some of these guys are on limited snap counts. When I tell you, like I got a Cam Smith at 4, he's got 4 snaps, right? So some of these guys, there's some sample size. He's 80 overall at that point throughout the league in his coverage grade. But when you remove the sample size guys out of play of this, he's basically right at league average. When you remove those guys that are higher graded, like Mike Ford, who's had 4 snaps, or Samuel Womack, who's had 9 snaps, or Kayvon Seymour, who's had 11 snaps, he's at league average. So I don't know. Certainly people are looking for him to take the next step in his second year, and he came off the year with all those interceptions and picks. And, people are wanting to see more of that again this year, but I think he's been fine. Has he lit up like he did last year? No, but he hasn't been bad. And the tackling numbers seem to be okay. I can't quite be there myself. Dinaga Brando moved to Arlington or Marysville. Nice up there, close to Seattle, but out of the fray and housing more affordable. Less homeless. Laughing out loud. Yeah, that's definitely going to have to factor into what I think about here when I move back. It's probably going to be down to living up on the Northern Corridor or up around the Redmond area, depending on if I'm going to do any kind of side work IT-wise up around the Microsoft area or whatnot. So I have to kind of figure out what I'm going to decide to do when doing that. But it's definitely a possibility. Arlington and Marysville aren't out of the play. And I don't want to be dealing with the homeless stuff, which is I know down in that other area. I don't want to worry about my car being broken into, and that's no. Right? No. But good suggestion. Oh man, I'm a little behind on the donos. Sorry about that, folks. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $10 donation. And Jeffrey, I'm a little late in acknowledging. Sorry about that, bro. I just didn't see it come through. Has there ever been a time in which top 5 teams have had such a high loss rate to bottom 5 teams in the past 2 years? Seeing some weird things in box scores that honestly make me question everything. Well, I appreciate the $10 donation. I think what happens here is a couple of things. If I was to fair to guess here on this one, just a little bit, Jeffrey. First off, what we're looking at is rosters around the league are continually becoming younger and younger. And with youth and with the younger rosters, you're going to get more inconsistency. Players just are not lasting as long in this league to as late in this league. And the skill that you would get with guys that have played the game a little bit longer gets lost with that, I think, at times. That's just one of the reasons. I think there's multiple reasons here, though. Another reason would be the ability to, these CBAs and being able to put teams together versus being able to then put talented teams together and then train them in the ways you want to train them, as hard as you want to train them, to prepare them in the way you want to prepare them. I don't know if you can do that as much as NFL organizations are concerned. And I think all organizations, including our own, have had to take over the past 7 or 8 years different steps to find how to be efficient in training guys in the right way to still get them prepared while still getting around the rules of not being able to go as hard. For instance, having as many padded practices, 2-a-days, those kind of things. I think you lose out on those practices. You lose out on padded practices. You see more inconsistency at that point across the board. So that would be a couple of explanations. I don't think I've got all of them, though, Jeffrey. I think that, like you say, there's maybe something more mysterious at play superseding this is another reason to kind of add on top of it. But, how does the Cardinals team beat the Cowboys? How did that happen? How's that even occurring in a possible realm? But stuff does happen every year a little weird. I will say that too. There's always some oddities, and you wouldn't have expected that to happen. But definitely some extra strange stuff this year. And we're at a point now where, what do you have? One. Yeah, no more undefeated teams at this point. Parity is a real thing, Jeffrey. Parity is as live and vibrant as ever in the league. Only one team without a win, being the Carolina Panthers. Panthers could end up in a pole position here for the Caleb Williams thing. So they could end up. What if they moved Bryce Young and then took Caleb Williams after taking Bryce Young? Wouldn't that be crazy? But technically right now they're in the lead. No, they gave their first round pickup. Oh my God. That's the Bears. Bears are looking pretty. right? Ain't the Bears? Yeah, the Bears are looking real pretty. That trade's looking awesome for them. But I wish I could give you more answers than that, Jeffrey. I feel like there is something else beyond this that I'm not touching on that's an extra added reason, but I can't quite come to it in my mind as something else that might be in addition to that. But it is odd. It is odd. And another reason why, Jeffrey, we just got to enjoy the W's when we get them. You know, take the W's and be like, all right, another one in the bank. Another one in the bank. You know. Thank you, Jeffrey, though, man, for all your donations tonight on the channel. Hope you know I appreciate it. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, why are people so high on Luck after one drive? Laughing out loud. This is a nature of the beast thing in football in general. The backup quarterback is always the most popular guy in town. Absent you having a superstar quarterback that's just undeniable. If there is even a crack of a question, if that door is even opened in a little inch, then there are going to be those that are going to gravitate towards the backup quarterback. And when you have not just any ordinary backup quarterback, you know, this isn't just a Colt McCoy type, but a guy that is a former second-round pick with talent, and then that guy goes out there and has that drive where he's able to be successful in his approach against the Giants, it then starts to open the door a little bit wider. It's a bit of a human nature thing, I think, within the sport. The second that your starting quarterback doesn't look like he's playing his best football. But beyond an initial pull for that to be a direction people go, they got to go backwards a little bit to that, Samuel, and realize in Drew Lock that though he's a guy that is very talented, he's not a guy that's going to operate behind duress and pressure any better than Geno Smith will. So maybe he's got a stronger arm. Well, he's maybe more mobile. Is he going to operate under duress and under pressure any better than Geno Smith? And based on the time that he played at Denver and was operating under that kind of duress and pressure, he didn't. And I don't think he wouldn't. But that's not shade at Drew. It's just, it's a quarterback. It's a normal quarterback thing. You're getting hit a lot. You're under pressure a lot. You're under pressure and getting a lot over a multitude of games. It starts to add up. Starts to affect your performance across the board a little bit. But thank you, Samuel. I appreciate that donation. Taker610 with a $5 dono. Thank you, Taker. What would you think if the Seahawks wanted to replace Lumen with another dome stadium like Allegiant Stadium? Seems like all new stadiums are enclosed. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the elements myself on this here in where we play in the Pacific Northwest. For instance, we're moving to more of a pass-happy approach of an offenses across the sport, and you kind of always have to be able to run the ball in the stadium by the nature of the amount of inclement weather games you're going to have to play in over the course of a year. And that there's going to just be games where you really can't throw the ball because not only the wet rain, but the wind and the cold all working in sort of succession to really remove down and negate your passing ability at that point. And the game is ever increasingly kind of moving away from running the ball as much. So yeah, I do tend to lean into saying more now, I like having a little bit more of the enclosed stadium thing going on. You know, to me, it's a little bit of an easier road and easier pathway to go. If you're out there and you occasionally get some rain or wet in the Midwest or whatnot, if you're in one of those areas, that's one thing. But especially in recent years, as the season has wore on and we get into November and December, a lot of wet games, cold games, damp games where you can just see it's tough to catch the ball, tough to run the routes, tough to be at your fastest. And it impacts the way and the nature you got to build the team then, Taker. It's a great question, quite frankly, because it does impact then the nature by which you got to build the team. Because you got to build a team that's got some size and strength to it then to deal with that a little bit. So, yeah, it was odd to me that they went from the King Dome to outdoor anyway. For instance, you got the Mariners. They've got the stadium that's got the ceiling that'll go in and out on a motor. But at least maybe that, Taker, if you want to do an outdoor stadium, at least on the next one, have it to where, like with the Mariner Stadium, you can move the roof off the top when it is sunny out. But I do like the enclosed ones in these northern weather environments. I don't like football when it's a place that it can't be played because of the weather conditions. I like that they play in all conditions in football. I like that part. But it's not as much fun to me to watch those games where, now it's no longer about skill and who's the more talented team. It's about who can, play better in the muck, who's better in the rain. And I don't know. I've never been a super fan of that myself. Thank you for the $5 donation and a fantastic question. Yeah, give me the enclosed, or even just full, almost full enclosed, maybe, but like a little square at the top or something. That's the way to go. We're the Northwest. It's rainy and wet. What are you going to do? They got it. They got it back in the day when they're building the Kingdom. They got it. Yeah. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Brendan thinks Reek should be benched. B&B topic. I think I guess we'll have to go over this, Snail. I'll do some prep work this week on looking at some of the film on him to see if it was that bad. I'm surprised to hear Brendan be so much on that point. I mean, who we're benching him for? Then who? Trey Brown? I don't know. Yeah, we'll definitely have to cover that on the show, Snail. I'll have to figure out why he's come to that conclusion, because I don't think the answers behind him are going to be better than what he's done. And maybe his thinking is that Trey Brown's just played so well that when you're in base situations, for instance, that Woolen should come off the field for Trey. But my feeling would be that after the last 3 weeks of how this defense has played, I don't know if there'd be a lot, Snail, that I would want to be changing on this defense at this point. They've kind of got things rolling. They seem to have a really good chemistry cooking. I don't know. It's kind of one of those definitive situations where if it ain't broke, why are we trying to fix it? And the numbers just don't back up that he's been a bad player out there. We've had much worse play from the corner position in recent years than what Woolen's doing this year. And those guys kept playing. Connor says, Woolen definitely has not regressed as a tackler. He hasn't missed a tackle all season until this game. He was a pretty bad tackler last year. Mm-hmm. But a thing that we weren't shocked by either, being that he had only transferred to the cornerback position in the last 2 years. He was a former wide receiver, and you would think with former wide receivers that there would be a little bit of a slow process in taking on that tackling ability. Jamarcus White says, yeah, Geno's been forcing the ball too much and he's struggling to see the field a bit, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. He's a vet. He'll figure it out. All said, Jamarcus. We are in 100% agreement. Ashley, sup? I'm a Chiefs fan. Patty Mahomes, okay. Laugh my, Well, you must be riding high. You got a good Chiefs team out there this year, Ashley. You guys are looking strong. Guys and girls looking strong. 6-1. Going to be interesting to see, Ashley, if you guys make a deal for a playmaker at the deadline, though. And Ashley, I'm usually a little late in responding to the chats on it because I get caught a little bit deep on this, but thank you for jumping on in. Good luck to your Chiefs this year. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for gifting Hawks Nest membership to Brian Myers. Appreciate you doing that, Feed Me. You're awesome for that, brother. Very awesome for that. Thank you so much. Chicken God says Geno's been doing a fine job and they have invested a lot into developing Drew Lock. I'd be shocked if they took a quarterback before the 4th round. Potentially. The one part of this that's the important part to remember to keep in mind on this Chicken God is you're paying $4 million plus $3 million in incentives, so a $7 million contract for Drew Lock this year. You have Geno on a $10 million hit this year on the cap. Next year, Geno's hit goes up to $30 million. Does the team have it in the coffers to spend another $6, $7, $8 million for the backup in Drew Lock? And is there not another team that maybe gives them an opportunity after this season? Especially understanding Chicken God, you only have about $7 million of functional cap space to work with going into next off season. I think the team's not going to be in a position to be able to bring back Drew. Tiago, Cam Ward is worth taking a shot at. I think that he's absolutely in play in the 2nd and 3rd round range. I know that he didn't do that Oregon was able to kind of give it to WSU on the road in Oregon in that game against WSU, but he made some really great throws. Every time I've watched any of his games this year, for the most part, even though he hasn't played as well in recent weeks, he still is showing off some really good skill. And he also doesn't have what some of these other top-end quarterbacks have to work with on the outside. You know, Caleb Williams has got some playmakers to throw to. Penix absolutely has some playmakers to throw to. Even Drake May got his number one guy back in recent weeks. And with Cameron Ward, he's kind of having to make do out there. But I like his arm talent. I like his gunslinger approach to the position. And I think that the post-draft evaluation process is going to have to kind of bear this out. And we'll have to see. But I think that he's definitely in the crosshairs. Cool Breeze says gifted the memberships. I ain't ever seen that. MK Kabadi, more like Jermaine Kearse than Doug Baldwin be. I mean, they're definitely more aligned body size wise, but he's impressing, man. I'm telling you that. And I know Doug had a little bit more. Maybe he'll have more production rookie year, but I think Bobo will be step for step with him, considering he just doesn't have the guys. He doesn't have the openings that Doug had in that first year. He just didn't have any wide receivers on the roster, really. And so he had a lot of chances and opportunities at that point to get some targets that season. And I just don't think Bubba's going to have the same targets, but I think he's having a very similar impact. And I think Coach Carroll would say the same thing, MK, if we asked him. Like, if we were to put Coach Carroll a comparison on this of, is Bobo closer to what Doug Baldwin brought in his first year, to closer to what Jermaine Kearse brought in his first year? I mean, even Jermaine Kearse, I don't think was even active until like the fifth, sixth game of his rookie year, something like that. I don't want Spencer Rattler. He looks like a carrot cake. That's so mean. Oh, that might be the meanest thing I've ever read in my chat. Oh, Lordy. Tommy says Rattler's offensive line plays wide nine most games. Definitely not the best of offensive lines either. Feed Me More Seahawks gifted another membership. Thank you for that, man. To Don Power Ranger. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest as a member, courtesy of Mr. Feed Me More Seahawks. Thank you for doing that, Feed Me. You're awesome for that. I appreciate you. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, just got back from the game. What a sloppy win. But it was a great experience. But it was great to experience it live and in person. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Cheese Taco. And it looks like you guys did your job there in the stadium today. You were loud, had an impact on the game. And certainly you get a defensive performance like that, you know the crowd's doing their part. And it was sloppy. It wasn't the prettiest win. Certainly would have loved to have lapped the Cardinals a couple of times over coming out the other end of this. But still, I think an encouraging win, a good step in the right direction, 4-2. The team is sitting in a place where you feel really good about where you're at. You feel like, hey, everything is within our reach this season. We haven't played our best ball. There's still plenty of room to play our best ball, but we're in a good state. We're in a very, very good state, all things being equal here. And let me try to, I want to show you guys this stat too, which was an important part. I think Cheese Taco, you might have seen this, but just in case, let me show it to you guys. So I thought this was pretty cool as well. Big part of this game, and thinking about whether or not you need to come away with this win or how important it is this one right here. Now, this stuff's kind of arbitrary, right? Like, how do they figure this stuff out? But as you can see here on this little chart I'm going to bring up, the Seattle Seahawks, if they were to win in this game against the Cardinals, would have now a 59% chance of making the playoffs, according to the statistics, according to all that scientific stuff. If they had lost and gone to 3-3, 31% with their upcoming schedule, their chance to make the playoffs. So this game loomed very, very large, Cheese Taco. And got to just take the win. Got to be happy with it. We've done our work here through the first part of the schedule. Would it be nice to be 5-1? Would it be nice to be undefeated? Sure. But we find ourselves 7 weeks into the football season, through our bye, one game behind the San Francisco 49ers. One game behind being the number one team in the NFC. That is within our reach right now. Everything's within our grasp, including the first round bye in the playoffs. It's all there for us to go take. Is the schedule going to get damn hard? Yeah, it's going to get real hard. But we got it all there to go take if we can get it. If we can get this team together, if this offensive line can get healthier, defense can keep its performance level where it's been, you can go take that right here and now. So it's good to see Cheese Taco. Got it done today. Well done in the stadium. You did your part, man. Good to see. Seems like the crowd's a little bit louder this year. Just a little bit louder this year than they've been in years past. And go Hawks, my man. Go Hawks. I hope you had a great time out there. Look, a little chilly in the stadium. Temperature's dropping a bit now. No more of those sunny games. But sunny in your heart. In Utero with a $2 donation. Says, I got to have some more Christopher Walken, baby. Oh, I got you in Utero. I got you in Utero. You know it. You know it. Seahawks fans, hear me out now. I hear you worrying about Geno. What about DK? What are you going to do about these guys? How are we going to win? Offense, inefficient. Red zone, where are you? I don't know. Hello, red zone, can you hear me? No, I don't. No score for you. When are we going to do it? When's it going to happen? Hawk fans, I'm going to tell you now, you got to just hear what I say. I see you. I know you're mad, frustrated. You're 4-2. You want better. I don't want to deny you of that. No. Why? Because you're winners. You got a winning mentality. Losing, not good enough. Winning, just barely. No. Give me more. I'm going to tell you now, Hawk fans, Geno, going to be better. Going to be a Pro Bowler. 4,000 yards for the year. Mark my words, Seahawks fans, it's going to happen. I promise you this. And as for DK, leave that beast alone. Don't pick at the lion's tail because he might turn around and bite you. It's coming, Seahawks fans. You just got to have faith. It's coming. Listen to Mr. Walken. I wouldn't steer you wrong. More cowbell, more DK, more Geno, more wins. Walken's a little off today in Utero, but give me some room. I'm a good 9 hours into the stream in here, I think, so far today. So it's definitely the voice starts to fail. Walken's definitely a little dicey at this hour. Appreciate you though for the $2 donation. And Walken's hyped. 4-2. One game out of number one. NFC Super Bowl run is coming. Just wait, Hawk fans. But he's hyped up, man. He's hyped up in Utero. Rolaids 32. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Rolaids. I appreciate you for doing that. If you haven't already, guys, please hit that like button. And as well, if you could join my guy, Rolaids, in becoming subscribed to the channel. We're trying to get to that 15,000 mark. We just crossed over today, right now, 13,900 subscribers. We are already well on our way to the big 14,000 subs. So help us get there. We can get there faster, more furious with you doing just what Rolaids did by helping get subscribed up to the channel if you're not already. And thank you for that, Mr. Rolaids. You are awesome. Brian Robb is pretty knowledgeable, but just so damn sure of himself. It's a place that I think you get drawn to in doing this a little bit, Brian, and we all got to remind ourselves at given points, being that do this, myself included on this, don't have all the answers. You try to give all the answers as close to where you think they're going to be, but, reminded that there's things we're all going to miss, a little bit. But it is a draw. I have the same problem, and I'm sure I fall into same kind of issues at times where, in doing this, where you can get a little bit full of yourself at times and going, okay, remember, you don't know everything on everything with this, there's answers outside the box you haven't considered with. But he does his homework. He does the hard work and dives into the things. And I appreciate that about it. Anybody that does that, I got my respect for. Addis says, damn, everyone getting members tonight. Well, feed me more Seahawks. Yes. Thank you for also getting Don Power Ranger in on that. I wish only they would let me do the gift you could gift to somebody specifically, but it's hard. Jamarcus White, Drew Lock would be 28 by the time he would start, and he's likely at his ceiling. If a ceiling is a backup, I highly doubt they're counting on Drew Lock after Geno. Yeah, I don't know that it's going that way either. I get that some people think Jamarcus, that's what the plan might be in place, but I think the team just saw the opening with being able to fit in Geno's contract this year. to being able to then afford a backup, high-end backup contract like Drew Lock's kind of costing this season. I don't think that'll be the case then moving into next year. D-Nugget says, nope, not Jay Cutler energy around here. It's the thing that dissuades me on Rattler. The body language drives me nuts. Brian Myers says, B, Rattler is a terrible teammate, treats people on the sidelines like they are beneath him. And even absent you saying that, it's just the feeling I get when you watch him play. There's a definitely my stuff don't stink kind of vibe to him a little bit. And I don't like that in my quarterbacks because it can lead to at times the finger pointing thing, and it's never my fault. I'm not saying I know that's the way it is with Rattler, but that's the way I worry about it being with a quarterback with that mentality. And just about every time I've watched him turn on a South Carolina game, even after he's left, it was bad at Oklahoma. And it's every time I've turned on South Carolina, I've seen it kind of as well there in their games. I admittedly haven't watched every single one of his games this year so far. I've watched a couple, but it has stood out to me where I'm like, dude, control your temperament, you know? Brian says Cutler can't pick out a receiver, but he can pick an ex-wife. Yeah, he can. Megan says, we'll be writing my book this week, B. Get in, Megan. Keep it cracking on that. Keep it cracking on that. Good to hear you're on your grind with that, as you should be with it. I've been thinking about writing, doing some short stories again. I think I'm going to publish soon. Going to get one of my screenplays published here. Snail says, no, Robbie from the other YouTube creators was the least surprising thing ever. I have far more respect for Matty and the other English dude. Matty F. Brown does great work. He does great work. You always got to have the respect of those guys to dive into the tape and get into the details as deep as they can get into it. And one of my new favorite things is to watch Matty go through a super deep, intricate question that he asked Coach Carroll that you just know that Coach Carroll's not going to answer in the least with the depth that Matty's looking for him to answer it with. And you start to see the wry smile of Coach Carroll as Matty F. asks him, when you've got the defensive tackle shaded to the right inside the left pocket of the inside, and Coach Carroll's just like, yeah, that's some of it. But bless Matty for at least asking a question with some depth that certainly the Seahawks reporters never even come into close to the vicinity to ask him. And Eudora says Cutler was the John Daly of football. Kinda, yeah. And the smoking Jay Cutler meme is one of the greatest memes ever. I think all those guys do good work. I think Stan does good work, and I think everybody, the thing you can say about, I'd kind of say it about just about, and I'm not trying to be a homer with the Hawk content creators out there, but if I may say so, I think everybody out there, the one thing that stands out about Hawk content creators that I don't know if I say this about all other channels when I'm looking at, I'm doing a lot of looking at these other channels too, looking for people to do behind enemy lines kind of episodes. And I'll tell you this, the Seahawks content creators put in their work. There's nobody that's, half-assing it or not putting in a full effort out there in whatever kind of angle that they're attacking their coverage of the Hawks team from. Got to give the people all their props in that. And it's great to see. I consider myself a hard worker, but it's awesome to see the fellow Hawks in this fandom do the same thing. They put in the work. And I think that ends up helping their content with it when you do that. Trying to miss anything here. Daniel W. says Spencer Rattler in the third. Could be Wilson in the third all over, especially with the way our defense is shaping up. Could be. I'm not a fan of it, but that's where he should go. That's where he should go in the draft. And I certainly think the Hawks could potentially look at targeting him. I got my worries about him, but I can't deny that that's kind of the appropriate place for him to go in there. Somebody's going to take him. Raj says Jay Cutler's a bodybuilder far from John Daly. I think they mean Jay Cutler, the quarterback, Raj. I see everyone defend Colby and nothing personal, but I just don't think he has any good insight, and his attitude gets so. I see everyone defending Colby. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure who Colby is on that. Dig fire up 12s. The defense. Dig Doc says other 12s 4-2 or 2-4. Fire up 12s. The defense is looking great. Offense will start humming soon. Agreed. I know, Brian. I think Rattler might get taken inside 3. That's going to be the hard part of this draft is there's so many quarterbacks in that collection from the 2nd to the 4th round. Where exactly are they going to go? Moz Production says, I visited Seattle and Washington right around week 1, and my first home game was week 1 versus the Rams. Ooh, that's tough, Moz. I'm sorry, man. That was a rough game to go to on the opening roll. Not the best of the best foot forward for the org on that one. The next one will be better, I promise you. Pumpkin worried why Dad never feeds him on Sundays. Indeed, Hawks. Pumpkin is worried about the Hawks' red zone offense too. She is. She's noticeably, visibly concerned. You can see it in her face if you just look right in her eyes. You'll see those little sad eyes, like Puss in Boots eyes from Shrek. She'll give you those Puss in Boots eyes. Big Docs, yes, Waldron needs to put some new wrinkle into the red zone between the 20s. Waldron and Geno make me very happy. They do. Red zone is where you got to get it addressed. A couple different levels. P-Money, run blocking was rough today. Pass protection was pretty good. Geno had a lot of clean pockets and was very productive. Well said, P-Money. I think the run blocking was certainly the part that was struggling from the offensive line. I think they did hold up much better than last week in pass protection. And Geno, when he did have a clean pocket, made things happen. When there wasn't as much clean pocket, wasn't able to maybe make as much happen. But that's why I'm keeping the clean pockets into the future is so very important. Like this stat shows here from Geno coming into this game this last week. If you guys look at that top line there that I've got presented, kept clean. This is coming into this game. When you kept clean Geno Smith in the pocket, he's got a 90 rating at the quarterback position. That'd be like the highest rated quarterback in the NFL when he's kept clean. When he's under pressure, it's a different story. We've got to work and find ways to keep him clean moving on through the rest of this year. D Nuggets says Belichick just clocked his 300th win today. Carroll 172. Let's go. Let's go. And Utero says, I don't like the shotgun handoffs inside of the 5. I don't either. You don't give the running back a chance to get the build-up speed he needs to get in there. And when you get to the line of scrimmage and now you're going to get some collisions, if you have some build-up speed and some momentum, you can take that collision and then keep the legs forward and get the momentum to get into the end zone, especially when you only need a yard or two. But when you are starting out from a read option approach, especially knowing that Geno has no chance of holding or keeping that ball, so the defense can lock right in on Kenneth Walker on the read option handoff. And yeah, then Walker's starting from a stop position and then trying to get to full speed up to the line of scrimmage, and it didn't work at all. And then to run it back to back was just kind of strange. I don't like those either. Those are icky. Those need to go bye-bye. No more of those. Wilbur Knight says Barrett Carter is a stud linebacker, plays every position. Look him up, Seahawks fans. Certainly would be a guy in play, Barrett. Certainly be a guy in play as maybe even a potential first-round pick for us. And he is a very complete linebacker. He can do it all out of Clemson. Certainly, Jeremiah Trotter gets a lot of the ink for the lineage and the name, but Barrett Carter is probably a better player. It's all said and done. Cobry says, I wish Brando would up his Mariners content, but I know he spends 25 hours a day on the Hawks, so I can't complain. I do need to get more Mariner stuff done. I've actually got a Mariner video I've put together here a little bit for the channel. I got to be honest, Cole Breeze, I was getting started to get some more Mariner content done, and then Dipoto gave that GD press conference, and he's bummed me out for the last couple of weeks. I've been just anytime I start thinking about the Mariners, I start getting really bummed out. That was the worst press conference I've ever seen a Mariner general manager give in my life, and that's saying something. So I'm trying to turn around on that, put that frown upside down, Cool Breeze. But I promise I'm going to get it going here. There's going to be one of two things. I'm either going to get the content going up on the Mariners stuff, which I'm still deciding on because I'm a little bit angry at them at that presser, and I want to watch a little bit of what they do this offseason. But if not that, then it's going to be the Seahawks scouting channel as we get into the offseason and stuff, where that's going to get dialed up with some stuff. I got some big plans, especially because I got we're going to start utilizing more and more. I've got this cool green screen now in my house. It's all up on my back wall. So I've got a green screen where I can take it up. So I'll be in the full shot. I can do like my arm stretched out and still have the backdrop behind me. And we're going to start using that one way or the other. So more content from something. But yeah, the Hawks stuff definitely takes a lot of the hours of the day. I dig the Hawks' correction. Pumpkin should be under center in the red zone. She's got some quickness. She might be a little loose with the ball in her hands, carrying it like a loaf of bread. Chicken God says Darrell Taylor got eaten alive yesterday. He's really got exposed in the run game, especially Chicken God. I mean, he came out of this game with a sack and a half, and it's pretty rare you get a guy coming out of the game with a sack and a half, and you're like, meh. But he's so lost in the run game. There's one play where they did a read option, and Dobbs has been keeping the ball. It's not like Dobbs is operating like Geno Smith had the read option. He's going to keep it. And Darrell Taylor decides to crash down on the back on the read option play action to him, and the keeper is kept by Dobbs, and then he loses outside contain on the play, and Dobbs runs it in for a touchdown. And there's a couple of times that happened in this game where he got caught inside and lost his outside leverage. His run game instincts are just miserable. Just miserable. He does no awareness of space, and he always seems to make the wrong read on the play. It's like the time where he smacked Jared Goff this year on play action because he couldn't determine whether the ball had been given off or not. It's just not there with him on that part of it. Chicken God. He's got some natural talent, ability to rush, but got to keep him off the field and run situations. And Euro says, it seems like the red zone is where offenses need to be the most creative, but Waldron gets very vanilla. I think that's a very apt way of putting it. Where's the creativity? Everything does seem very vanilla. Everything seems standard issue. The route concepts don't seem to have like a lot of flood zone concepts. Everybody's just running to their separate space in the red zone and then sitting down and throw me the ball. That's kind of what you're doing. Another thing that stood out and remained this week down by the red zone is there's no pre-snap motion. A big part of what makes a lot of these offenses work and tick down by the red zone is the pre-snap motion. There's none of that, and there's certainly not a lot of post-snap motion either on top of it. I don't know why, because they utilize that stuff in between the 20s. It's a little strange. Be more Seahawks, but Hunter is on fire, though. 8 sacks on the season. I would just grab him for a year. He has not been signed. Yeah, you don't have the money. They had the dead money I think the Vikings would have to eat to trade Danielle Hunter. I don't think you could afford to bring him on. You don't have that kind of cap space. There's no chance of making that happen. But you just don't have it doesn't make any sense. Feed me. I can get it a little bit on the surface initially, but then we got to look back at this. You just spent $18 million a year for a Geno extension. You've got 3 different guys that you've put second round picks on in recent years off the edge. You put the investment into the edge on this defense. You should feel pretty stocked up about that, or we got to wonder about the decision-making of these guys they picked off the edge. It certainly doesn't embolden me to think that Danielle's going to fix things if they're failing on these ones. But I don't think that there's more you need off the edge at this point. I think it's more inside than anything else. I mean, is Danielle better than Uchenna right now? Probably. But they've kind of made their bet on this one a little bit. D Nugget says, fight 2 crook, pumpkin, jet sweep. You ready for a jet sweep, pumpkin? We need you on a jet sweep. We need the lateral action that you provide to the football game. Can you do that for us? Gosh dang it. We're just asking if you can do one thing. Hot route. Salmon run. Salmon run. But then you're going to get pre-snap motion from her Cool Breeze because she's going to hear salmon and it's going to get her jumpy. We got to change the verbiage. Tommy says, I say in the red zone, we just go 4 tight ends and tush push. I think Geno could be effective, and it's more likely to score than anything we're currently doing. Just torpedo Geno, like use him like they used to hammer the gates of castles, right? He's the battering ram. Utero definitely need more 12 personnel in the red zone. Probably couldn't hurt. BK voiceover. Edge defensive tackle needs to be targeted at the deadline for sure, just for depth purposes, especially if Uchenna is out long term. I'm with Ed getting an edge if Uchenna's out long term. I'm okay with doing a rental deal at that point if that is the case. We'll have to see where Uchenna's at. If Uchenna's okay and he's coming back and he's going to be fine, then I think you're just building on what is already kind of one of the bigger strengths on the defense already. And I think that there becomes a diminishing return from that, taking that approach to it versus addressing, let's say, the defensive line, which I'm right there in lockstep with you, BK, on that, where I think defensive end, I don't even think nose tackle is really one you got to address because Jaren's playing well. You have Cameron Young coming back. You have Brian Monet going to come back off of the IR at some point this season in addition. So, your nose tackle's even okay. It's really the 3 tech you look at as much as anything else. Cobra said Pumpkin would call salmon run 75 times per game, and I wouldn't complain. Yeah, she would. Salmon's always the right play. Salmon's always the right play, huh? Yeah. 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 Nah. Cool Breeze says, genuine question. Media has been saying since offseason the Lions head and shoulders above the Hawks. Do you all really believe that? No. We've beaten them twice the last 2 years in their own house. No way they can be head and shoulders above us if we've done that. Can't see how that'd be the case. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, wrinkle idea. It's called effing goal line formation. Seriously, just bring in the big beef eater, Snail, right? Get us the big fatty fullback. I don't know, grab one of the defensive line if you need to. Put Jaren in there for all I care. And then just let's hammer it and get downhill. I like it, man. Don't F around. Don't get cute with it. We're not messing about. Here's what's coming. You know what's coming. Good luck stopping it. Couldn't be any worse than how we've been so far, right? Especially when you only need 2 yards on first down. Come on. Jeffrey Thistle with the $2 donation says, I give Jerry's press conference 54%. Yeah, I'd give him a 54% grade too. God, that was such a condescending middle finger of a press conference. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Imagine telling a fan base that's been following a team for 50 years that's had to slog through miserable baseball through a vast majority of that 50-year period and telling that fan base that they need to be more patient. As you're rocking the 18th most highest payroll in baseball, as you're the most profitable team in baseball for the second straight season, the audacity and balls to step up in front of the microphone and say that kind of BS. It's definitely dissuaded me the Mariners. It's definitely dissuaded me the Mariners big time. And that's part of why I say when it comes to my Crow's Nest channel and doing, Crow's Nest channel or Seahawks scouting, I can go Seahawks scouting and go national and do a lot more on these player profiles. It'll bring in people from other places and all that other stuff, And it comes down to when we get to off season, I can do one of those two things. I got to tell you, there's a pull for me after that Dipoto press conference to be like, maybe I'll do more Seattle Seahawks scouting channel stuff. Because that was the wrong thing for him to say. And I'm really tired as a Mariner fan to be asked to be patient. Really tired of being told to be patient. God, what a horrible press conference that was. Just why? Why? 360 bets, Hawks Nest. What is the time frame that we get the rest of our offensive line back? Uncertain right now. 360 bets. We don't know quite the severity of what Evan Brown's dealing with. Don't know quite the severity of what Phil Haynes has got and what he's dealing with. And with Abraham Lucas, Coach Carroll has not been particularly succinct on telling us when he's due to come back. I don't know if he's coming back this week or 4 weeks from now, or I don't know if the team's going to potentially announce at some point along the lines this season of, well, Lucas just couldn't get back from this injury, so we're just going to have to IR him for the year. They've been very, very quiet on Lucas. So I wish I could give you a little more certain answer on it, but it's all very much up in the air right now. Dino, Browns gave up a bunch of points today. Let's hope that wasn't an aberration. Let's hope so. Let's hope so, Dino. Definitely going to have to bring our A game. You're not going to be able to have 3-0 turnover ratio to the Browns team next week and hope to win that game, in my opinion. Tommy says, to be clear, the roof automatically retracts when we are on defense. That's right. We roll out one of those fast rolling roofs. And so when the offense is out there, you close it. Offense goes out, open it back up. And then we have, Tommy, we even go the extra step because then you have like shutters on the, on the stadium side to where even at ground level, you can open the shutters and then you get like a breezeway coming through the stadium on the low end. I love it. Chicken God, I don't personally like Jeff Bezos, but he would not hesitate to dump big money into the Seahawks organization if he was an owner. Agreed. That's it's a good way of putting it. I think I'm probably in the same place where I'd stand with it. I mean, it's obviously not the most, it's not the owner that a lot of people are going to get behind and with some of the stuff that he's done to get to where he's gotten, but he will support the team and he will lay down his pocketbook, which is the biggest thing that I ask for. Snail says, Brandon wants to be the 2000 Saints. Can't play in the cold. Laughing out loud. Next channel sponsor is going to be Charmin. I get it. Yeah. There are always tougher teams that play outside. I don't like the conditions inhibiting the play of football to a great degree. And sports going past happy, man. I'm just going with the tide, man. That's all, man. That's all I'm doing, Snail. I'm just going with the tide. This is where the game's going, Frederick, Brandon actually said that he thinks that Reek's injury is affecting him too much. He should sit out. He was not advocating that he should be benched. That makes more sense, Frederick. I was going to say I hadn't heard of it. Brendan even intimating a little bit that he was thinking that Woolen should be benched prior. We've had a lot of conversations regarding this stuff. But yeah, I mean, if there's an injury there that he's fighting through and that's got him where he's way less than 100%, it makes a little bit more sense. I do come back to where I just think, from my standpoint, Frederick, he's not playing bad. He's playing about league average out at the position, which certainly we'd like to see him better than that. But I don't think it's if he's at league average place where he's at with the rest of the defense playing how they're playing, I think that's going to be fine. And much like I guess I feel like in regards to a couple of elements on this team, I think that Woolen's going to be, when it's all said and done, just fine when it all settles in this season. Chicken God says, I love a good snow game. They're always fun to watch. I'll give you that. They are fun to watch. But the game gets really weird real fast at times too. Cobra says Bezos needs to buy the Mariners way more than he needs to buy the Hawks, if we're being real. I would love to see that more than the other, that's for sure. This Mariner organization right now is way, way too enamored with profits and profitability and profit margins, and not as much care beyond on the win and loss stuff. I know likey that. Red A's, I don't know about this one, Brandon. Love me a good mud bowl or that crazy snow game in Philly. Buffalo played a couple of years ago, part of it. There's an attraction to that. I get that. You're not alone as you're hearing above on that. There's people that do like those kind of games. It's just that, man, the game can get non-functional, and then you've always got to build your team a little bit in your approach to it to kind of anticipate you having to play in a collection of those games at home throughout the course of the season. And that's the one where I go, what if we don't get those games? What if we don't get the weather inclement that particular year, but you sort of set your team up to be that way a bit? But I don't have a strong opinion on this. It's kind of like a mild, I'd like to see the next stadium have a roof, or at least just a retractable roof. But it's not a hill I'd die on, I'll say that. D-Nugget, be another 20 years before we got a new stadium. Also, they need to fix the parking lot situation. Tired of taking the light rail from the airport. Yeesh. Yeah, that's not good. That should not be the way it is. And they do need to fix the parking. 20 years? Well, we had about 30 years for the Kingdom. So that thing was kind of just thrown together and put up. We've had 23 years now for this. Another 20 years? Yeah, probably. That's probably right. In utero, hard to believe Bezos would want the team for anything else other than to make money. Doesn't bode well for us. I don't know. He's at such a rich spot of things. Does he really need more money at this point? I feel like he's in that enjoyment stage of billionaire-ness, if they ever get there, truly. DJ Jimenez, Yo B, Geno's confidence looks shaken after that INT near the end zone. Do you think the pressure of Geno betting on himself with the annual escalators in his contract is slowly getting to him? No, I think more, DJ. It's just that the offensive line stuff that's been in point throughout this year has kind of added up a little bit from an accumulated fashion. Even when you get a game like this where he's not under as much duress as he was with the Bengals, having so many of these games stacked up back after back after back where he has taken a lot of extra shots and been under a lot of extra duress, that does start to accumulate. And I think that's made him a little bit of times jumpy in the pocket, a little bit of times of feeling ghosts that maybe aren't always there. I don't think he played a bad game. I think he had some real bad moments in this game that stand out. But I think overall, he played okay today. I think overall, he's played well this season. But I'd be making a big time guess on saying that that's what's causing what's happening. And I can't get there, DJ, until I can see the line into more of a workable phase. We got to remember, the man's had a full functioning offensive line for 2 quarters of this football season. We're 4-2 right now. If I tell any NFL team, Kansas City, Cincinnati, and I say, hey, the first 6 games, you're going to be without 3/5 of your starting offensive line. I don't know that there's a lot of teams in the league end out at 4-2 on the other side of that if they're dealing with that on the front end. I think it'll improve with time, DJ. I do. Yeah, Moon Lawnmower, just look at the numbers. There's no way to move DK right now without taking a considerable dead money hit over the next 2 years. So there's no trading DK over the next couple of seasons. It's just not a possibility even worth bringing up at this point. There's 0 chance of it happening. 0. 3 hour, I'm sure they thought this game would be easy since we always undermine the bad teams, and it was a perfect game to sit him and get a little more healthy. So it's good. So he's good for the Browns game. I agree, 3 hour. That's what I think factored in this decision. I don't think it was benched. Alex, would you trade for Jonathan Allen? He isn't too happy with the Commanders right now. I would definitely be open to it. I don't think that they can move him right now. I think they're in a similar situation there from a cap standpoint where there's no ability with where you're at on that new deal that you gave him to get out from under it. Let's take a look here. So the Washington Commanders currently have $6 million of cap space. The Commanders have Jonathan Allen on a pretty monster deal where they've got $32 million of dead money attached to him right now. Maybe this offseason if they're willing to move him at that point, but there's no way you can pull off a deal for him right now as far as the trade goes. There's too much dead money the Commanders would have to eat, Alex, to make that happen. Mega says Rattler is a carrot cake. I like carrot cake, so that doesn't work for me at the Hawks Nest. That one caught me. Mega, that one caught me sort of sideways. Orlando says I had to Google what he looks like. It's kind of on point, the carrot cake. That was a good line. Oh my God, he does look like it. Moss Prediction says, what's the loudest Seahawks game you've ever been to? Probably the 2012 Packer game at home. That would probably, if it's not that, there was a game I was in the Kingdom in 89. I think we came back against Elway and company. And that was like a game we were not supposed to win. I think it was Monday Night Football. And that was just insanely loud. We had like a big play at the end of that game, and it just got so loud in the stadium when I was younger. One of those two would be the loudest for me. Tommy says, what I like is we still get to play all the teams we are competing with for our playoff position. Our destiny is still in our control. Beautifully put, man. And that's the way I look at it too. It's all you can ask for. Get me through my season. Get me through down the home stretch. Let us control our own destiny. Let us hopefully be in a relatively good health position at that point. Everyone's going to deal with injuries as you go course of the year, but you're not decimated, that you don't have a whole personnel grouping that's missing 3/5 of its starting unit. Get yourself a little bit better on that side of it, and let's see where the cards fall where they may at that point. You know, we'll take our chances at that point. YT Core J says, doesn't D. Eskridge come back this week? How would he fit with 2 rookies and 2 vets ahead of him on the depth chart? I don't know on this one, YT. This is definitely a good problem to have, but it's a little bit of a confusion as to how you're going to exactly deal with this one. The Seattle Seahawks are going to have 5 roster spaces open for wide receivers at any one time. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, JSN are going to take up 3 of those spots. So we have 2 positions open to have a receiver on our active roster. Bobo is going to not be taken off the roster at any point in time. So now we're to 1 roster spot. Now it looks very clear where that roster spot opens up YT for Eskridge to come off the suspension and be that 5th guy. But you have Derek Young coming back from his injury as well. Do they try to sneak Derek Young onto the practice squad and then have Eskridge as your 5th guy? Do they cut Eskridge, save $1 million, and then have Derek Young as the 5th receiver? I'm not sure which way they're going to go with that, but that's the decision that's going to be ahead of them. Derek Young or Eskridge. I don't know if Derek Young will make it through to the practice squad. He might, but I don't know if he will if you try to sneak him through there. Chicken God says, if they can get the Browns, they can control the clock. They can't keep putting so much pressure on the defense every week. Hopefully minimize some of those penalties. Well said, and that's where it's at. You've got to control the time of possession at home in this game, Chicken God. You've got to find a way to be able to run the ball with a little more consistency and be able to move the chains and control the time of possession. I think it's not always, I'm a big guy saying time of possession is going to dictate this game or that game and that this is the thing you want to gravitate onto. But this is one game where time of possession will definitely be a big factor, I think, into whether you win or lose this game. Gilbrey says Eskridge is the Hawks' Evan White. That's probably pretty accurate. And Universe says the hardest thing about being the Browns is being the refs too. The Nugget Pacino, please. More walking. This game, I'll tell you, was the quarterback perfect? No. Was I looking for him to be perfect? No. Play good enough behind this battered line, this line that's holding on. And they held on today. And they got you that win. Don't apologize for victory. Hooah! Take that win. Thanks for the walking. Anytime, fellow Seahawks fans, have the faith I'd tell you not wrong, ever. This year, it's going to get better. It's going to improve. I'm telling you. More pumpkin. Make some more Cassell and beef feet, please, Megan. We'll get some more going on that, Megan. Ski Nation, what's up, y'all? I'm going to start at the top of the stream. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Ski Nation. Hope you're doing well, brother. Hawks, I needed to hear Brandon's Pete when he isn't exhausted. A conversation of Pete and Walken would zoom up the social media sites, I think. I'm trying to get better at my Pete. He's harder because he doesn't have the specific thing you can go to when doing the, whenever you do a impression, you can kind of, find into certain cadences that you can cut to that'll kind of always take you back to the deal. I mean, obviously the Walken, it's easy because you just got, when you're not knowing where to go, you just draw out something that you want to say in this way, and it will always take you home. And then Walken goes low. He wants to get it down. Or Pacino goes low. Get down to the diaphragm. Let him know. And he lets to run things out. He's like, Pacino's got a little bit of the, he's got the chainsaw thing going on when he, I don't know, a little bit of that going on. So you can find a little bit of the cadence with Pete. He just speaks so normally that it's, California cool Pete, and not in the California like peace and love, man. He's on it, right? So it's hard to kind of capture the Pete one. I just have to kind of low key and play him almost like me a bit. That's my Pete. When I'm doing my Pete, I'm just doing me. D Nugget says, Bobby 54 was so solid today. Steady as a rock, steady as she goes, solid as ever, D Nugget. Bobby Wagner remains a very, very top-notch, solid addition to this team from this offseason. Jordan Brooks is really starting to come along, but Bobby has been right there, note for note with Jordan Brooks and his level of play, and continuing to hold up in coverage as well. I think the coverage grades are going to be solid from Bobby in this one coming out of it. That was the part everyone was worried with coming into this season, and he has been steady. Jonathan Smith, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, Jonathan, a little 10 minutes late in acknowledging the dono. I'm sorry about that. I'm a little late in the stream, kind of get a little dodgy sometimes on my P's and Q's with that, but thank you so much for the $5 donation. It says, don't be so happy to switch owners. Don't be so happy to switch owners. Organization is extremely important to winning. Change owners. It's a whole new team. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not calling for a change of ownership, Jonathan, or saying that that's what I want to see. I will say that with the Mariners, I'm okay if they wanted to change ownerships there, because this current ownership group hasn't shown me a whole hell of a lot in the years that they've been in place to make me feel like we're going to do worse by going to somebody else. But when it comes to Jody, I think some of this is Jonathan born out of, and people talking about this, is just the acknowledgement that the Paul G. Allen Trust is one that's going to call for new ownership to come down the line. This isn't a matter of Jody's just going to get to own this team in perpetuity forever in the future. She's got to sell it by that mandate. So I think it's kind of natural I don't think people are necessarily wishing on a new owner as much as that it's a pretty natural inclination that when you know that your team's going to be mandated to sell, that you start to think about the potential future owners who would step in to buy the team, especially where, Jonathan, a lot of this fan base has a lot of that worry and concern in their heart that the team, we're a team that's had every one of our professional organizations tried to be ripped away from us. We were the original Milwaukee Braves, right? We were the original Braves. That's the Seattle Pilots who became the Milwaukee Braves, or something like that, right? Like, they got taken from us. That's the bottom line there. So, and then the Milwaukee Brewers, what they became. But there's a little bit of a sensitivity here, I think, because of that, Jonathan, that's built in, and people, that just adds to a little bit of the wonder and worry and, who is going to be owner? Is it going to be a guy that's going to try to take us out of town and move us? That's a little bit of it, but it is also that mandate. It's in that Paul Allen Trust. You've got to liquidate everything. Everything must go. Fire sale. And Jody's going to try to hold out as long as she can to sell the team, but the team's going to be sold sooner or later on this note of things. And I think it is kind of natural to kind of then look at that. I don't think it's necessarily one. I mean, you're right. It's new ownership means changes, and you've had You've got a crew in place right now that know what they're doing, that are comfortable, that got the standard in place, and that stuff gets changed with new ownership. And certainly with new ownership, there's always a drive, as I've talked about, to go get your new general manager, to go get your new coach, because you want credit. Not as much of even at times that you're needing to make that change, and that's what's necessary. You're doing it because if they go win a Super Bowl and you weren't the guys to hire the general manager and the coach, you don't exactly as a billionaire then get the full credit for that. You just bought the team and stood by while the previous guy got the work done for you, so to speak. So I get where you're coming from on that standpoint of thing. Is that drive to change isn't always the best thing to the other end of it. But I do think it's kind of natural to look at this and wonder a little bit, given the scenario of where the organization is and given also where the teams have been in the past with new owners coming in, trying to always move them and steal them away from us. Frederick McGuy, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for all your donations tonight on the stream as well. I really do appreciate all of that support. You too, Jonathan Smith on that. Dono, appreciate you guys on that. You guys have been unbelievable today on both of the streams with the amount of support, donations, hitting the like button, subscribing up. It's been a tremendous day for us as far as the channel goes on that. And I want you guys to all know I'm very, very appreciative of that support. You guys are awesome. Awesome. Azos, do I know what the deal is with Devin Bush? I do not. I think he's working through some kind of injury situation. And Scooby Snacks, the defense is going to have to show up again for sure next week to have a chance. Be interesting to see where the quarterback situation is going to be at for Cleveland as well. Do we get a backup in there, or is it going to be Deshaun? And is it better to have the backup or Deshaun at this point, depending on how Deshaun's playing? Stoyan, Witherspoon put people to sleep in the field. Reminds me of Woodson of Lynch. He's a hell of a hitter, Stoyan. And that about his third or fourth major blow that he's laid this year. He's put a couple of them on. And this was the biggest one of the bunch so far. I mean, he rattled Rondale Moore's cage on that hit. The kid is a violent hitter, man. And he's showing you it ain't 190 pounds or not. He's going to lay the wood. Ewan Oliver says Bobo becoming a serious part of this passing offense. He is. Anytime you give him a chance, Ewan, he makes the most of it, that's for sure. Very impressive what he's done. Soyan, is McIntosh healthy? They ran only a walker this weekend. Still not back is McIntosh. That knee injury must have been really, really dodgy. He's had now a good couple of months of recovery time and still not, I guess, to where he needs to be. It was only DJ Dallas and Walker today. That's pretty much what you had. So I guess not quite yet would be my answer on that. And I wish I could give more certainty on some of these injury situations, but both in the case of McIntosh and Lucas or Devin Bush, we haven't exactly had it really fleshed out what exactly is going on at the depths with them. It's just a question mark. Young says, sounds like McIntosh is coming back soon. Hopefully he'll get some more snaps in. Excited to see each of our three-headed monsters between our running backs and wide receivers. Me too. It can't hurt an ailing offense to get more playmakers added back into the flow, can it, Young? Especially when you need maybe a little bit more diversification on offense and running the ball, and especially if we aren't going to be able to get Charbonnet back anytime soon. So getting him in the flow, getting him into the mix, being McIntosh would be mighty helpful. He had some beautiful, beautiful runs in the training camp before he had the injury. We got on some of the cut-ups of him making some just kind of jaw-dropping cuts. We'll see what he can do. Hopefully get back next would be nice. Stoyan says, Brandon, my man, remember to give me some more picks on Wednesdays. I take your promise. I didn't do so good this week, Stoyan. I think I did okay, but I definitely got... I definitely took it in the shorts. Man, it was rough. I had that receiving yardage for Bijan Robinson, and then he didn't even, he was sick. So he technically played, but he wasn't inactive, but he didn't play. Ugh. I think I got all my picks wrong today. Well, if you're going to go down, go down in flames. That's what I say, right, Stoyan? Much better to go all 5 wrong than go 4 right and 1 wrong. But I'll give you a collection of picks this week. So as soon as we get to Tuesday and they release out what we got out there, I'll start putting together some what look like the juicy picks out there in next week's picks. I'm bouncing back this week. I'm bouncing back, Stoyan. I've had a rough couple of weeks, but I got to bring this back around. I think the Hawks is Brandon with the green screen. Interesting. Oh, I'm just trying to. I'm going to go crazy with it too. Like I've got this thing stapled to my wall behind me here. If you guys could see it, you guys would be like, "Yep, you definitely don't have a girlfriend." But look, let's get past that for a second, okay? Let's get past that little part. But it's going to be really nice to be able to use the other green screen I had was one that was like this wide. So when I talked, I had to talk like I had little robot hands, like T-Rex hands, like, see this stat over here? This is why you want to do that. And that's why you want to, that stat, pay attention to that one right there. But now I get to do the full arms out. I was going to do it. If we lost the Cardinals this week, I was going to do a scene where I was going to have Jurassic Park and I was going to put me in the foreground and I was going to be fake running. And then I was going to have the T-Rex chasing me from behind. And then I was going to put the Cardinal logo on top of the T-Rex face. That was going to be the plan this week if we lost the Cardinals. So I'm going to start doing that type of stuff. I want to try to mix in a little more humor. And we always got to be so serious on the channel. Things always got to be so bloody serious. We got to mix it up a little bit. We got to add a little bit of humor. I like that. I want to get a little more lightheartedness at times injected in. Get some more smiles and laughter. I think that's the place we can sometimes find the common ground at. But the green screen is the way. That is the path. Scooby Snacks is the Mariner ownership. It should be S-canned a long time ago, laughing out loud. Yeah. I'm definitely, they're working my last nerve at this point. You know what I mean? TikTok, Shane Vanilla Waldron. Have a good night, Phoebe Moore Seahawks. Appreciate you, brother. You have a good one. Seahawks Dubs. B, I'm really disappointed by the offense today. Defense did great. They did. Again, you came into it with your offensive line down, Seahawks Dubs. You're down starting out this game, 3/5 of your line. Looks like about halfway into the game, you swapped out Jake Curhan and his injured, I think, ankle, bringing in Stone Forsythe from the left-hand side. And Stone Forsythe is not a right tackle. There were problems beyond this with offense, Dubs. I think it's when we look at the struggles offensively, we can't just point to one problem. It is, to me, the offensive line a little bit at the forefront of this. It is partially Waldron and it is partially Geno Smith in his play. It's all kind of working together to not allow you to be consistent or highly productive on the offensive side of the ball the past few weeks. I think it will get better once the line health improves. That's my bold take on it, but we'll see. Dig Docs, Brandon, do you think Pete and Shane will be having an interesting discussion or two this week? No, because I think that Pete's going to give Shane a lot of the benefit of the doubt that I'm trying to give for the offensive line situation and understanding that his offensive coordinator kind of has to coordinate a game with one arm tied behind his back. Because it's not just Shane Waldron being able to purely call the best game, right? Waldron's not just doing what he would normally do, which is chess match, always being one step ahead. He has to be one step ahead and be aware of his protections as well. He has to be one step ahead and be aware of his protections and be one step ahead and be productive while his offensive pass protection has not been particularly well over the past few weeks. I think Pete's going to give him a little more room on that one, I would say. Addis says we've been patient for 22 years, the Mariners. That's right. We gave you patience. We gave you patience and we still filled up your damn stadium and you didn't give us a winner. We made you the most profitable baseball team last 2 years when you give us even a crack, even a sliver of a winning team. We reward you for it. Now it's time to reward the fans. Now it's time as a Mariners organization to realize the temperature in the room and what time it is and step up to the plate. And all of that stuff of, well, spending money doesn't actually make you a winner. All that stuff rings really hollow when every other team in the American League that made it in the playoffs, absent the Baltimore and Tampa Bay, we're all spending them almost $100 million more than you. It just doesn't add up. I think Docs, Brandon, you're a better man than me. I gave up with the Mariners years ago. I prefer to wait and be a bandwagon guy if they ever make the playoffs. I'm starting to lean a little bit into feeling like that's going to be where I take the stance of this as well, Addicted. I want to be just faithful on this approach, but when you have a team that you start to believe is really thinking at the number one of being profitable is the most important thing. And I had wondered that if we go back to 2007, 2008, 2009, I had some of those worries and wonder if this is the way this is being driven by the organization. And what DePoto did with that press conference is he kind of confirmed all of our worst fears about what's running and driving this organization. And people are not idiots. And you cannot do two things at once. You cannot manage your profits and then go be a World Series contending team at the same time, in my opinion. You got to do a bit of a damn the torpedoes. And what DePoto told you is we're not willing to do that. We're not willing to risk that. And the 54% was such a stupid, empty BS stat to bring up. It's the most just, you pulled that right out of your butt on that one, DePoto. Give me a break. Scooby says that a-hole should have been fired after that press conference, as I was surprised when he wasn't. I've seen some bad press conferences in my time from a front office and a general manager. That was the worst I had seen. And what you understand with that is he's choosing those words because he's already trying to get ahead of this from a PR standpoint when they don't spend the money, right? That's the whole point of DePoto popping off in that way, is because he's trying to set expectations in a realistic fashion. And Mariner fans look at that and say, shove that shit. You can keep that. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. And they can't sell this to anybody. It's really ridiculous. You can't come to me and say, this team over here gets to spend $100 million more than we do, but we're going to be so good in our farm system and development that we'll overtake that $100 million. We can make up that ground without having to spend anywhere close to that money. It's one thing to be maybe $10 million, $15 million different. $100 million in payroll difference with multiple teams in the American League. No. Cobra says, speaking of opening the roof for advantage, there was a major league stadium that used to do that in between innings. Did they really? Cool. Oh my God. That's awesome. Hey, always compete, right? Space is Reek hurt. I don't think he's hurt. Some people are thinking that might be the case, but I've not been aware of him having any outstanding injury ongoing. Cool. Hopefully the end of the year, Pete Carroll gets them some bad looks, so they spend. They did some bad looks, so they spend. Corey's over by the end of the year. Scooby says, I wouldn't mind Bezos taking over the Seahawks. We would never have to worry about money, that's for sure. And that's true. It's true. There could be a lot worse owners than Bezos. Addis says, Reek isn't hurt, but he's still recovering from surgery. That makes sense. That part makes sense. Getting back up to full steam. He didn't have an offseason of training, but probably rehabbing. There's a bit of a difference in that. You're not performing maybe at your best, especially early on in the year when that is the case. I think that's a very good point. Dead leases billionaires always want more money. That's why they are billionaires. That may be the case. I'd hope Bezos would do the math that I always ask a billionaire to do when they buy a team of any sort, which is that rather than getting lost on the profit margin year to year, recognize the fact that if you merely want to own the team for 20 to 25 years, you're going to, 10, 15, 20 times what you spent? I mean, right now, the Seahawks valuation is probably about $6 billion, $6.5 billion. Paul Allen spent about $200 million for it in 1997. So, 26 years later, that's a hell of a profit margin to turn at that point. Even if year by year over that time, right? You were losing $6-7 million this year, $5-7 million that year, $6-7 million this year. You're making all that up down the line and then some. You're making that profit margin. You're making that more money down the line. But you're all right, Deadly. Billionaires don't tend to be like, okay, I've had enough. I'm good here. Ricky Beaver says sometimes the light rail's having some creatures on it. Just keep a good hold on the wallet. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, Scooby, the whole Mariners organization should be ashamed of themselves. This fan base has supported this team like nobody else out throughout baseball. Other baseball teams out there lose for years on end. The fans don't keep showing up. That's part of what makes me so disappointed in this situation is my people are doing their job. My people, rain, shine, winning or losing, they're showing up in that stadium. 2.7 million people showed up in that stadium for a team that didn't make the playoffs this year. Reward them for that. Because I stayed a mile and a half away from Lumen and could see it from every window. Well worth the money I paid for the apartment. Yeah, you had some good views out there, Megan. Coolbury says, I just got a cortisone shot and left a chiropractic appointment, and Pete volunteered me to move a couch up 35 floors. Oh, no. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. ITRV says, I really wish we won that Bengals game. 5-1 sounds much better than 4-2. Oh, well. Go Hawks. I'm with you, man. It would be good to get the Rams game too. If you had to lose in the Cardinals, getting on that Rams game, opening game of the year at home, man, that's when you definitely go, we should have that. But you are where you are, 4-2, which ain't too shabby. And you too, when you look at IT, you got everything in your grasp this year. You're going to play all the top teams in the NFC. You're going to have well worth a chance to say and establish, we're better than these teams. You got San Francisco twice to take this division and grab it and take hold of it. Everything's within your reach here. Is it going to be hard? Yeah, it's going to be hard. But you're one game out of first, one game out of basically having the number one bye in all of the NFC. To put this in perspective, it's early in the year. Agreed on that. But that's where we stand right now. And that's a pretty fine position to find ourselves in. Yayo76 says, can we trade Eskridge for a bag of peanuts? That's about what you're going to get in return if you do try to trade him. And I don't even know if there's any trade value even there for him. I do think if he's released, some team probably tries to pick him up and take a flyer on him. But unfortunately, I don't think there is a lot of trade value there for him. Not even, maybe even a single peanut at this point. Even a single shelled peanut. DVN says, trade Eskridge for some food stamps, man. Groceries have gotten too expensive. John Smith says, if you take a look into the deeper issues with the footwear and orgies, you will find that cleats are underutilized and almost unseen altogether. John, bring in the facts. Bring in those unheralded facts to the chat. Don't bring cleats to an orgy. I think my father told me that when I was about 7. Son, I've got a sacred rule of life for you to follow. I said, yeah, Dad? Is it about love? Is it about family? No. Don't bring cleats to an orgy. All right. Or you should bring cleats to an orgy, I guess. I think the Hawks, Brandon. Yeah, Pete is a tough one to capture for sure, but keep working on it. Your channel will explode. I'll try to make something go with it. I'll keep trying to see if I can capture his cadence. It's a very specific one, but not a very specific one, which makes it hard. But if I could get it right, if I could nail it right, I think it would be helpful for the channel. Megan says, I've been on the tablet for 15 straight hours. It's now 5 p.m. and I need to eat. Talk to you soon, Megan. Hit me up, Megan, too. I got to get that. You got to give me a Ravens channel here. Let me know we got to get that set up for next week for the behind enemy lines thing. Hit up your Ravens peoples. Cool Breeze says, good times. And Brando in the chat, my favorite folks on YT period and far and away the faves in the Hawks world. Thank you, Cool Breeze. Appreciate you, brother. And I agree, best Hawks community on YouTube. I'm with that. Well said. Yeah, John. Thank you for the laugh, John. He reads every chat. Iridescence, Devin Bush was a healthy scratch. No, I thought he was dealing with a little bit of something on the injury front of things. I could be wrong on that, but I thought there was something that he was dealing with a bit. DJ says, hey, B, what do you think about Olu's performance today at center? I think he held up well, DJ. There was the snap where he got into Geno Smith's hands, and Geno and him had the mishandling on the snap. That's going to happen with backup centers coming into the game from time to time. So I won't ding him a bunch for that. But I wasn't able to really lock in on him close. Certainly we'll be keeping a closer eye on the all 22. My initial instinct on this would be that he held up better in pass protection than he did as a run blocker, which isn't terribly surprising because that's what you knew you were going to get out of him coming out of Michigan, is he is a little bit better as a pass protector than a run blocker. But overall, he held up fine today. I don't think he was dominant or that he showed you better performance than what you've been getting from Evan Brown from the position. But I also don't think he was giving you much worse from the position either. He was okay. Scooby Snack says, I hear we're getting Deshaun Watson, B. All right. So no backup quarterback. We're getting the ultimate test wherever he's at with that shoulder. ITRV says, I'm going to throw this out there. I think DJ Dallas sucks. I think he's okay. Yeah, I think that he is kind of probably a little limited, IT. And when it comes to his punt return abilities, it's definitely a little bit of a... we're going to have to go around the Glen, up through the hills, over the mountains, and through the pass and all that stuff with him, and hold our butt cheeks when he's there about to receive it, because he doesn't have a good feel for how to track the ball, when to call a fair catch, and then had the fumble today. He's okay. I think once McIntosh is out there and Charbonnet's out there, I don't know if there's a lot of carries to be had for DJ Dallas in this offense. I'll say that. And his role becomes a lot more limited. But he's definitely not a long-term part of this future plan here in Seattle. Hexagon 7, showing up too late to the party, but great game for JSN. DK not being there allowed him to step up and show his talent. It did indeed. It's great to see them get him featured in early. Finally got that first tutty on the board. You know, that's got to be a weight off his shoulders a little bit, which was nice to see. And as we've been saying, as I'm sure you're sort of intimating here, Hexagon, you know, his best days are ahead this year, and we're going to need him in some games this year. He's going to be playing a factor. And it's a slow start, but it'll be a vibrant finish. He just says DJ Dallas has been good for us being available, honestly. He's been steady and fine. I mean, the fumble wasn't great today, but I give him a hard time with the punt returns because he does make me hold my breath. But he had a good punt return this game. Got to give him props for that. I think he's okay for what he brings. As a fourth right running back on your roster, he's fine. As a number 2 guy, good special teams guy, like In Utero says. I think that's probably pretty fair. DJ Jimenez says, our old friend Joey Blunt was the one that caused the DJ Dallas fumble. Ooh. I wonder if he knows that DJ Dallas tends to be a little, opened up with it. And he's like, yeah, DJ will give you a chance there to get that fumble recovery. Ricky Beavers, Geno throws it right to the defender sometimes like he's colorblind or can't see the defender parked in front of his receiver like today versus the Bengals. Yeah, it was a bad throw. Ricky, go back again, just double check on it. I think his arm does get hit as he's trying to throw the ball there, and he's trying to loop it over the top to Bobo. I still think your point stands, even if he's trying to loop it over the top, being that just don't make that throw there. Throw it away. Kill that play at that point. It's not there to be had. Live to play another day. It's the big lesson right now. The past couple of weeks, Geno's got to start there's some plays you just got to kill. They're not going to be there. You just got to let it go and move on and let it roll through, So it's really the decision making there. But I think Ricky, if I'm trying to give just and go ahead, it did look like he got a hit pretty good. When he throws, he's not able to get the arm all the way through on the throw. So it comes out, but it comes through out a little bit dead, like a dead duck. I think he would have gotten in a better position where maybe it wouldn't have been an interception if he could get the throw off. But your base bottom point is the right one, which is just throw it away. Throw it away. Not for sale says Mariners make me sick, laughing out loud. That made me sick lately too. If we have a quiet offseason, I'm going to be real sick. And I agree on Utero. My feeling on it right now is I don't feel like the Mariners are going to spend money. It's very hard to get excited for the future of this team if they're not going to do that. If you have two teams in this division alone that are outspending you by $100 million, how can we hope to compete with them? I don't know. Cool. So John started telling us we are lucky to throw the block at the 1 yard line. Ricky, Ohtani would help the Mariners in the pitching and hitting category. He was flirting with coming here too. That's the move to go out there and make. And here's the sad part of it. I think Ohtani has some interest in coming to Seattle. I don't know if Seattle's willing to even come near where his asking price is going to get. And you have one of the best, if not one of the best hitters in all of baseball, a guy that would be a perfect fit for your lineup alone, regardless of whatever he brings in the pitching element, with what he brings from an outfield defensive standpoint, hitting, running the bases. And not going to go after him now because he's not interested in coming here, but because you don't want to go a couple extra $100 million to pay the price for him. And Utero says we even got politicians making 54 jokes. I think that's the one nice part of it. It was such a bad press conference in Utero that it's literally sparking memes everywhere. It was that bad. And maybe that's a good thing, because it just keeps the spotlight on Dipoto here in the darkness of this offseason. Ricky Beaver says they're saying he's going to Boston. I was hearing rumors that he was wanting to stay on the West Coast. It's hard to say at this hour. It's still, we got to have to see. Kevin O'Connell says, love how late you stay analyzing. My pleasure, man. This is my job, so I love doing it, and I'll go long all the time. Second I got to do this full time, I'm going to kick back and let it roll, you know. Not for sale, bring back Lupinella. I love having Lupinella back. He's been by far, it's second place isn't even close, favorite manager in Mariners history. And he was just awesome in every way, was Lou. His management of the game, his fiery approach, his care, his competitiveness. Lou was great. Just great. Ocean Hills Detailing. Thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate that, Ocean Hills. How will number 7 do against Cleveland? I'm scared. Go Hawks. Well, Ocean Hills, I'm worried a little bit too. I ain't going to lie to you on that. I don't know if we're getting back Lucas at this point. In fact, I maybe make a guess that we're probably not. And you got Myles Garrett, guy on track to go get Defensive Player of the Year as it stands right now. He's got to be the lead dog, the lead horse. They've got a good defense beyond that. Jeremy Akuzie, covering in space from the linebacker position. Shelby Harris is in there as a rotational guy. They've got some other good players in that defensive line that they provide. Secondary with Denzel Ward. Grant Delpit's really rounding into shape. The LSU kid from safety, who I think he tore his Achilles as he was coming out, and you were going to have to wait on him a little bit. Now he's coming out, and he's balling out. This is going to be a tough team you're going to play, especially defensively. And offensively, they don't have any Chubb, and Watson's been limited. But that team put up well over 30 points on this Colts defense in Indianapolis this week too, with a backup quarterback rocking through a lot of this game. There's no two ways to slice this or cut this, Ocean Hills. This is going to be a tough game. And number 7 is going to have to play a lot better ball than he's played the last 3 weeks for us to win this one. Good news is, I think he will. But it ain't going to be an easy game. That's for sure. This Cleveland team has proven so far they are tough, and they've got some solid wins already on the books. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate that detailing. Go Hawks, brother. Ricky Beaver says, I like Ashibia and Ballmer, Suns and Clippers owners. They're trying to build winners for real, but Kawhi doesn't want to play in Ballmer's case. Yeah, Kawhi just, after he got that championship with Toronto, was like, okay, I've done my part. I'm going to go bare minimum now as we go forward. And that's not on Ballmer. I would have probably told Ballmer at the time, don't sign that. I know he's a good player. He's coming off how he is, but you just don't sign him. You got to project this one a little bit in the future. But it's hard in NBA when you get into a contract and you can't get out from under it and you're stuck a little bit. It's part of what makes that sport tough at times. Colby says, Kawhi's pockets deep. His hustle is generational. Wish we could watch him play. Dude's great. Oh, he's a fun player. He's awesome. Both ends of the court. Athletic as hell. Strong. Load management. Load management. I think Ballmer would be probably the ideal pick for me too. You know, I mean, we're talking about Bezos, but I think Ballmer would be the perfect middle ground on that. A guy that definitely be committed, local roots, ain't going to move the team, going to be fully committed in every way that he can control to help build a winner. It's the one that I've gone to over and over again. I do think Bezos is just going to come in aggressive, and I think he's going to blow anybody else out the water because this guy was already wanting to, think about it from Bezos' standpoint, he already wanted to buy a team with Washington and was willing to step up the stage and probably beat anybody's offer on that team, a team that he had no connection to with his, youth or being grown up local here. Now he's got his homegrown team available for him. I don't think he's going to let it off the hook. That's my guess. Jeffrey Tissel says, grab the division by the balls and bite it. Bite it. Get in there and go. I love it, man. That's the spirit we need. Central Valley Kings, Cardinals only scored 3 points off Hawk turnovers. That is crazy luck. I don't know if it's crazy luck as much as it's the defense stepped up in this game in every way. Not only were they stout and stifling throughout the course of this game, but even when you put them on a short field, they didn't give up an inch. They didn't back off at all. A lot of defenses, that momentum swing starts to happen like that. You'll see them start to just body language give in a little bit and lose a little bit of that stoutness. Like, come on, offense. Why are you doing us like this? That wasn't the feeling you got from that defense. They stepped out there and they brought it to that offense once they came out on the football field. Steve Smith says, isn't Eskridge due back this coming week if we want him activated? Indeed he is. Week 6. So 6 weeks is over. Now you shall return. Now you are coming back. Cool Breeze, Brando Sonics Channel 2026. Indeed, I already got the name. We're going to call it the Control Tower. So we got the Hawks Nest, the Crow's Nest, and then we'll have the Control Tower for the Sonics. So I already got the name in place. We just need the team. Cool Breeze says, Adam Silver's such a vampire troll. Shaking my head. Give us our team back. He does have kind of that vampire troll vibe to him, doesn't he? Like if I was to learn that he'd live for 400 years, I wouldn't be shocked. It's one of those kind of guys. Scooby's now actually asks, he had 3, but they did lose the game because of them. They didn't. And Geno was lucky he was playing the Cards today. If he was playing any other team, he probably would have lost. Might have, yeah. Very well might have. It's possible. Steve Schmidt says our entire offensive line seems to pass block better than they run block. Even once you looked at, again, the starters out there, Charles Cross is a better pass blocker than a run blocker. I think Abraham Lucas is probably a better pass blocker than a run blocker. Damian Lewis has oddly become a better pass blocker than a run blocker, even though he started out as a run blocker on the right side. Phil Haynes is indeed a better pass blocker than a run blocker. Evan Brown might be the one guy in your line when he's rolling strong and steady who's probably a slightly better run blocker than he's a pass protector, though this year so far by PFF metrics, Evan Brown's been better as a pass blocker than a run blocker, to your point on that, Steve. So yeah, that seems to be the way that they're going to play this out this year. And hopefully they can get better at opening some holes up in the run game. But the strength is in pass protection overall. That's true. Cool Breeze says Sonic's back. 26-27 will probably be trash for a few years. Tickets will be spendy, but I couldn't care less. I want our team back. Me too. Don't care either. Just get them back here. We need our team back. DVD forever. Yo, we ran all day. The some screens and play action, and look what happened. K9 getting stonewalled in the red zone is very rare. One more thing to make an adjustment on. Amen. And definitely stayed committed to running the ball throughout this game. He didn't move away from it like he did last week a bit. Even if it wasn't working great in the second half, you still stayed with it, still tried to make it work. And I think especially DVD, once you get Zach Charbonnet down those kind of stonewall moments of second and goal, first and goal from the 2-yard line, I think he bangs it in there on some of those attempts. I just don't think that's Walker's game as much either at times. You know, he's good down by there. He's busted some runs off. He's gotten the touchdowns at times when there isn't the holes to be had. But Charbonnet is the guy that I think is going to really make that go once he's back to rolling full steam. Scooby says, if they were playing the Winers instead of the Cards today and Geno had 3 turnovers like he did today, do you think we would have won the game today? I doubt it. Well, Geno only had 2 turnovers today. Scooby. Unless I'm mistaken here, but I think Geno only had the interception and then he had there was the snap that occurred. But I think if you go against the Niners and you have 3 turnovers in a game and they don't have any, I think the Niners are going to probably win that game. Yeah. Yeah. Don, you have a great night, man. Appreciate you. ITR, I don't know if Spoon's a lock for the Defensive Rookie of the Year, but I think he's taken a firm control of it as a front runner at this point over the top of Jalen Carter. And if the season were to end today, he'd be given the award. But we do still have a lot of the year left to go. If they give it to a more popular organization, you do have Jalen Carter playing out on that East Coast, but Carter did miss a game due to an injury, and Carter is heavily rotated through that defensive line. I think this will be an interesting case study, IT, if this does go out throughout the same way throughout the course of this year, how the voters lean on that. And, if Witherspoon's playing 2/3 of the snaps and having way more of an effect versus the occasional flashy play you get from Carter via a pressure or a sack, you still would think that Spoon should be worthy of getting it. But to your point, we'll see on where those biases built in and if they carry forward this year, which I do think that tends to hold a lot of the weight when it's all said and done. Kevin, I was at the game today. You could feel the missing presence at that 1 and 2 running back combo. Waldron has to adapt with having 1 running back down. The crowd was frustrated with 3 runs back to back down the middle. I get it. I get where they're coming from. Your line's a little bit suspect coming in this game, and it's going to be hard opening up those holes. And you're right. I think having the 1-2 running back combo was part of the plan for this running game to be at its most successful, especially when you get down the red zone and being more successful down there. The past couple of weeks, Charbonnet only had 2 carries last week. I think that he was having injury problems last week. You couldn't use him as much down there where you needed him on those 3rd and tight situations and goal to go. Same thing again in this game. But you will get him back at some point. And once you do have the mix, Kevin, like to your point, like we saw in the Carolina Panther game, when you could truly give a thunder and lightning kind of approach in what you were doing, you were able to kind of keep that defense off guard a little bit in how you did it. But you need more of the hammer, not just the finesse dancing guy. You need them both a bit, but not just one or the other. And we used to see running backs dive over the O-line at the goal line and haven't seen that very often since the 90s. It's true. It's true. Backs don't do that very much. Don't know why. Probably because you throw yourself up in the air and you're sort of throwing your body up there to get just freely decked. Because once you leave your feet, you're definitely exposed, as they say. Central Valley Kings, Fred Warner, Defensive Player of the Year. Well, he's probably right there in contention with. He's probably in there in contention with Garrett. I certainly think he'd be in the top 3. I think Garrett's would be probably held as that guy if it ended today, but Warner would be in the conversation. Jimmy, tough schedule coming up, man. Indeed it is. Not a lot of easy peasy wins on the upcoming schedule here. Go Breeze, if Geno completes 54% of his passes, we're happy. Yeah, no more gimme games for a while. Got to bring it. Got to bring it. And I love having a great defense because you always have a chance to win. Indeed. Nathan Wise, Bobby Wagner, Marshawn, backed by Magic Johnson or Jordan. Addis, we got to keep playing great defense and hope this offense and Waldron can fix these mistakes at the same time. Seriously, if they can both do really good at the same time, that's special. 4-2, and we've yet, to your point, Addis, had any point in time this year where we've had both the offense and defense both playing at a high level at the same time. What happens when we can finally get it to that state? What's this team going to look like then? I dream. Nathan Wise, it was surprising that they didn't give Dallas even a single run play. No, it was all Walker today, that's for sure. Which was probably a little strange. You didn't maybe feature a little Dallas in there. But they probably just didn't feel like there was any holes to be had. And Walker can at least find you space when there's nothing there a little bit. Flag Sabbath, control tower is nice. Nice, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'll definitely let it roll once we get our team back. But I got to get my team back first. How you doing, Bales? Kevin says, if I remember correctly, when they sold the Sonics to Oklahoma, they also sold the rights to the name, so the new team can't be called the Sonics. I thought the whole thing that the owner told Clay Bennett said when he left was that he was going to leave Seattle their name. I thought that was his whole thing with leaving. It was like, you guys will eventually get a team, we'll leave you your name. DVD, what did I say about the run game and the screens and play action? Waldron finally started with it. W. It was good to see, man. Yeah. We actually had a couple screens work in this game, which was not only calling them, but they actually worked. Not bad. Hopefully they keep that up. Cooper says our team records are held by people who never played for Seattle. Shaking my head, just create a new team. I think they'll be the Sonics when they do come back. I might be wrong on this, but I was completely understood it to be that was just a first, goes without saying that we're going to get him back as a name at least. Pretentious Cameron, shout out to Jason Myers. Dude's been solid after a rough start to the season. Definitely Cameron. Shout out to Myers. I mean, that 48-yard field goal, he's hit some deep ones too here. These aren't just easy kicks. These are he's got to put some leg in him to get him there. And that kick at the end, where if he misses it, you're putting now the Cardinals in right around the midfield stripe. All they've got to get a touchdown to score. It's a little bit of a different game versus now getting the field goal, giving it back to the Cardinals. They gotta get a touchdown, and now they've got to onside kick it. A lot loomed on the back of that kick, going one way or the other. Purple Rain says, skull, everyone. Skull, Purple Rain. Maybe Myers is breaking the curse. Marcus says, if DJ Dallas isn't the returner, then who? Maybe Eskridge Marcus, coming off the suspension list. He was getting some run, I think, as a punt returner at times in training camp. But to your point, Marcus, there's not a lot of other better options behind him after that point. And we might just have to run with him, as it is. Which I'm okay with. It's not a huge problem. I don't think he's going to have fumbleitis or that's some big issue with him. He's just not particularly comfortable back there in returning. Daniel says, on a positive note, Jamal Adams looks back and recovered well. He does. If he's not back to where he was before, he looks certainly very close to it. And the team seems to be smartly putting him into a position to succeed on top of it. This defensive turnaround has culminated with the return of Jamal Adams back in this lineup. I'm not saying he's the full reason, but probably a big part of this. And that he's bringing everything kind of together as that final element to this defense that they needed for the whole thing to come together in the right way, for the feng shui of the room to flow correctly. And it seems like it is definitely flowing correctly. He looks really good. He's bringing that energy. He's bringing some pop and some hitting ability from the safety position, physicality. Love what I'm seeing from him so far. Yeah, well said, Daniel. DVD says, I also feel like Woolen is still getting his rhythm back and will be almost at Lane, Sherman, and Browner status. Maybe. Yeah, I think he is still getting back to full go. Agreed. Scooby says DJ's been solid for us on returns. I mean, he had that fumble today, but made up for it later in the game. Yeah, he's been better this year. Last year, it was pretty bad with the punt returns. He just could not track the ball in the air. He's letting stuff land in front of him and then roll 30 yards back. But it has been better this year. There's still some moments I hold my breath. Still some moments where I'm like, buddy, just fair catch. Just no, don't. Okay, you're going to return it. Okay, just don't. Okay, don't fall. All right, we're good. It's a lot of that with DJ as he's returning it. Flag says, I take the blame for Geno's turnovers because I was crapping on Seahawks draft blogs hate for Geno. As soon as I did, he threw the interception. We all can jinx ourselves in our own ways at times. You know what I mean? It happens. And you know, if the Spoon's sack and interception weren't negated, he'd definitely be a defensive rookie of the year leader. Yeah. It'd be unquestioned at that point. Right now it's questionable, but I think that'd be unquestioned. I still think he should win it if it was ending today, but it's a long year. Gotta see where it goes. Black says, I'm going to keep my thoughts pure and my mouth shut for the next stretch of games so I don't curse us. You got to be actively aware of this stuff, man. It takes a vigilant mind, Flag. Vigilant. Oh, shoot. And we did still win, Flag, so it ain't all bad. It's not bad if you can end up cursing us and we still get the W. Steve Schmidt says the name Supersonics belongs to Seattle, just like the Browns name stayed in Cleveland. There we go. So I understood it correctly. I thought that's how it was. What I don't know is if the team records also stay in Seattle like the NFL declared with the new Browns. That would be ridiculous if it didn't. And I can't understand why the NBA wouldn't let the records carry forth. I know that Oklahoma, I think, is currently trying to count our records for their records, but Bennett can shove it up his ass. Those are our records. Gary Payton didn't play in Oklahoma City. So it'd be silly if they didn't. It'd be so silly if they didn't. It seems like a no-brainer that they wouldn't just let the records go back to the team. DVD says, no way we get an NBA team again, and they don't name them the Supersonics. They may even ask for a fan vote, and I'm voting Supersonics, not just Sonics. I like the Supersonics too. Supersonics got beat by the yeah, it's got to be the Sonics. It's got to be. This is as easy as it comes. Everybody wants this. Puppet Master, sorry if you covered this. Just got in. No worries. Everything good with Zach Charbonnet. I didn't notice him out there on any snaps. Charbonnet, I believe, has a little bit of a hamstring injury. I don't believe that it's a serious one, but always with hamstring injuries, you just want to quiet those down quickly and deactivate those guys fast so that it can quiet down. So you can't really work through the hammy. You can't fight through it or just, deal with it. It's something that can get worse if you keep trying to play on it. I think the team's just probably tried to shut Charbonnet down a little bit to get it to that place. So it might be a couple weeks injury issue. It does sound like McIntosh is coming close to returning back, Puppet Master. But that's what I was hearing about it. Scooby Stacks, I'm with you, be on DJ. Yeah. He's okay. Yeah. DVD says DJ Dallas, I believe, is led in returns thus far, at least close to number one. He's been good on that. And I'm not actively calling for him to be changed. We got much bigger fish to fry on this team as far as some other issues going on, I'd say. And Addison Zach ain't missing the season as of right now. No, I don't think so. Not what I've heard with the hamstring thing. That it's not that serious. And if that were to happen, then you're probably going to see the Seahawks looking at making some calls out there to some various organizations on certain players at the running back positions. You might reach out to New York about Dalvin Cook at that point. But I think he'll be fine. He'll be back. Caprice, the Sonics name will stay in Seattle, but technically the Sonics records carry over to the Thunder. It's a joke. That is a joke. And Bennett's an a-hole if he was the one that decided that he needed to make that the way that rolled. That's so silly. ITRV says, what is supersonic? Like supersonic jet IT? It's a reference to sort of Boeing and the building of planes in the area. The Uteros says the Arizona game was a good one to let the guys heal up. Indeed it was. Certainly a guy like DK is going to probably benefit from having this extra week off this season. Can't think that won't be very, very helpful. And hopefully we can get right on them in the next time we play them too. That can be kind of served as sort of a soft buy at that point as well. That wouldn't be bad. Space says Seattle Super Chronic. The Lakers beat the Supersonics. felt on the big fat fanny, pulled out the dam, and killed the poom nanny. And my Jimmy runs deep, so deep, put a butt to sleep. Cool Breeze, pretty sure Westbrook is like the second behind Peyton and steals. Makes me sick. Ugh. It's just not right? It's just wrong in every way. It's really ungodly. It's an abomination. And the answer is no. Purple Rain, Seahawks want Madison. You're not offloading your Madison problem to us, Purple Rain. We're not skulling on that one. No skull. Though I don't know. He's kind of he's not having a good year for you guys. I think you guys have been pretty disappointed with him as your feature back so far. I'm going to have to go big and no on that one. Isaac Wesley, yeah, B. I made it. What a game. Spoon is showing why we drafted him. K9 got his touches. 12 showed up. Great rebound game. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Isaac. That's really, I think, where my bottom line thoughts come out of this game. Spoon looking great. You got Kane off enough touches. You ran the ball with as much as consistency as you could. You tried to work as much balance as you could in this game with the three-fifths of the offensive line out. So you didn't have to maybe pass as much and put those backup offensive linemen in as much peril. But to me, I think what's nice to hear about your comment on that, Isaac, is you're coming away this game encouraged by what you're seeing and by where this team's going. And I am in the same place. It's not to say that the team isn't without some things to look at that have been detractions and limitations and inhibiting factors to the year so far. But there's a lot of room for optimism and good reason to believe that some of those inhibiting factors and problems so far this year will be resolved. The offensive line woes will, I think, be resolved as you get healthier. And the defense is already starting to come together. Marcus B28, so you're saying bring back Eskridge, McIntosh, and Lucas. Then we have roster spot problems. I don't think the Lucas one will provide you many problems bringing him back. I think that will be pretty easy for you to kind of set things along with the way the roster work there. With right now Charbonnet out, Marcus, it's not a problem with the McIntosh being activated if Charbonnet is out like he is. But once you have all those running backs back to good, it might be a little bit tough because now you're going to have 4 running backs on the active roster, which you haven't had to do so far this year, which is then going to upset a little bit of how you build out the rest of the roster in other ways. And then teams got some tough calls to make on this, on how they want to load balance this. And some of this does speak to Marcus, a little bit of their commitment to Eskridge and what they think there's left to get out of that little project. Cool Breeze says, S doesn't make sense. I never understood relocation and rights. If you do move a team, start from scratch. It's not difficult. Yeah, this isn't hard. Like, why would you want to take the records of a team from another city to your city? I would think you'd want to reset it just on that basis alone. You're trying to remove all of the echoes of the former city. You're trying to create your own thing. You can't do that if you got the echoes there. DVD Forever, Darrell Taylor starting his return too. I said before the season he would be great this year. Now we'll finally see if I'm correct soon. Well, he got a sack and a half in this game, DVD, so he was providing a little bit of pressure. Still very much a liability in the run game, though. In utero, David Stern thought he was taking teams from established markets and placing them in small markets would spread the NBA. Yeah, that didn't work. That was freaking ridiculous. Mr. Kane, laughed my ass off. Brandon has now added Ice Cube along with a long list of impressions. Great stuff, brother. I love my Ice Cube, man. I'm old school like that too, Mr. Kane. You know that. I go back to my I know I'm a white kid from the suburbs, but I like my NWA growing up. You know, rolling down the street in my 6'4", jocking the bitches, clocking the hoes. NWA was a little raw with it. NWA was a little raw with it. I like me some Cube. ADL, when Spoon absolutely destroyed that guy in the tackle, me and my wife ran around the room screaming. Oh, he hit him hard. He put Rondale on his back. I was saying there during the live stream, he hit him so hard, he had his legs snapping back, just about hitting him in the forehead. Hit him so hard. We were screaming too. Scooby Snack says, I haven't seen a hit like that one Spoon laid since the Boom days, honestly. That was an old school Legion of Boom special right there. That wasn't just like you gave him a nice little whack. That was a decleater, as they used to see back in the day. Puppet Master, any injuries aside, the D is only going to get better. I'm loving the identity of Adams and Spoon. They bring a presence on the field, don't they, Puppet Master, beyond what they're doing, playing and play out as far as on task, doing their job, executing as they should. They bring a presence, an aura to the football field. Maybe I'm speaking in too much of the hippy-dippy terms here, but it does feel like you're getting a little bit of that from them in this kind of game. As long as we can keep these injuries up to snuff on the defensive side of the ball, as you have seen this rejuvenation of the defense come along with it getting up to more fuller strength, fuller health, you'd love to see that continue. But it's happened with Spoon and Adams' ascent. That has been the catalyst here over these last 3 games, in my opinion. It's wonderful to see. Red Ace, any updates on Uchenna Nwosu? I have not necessarily heard anything yet. I got to admit, I've done nothing but streaming so far, so I haven't necessarily been locked in on doing any searching and, what's happening. Let's take a look and see if we got any. Peg P. Carroll called it a pectoral strain for Uchenna Nwosu and said there's no word yet on the severity. It kept Nwosu out the entire second half. Carroll said otherwise they made it out of the game okay injury-wise. So not a torn pec, but a strained pec, which is good because the torn pec would have been, done and done. So good news on that. Strained pec, though, will probably keep him out, I would guess, for a couple of weeks at this point. Purple Rain says, what moves do you feel the Seahawks should make before the trade deadline? Gone through actually this pretty closely already, Purple Rain, and tried to look at this far out in advance. And the troubling part comes down to, for me, is that it's not that my Hawks team is just so stacked, but it's just that we're really in good shape at positions across the board for the most part, to where there's not a clear place for us to need to upgrade anything. For instance, your Purple Rain team has a guy in Daniil Hunter that may be a guy that your Vikings might think is a guy that they want to move and try to get some value from here if they're going to start to lean that direction. And so you go, well, would Seattle like him? But Seattle's already got Uchenna Nwosu. We've got Boye Mafe with 4 sacks, and he's ascending. You've got second-round pick Derek Hall from this past draft who can't even get on the field. You got Darrell Taylor, another second-round pick from a couple drafts ago, who can't find a way to get on the field because they're already stacked behind 2 guys. When you go position by position by position with this team, wide receiver, you're due to get Eskridge back, a former second-round pick. JSN is finally coming alive. Jake Bobo's been a sensation for us, an undrafted rookie free agent. And you already have Tyler Lockett and DK. You got 4 running backs deep. You got 3 tight ends deep. Your cornerback room is stocked. Your safety room is stocked. Your linebacker room is stocked. It really comes down to, for us, Purple Rain, defensive tackle and 3 tech above all that. So when you look at the teams that might be in sell mode, maybe your Packers, maybe the Bears, maybe the Broncos, you kind of go down the line of these teams, and there's not really a team with a 3 tech that they can offer us that's going to work. And it really kind of comes down to that being the tried and true real upgrade out there that we'd love to go out there and grab and find. And I think just because of the limited options, Purple Rain, I think that there's going to be a limited amount of sellers. We're already hearing some scuttlebutt from league rumors that there's not a lot of action to be had here, that it might be one of the quieter trade deadlines that we will see. And this has really been impacted mainly by the 17th game season. It leads that many more teams to thinking that maybe there's a chance we can turn this around. Maybe this is a chance we should just trust to see if we can maybe turn this rather than get into sell mode a little earlier on like you might have seen back in, let's say, 2014, 2015. So I just don't think there'll be a viable trade for us to go out there and make. Pro Brains has got a guy named Dean Lowry that you should come grab. Dean's a pretty good player. I sure would like to maybe make more of a move the needle move. If I'm going to go make a trade, if I'm the Hawks right now, let's go make a real move that's going to move the needle. I don't know if that really moves the needle much for me. The guy's got a 46 PFF rating, a 53 run defense grade, a 53 pass rush grade. That's not much help, And if you're going to make a swing, and he was about the same grades last season in 2022. 1 sack last year, probably, I guess, no more for being a run defender, but even his run defense at 56 grade by PFF isn't that good. I'd want a bigger swing than that, I'd want something that's a little more. I'm not looking for like game changer, I'm not saying Aaron Donald 3-tech type, but a guy with a little bit more juice than that. Red Ace, any updates on Uchenna? He's got a strained pectoral muscle, Red Ace. Not a tear, but just a strain. Oh, I think I answered that. My bad. Puppet Master, Adams gave high praise for Spoon in the post presser. Said he was one of the smartest rookies he knows. Kid's on it, man. Kid's on it, and it's no way he can't be impressing these vets with the way he's playing. The hitting, the pressure, the bringing the pressure off the edge, the coverage skills. I mean, you're seeing it all on display. Everything you could ask for him, he's bringing it. And yeah, that hit definitely could remind you of Cam. 190 pounds to be making a guy fly like that's pretty impressive. Coolbree says Spoon will generally be in the right place, right time from what I've seen, and will only take shots like that if he has the drop. Very calculated and controlled. Agreed. Yeah. Kind of speaks to that smartness that Adams was talking about, it sounds like, in Puppet Master's post there. Definitely knows what he's doing out there. Red Ace says, I know Taylor's a liability in the run game, but good thing we have him as depth. Quandre playing better with Adams in return. Yeah. Yes and yes, Red Ace. And yeah, it's not the horrible thing that Taylor's a liability in the run game. He still provides value. He still is one of your more efficient edge rushers on this team. Just got to put him in that position to succeed. Today, he had to take a few more snaps out there than you would have liked with Uchenna's injury. But this is where I would also look to the coaching staff and say, okay, 1st and 10, likely rundown. Let's not have Taylor on the field. Right? Position to succeed. Puppet Master, was JSN even covered on his tutty, or did he work his route magic to get that open? They didn't show a good shot, Puppet Master. I got to see the all 22 because they just showed him open. They went back and replayed a shot that was just tied on him the whole way, where you never got to see how he got off the line and if it was just broken coverage. It looked like a broken coverage play to me, but I can't say for sure. Bobo's definitely got that dog in him. Definitely has got that dog in him. DVD says Little Spoon might be undersized, but plays like a big spoon from what I've seen in his rookie starts. Amen. Amen. Byron D, thank you for the $2 donation, Byron. Appreciate you for that, brother. Says, bro, you're still live? Cool. JSN and Bobo. Hey, man, the 2 rookie receivers went out there and they showed out in this game. JSN getting his first touchdown catch. Finally really being an impactful part of this offense here and really getting to feel that in this game. And Bobo had a catch where he took the top of the defense off early in the game, had a penalty called back where that play got removed, but again, showing an ability to somehow, some way take the top off a defense, beat the man across from him who he's probably much slower than, but just finding a way with that nasty release of his to get open. And then Geno to throw him that trust ball down near the end zone. And it's hard enough to make a one-handed catch. That's tough as it is. To make a one-handed catch where you got to then toe, tag, drag, swag that thing across to get through, unbelievable to do both of those 2 things together. But Bobo shows that there's just something about this kid. I don't know where his upside is. I don't know where he's going in this league, but I do know that he just makes plays every time you put him on the football field. And he's already shown himself to be one of the better blockers in the NFL at the wide receiver position, just as it stands, bar none right now. And now, every single time you seemingly throw him the ball, he makes the most out of every target that you throw his way. It's just been fantastic to watch this kid come out of nowhere to surprise us in this way. And JSN is absolutely going to be the real deal. He's going to help us win football games. But both of these guys, in my opinion, are showing themselves to be part of the future. Purple Rain says, I wanted Bobo in the 7th so bad. I liked him a lot too, Purple Rain. I didn't think he was going to be this good. I mean, the kid, I know it's only a couple catches this year, but he's, obviously Purple Rain, he's been stacked on the depth chart behind DK, behind Tyler, behind JSN. There's only so many opportunities that the kid's going to get. And he's made the most of it. He's been absolutely so impressive with the opportunities he has been given. The most impressive undrafted rookie free agent receiver I've seen come through here since Doug Baldwin, by far. By far. Scooby Snacks, that was a sweet catch. Reminded me of the one Lockett caught from Wilson. Yeah, we've seen Lockett do that kind of one-handed thing before. Yeah, I like it. Kind of reminded me, too, there was a Colton Tate catch back on he had a helmet catch against the Falcons back, I think, in, 13? He was able to reel it in, holding it off his head, kind of similar there, as the defender has his other arm pinned. Had to get 2 feet in on that play, too, a bit. Central Valley Kings, are the Seahawks and Trailblazers not getting sold anymore? Was it not factual that they had to be sold? Both of these teams are going to be sold. The key on this deal, Central Valley Kings, is that there's not a timetable that's dictated in the trust to sell either organization. So Jody Allen can do this at her speed. She is the executor. There is not an officer party over the top of her making sure that she's selling it in a timely manner. Jody also understands that the longer that you hold out on selling a franchise from a professional standpoint, the more increased value that franchise is going to get. And so selling the Portland Trail Blazers last year with whatever offer she was being given versus waiting another 2.5, 3 years, which may not seem like a lot of time, but might be a significant amount of money on the brass tacks bottom dollar profit that she's able to pull back in when she does sell them by waiting that little bit of extra time. I think that's probably happening with both the Hawks and the Portland Trail Blazers here. So that does mean it's going to take a little bit more time for each to sell. But they will both eventually be sold. Seahawks are going to be after the Blazers, but I wouldn't say the Hawks are going to be sold anytime before 2026 minimum, in my opinion. Blazers probably right along those, maybe a little bit before that. Jesse Mode says, I read they're going to sell Seattle after 2025. That's potentially the time frame. There's a little bit of back and forth on this about the exact time frames for it. We do know that she's been very slow with the Trailblazer sale. And I think that if we're taking that as a little bit of a canary in the coal mine on our Seahawks selling, then we can probably read from that it's going to be a bit of a slow roll kind of situation. In Central Valley Kings, it's part of the trust. The trust mandates that she has to liquidate all the things, but there's no timetable on when she has to do that. It doesn't say you have to sell the team by this date, you have to sell that team by that date. It's at Jody Allen's discretion. Scooby Snacks, I do remember the Earl on Gronk hit. Hardest Gronk said he was ever hit on a football field. And flag, yeah, I forgot Zadarius Smith on that defense too. That's what makes him tough, is it's both Garrett and Zadarius. Zadarius is a handful and a half. Jesse, I never hear about Earl anymore. Never mentioned much on KJ or Sherm's channels. It was a bit of a tough end there at the end for Earl there in Baltimore. And not the best looks on his way out the door. I think he's got some tough inroads to make with the organization. It wasn't the best of ends here with Earl. After the game, going to Dallas's locker room saying, "Come get me." The middle finger that he flashed to Coach Carroll on the sidelines after he had the broken ankle or the broken leg. It's a little bit of a different story, I think, from KJ Sherm or Chancellor's or Cliff Avrils. But eventually, I think those fences will be mended with time. Earl's also, I think, a little bit of a unique cat. Marches to his own beat. Cool Breeze, initially, I'm 99% sure they have to initiate the process by 25, and I don't remember the rest of the details, but it isn't a hard schedule. Jody can ultimately drag it out for 20 years if she wanted to. Yeah, exactly. She's got the ultimate control on this one. There is a dictation, but she's got the ultimate control. Space, we didn't pick Jake Bobo in any round. He was an undrafted rookie free agent. How about that, huh? How about that? In utero, has Bobo caught every target? No. But he's caught every catchable target. So he hasn't had a single drop yet. If there's been one that he hasn't caught, it's because it was a missed throw or, not in his sector. Flag drafted in the 8th. I like that flag. Garth Knight. Well, thank you, Garth, for the $5 dono. Dropped a tremendous amount of donos today. I appreciate all that support, Garth. He says, Brando, James Brown from Beyond told me that you're the second hardest working man in the show business. The Godfather of Soul, listening to you, and he digs it. Gotta kiss myself. Good guy. Who's now? Gotta get myself. Hey, yeah. Give it down. Give it down. Gotta get myself. Give it down. Kiss myself. Good guy. I love me some James Brown, Garth. I love me some James. Godfather of Soul. That's a great comp. Who's to say he's wrong? Ain't nobody questioning the Godfather of Soul. Ain't nobody. Appreciate you, Garth, for that donation, though, brother. And man, I love what I do. I love what I do. Spaces Phil Knight shown any interest in buying the Blazers? Not so far. Not so far. Garth, again, too, man, thank you for all your support to the channel tonight, brother. I do hope I really do appreciate all of it. You're amazing, man, and you have been for a very long time on this channel. Red Ace says, Earl was my favorite player, man. That throwback ET3 jersey would have been clean. Yeah, that would have been a clean look. And I loved Earl, too. Oh, in an era where you had guys all about ball, he was another one of those guys all about ball. Just wanted to be great. And you put a team together that had a lot of guys aspiring all at the same time to want to be great. They weren't merely happy to be pros, satisfied to be a professional football player. They wanted to do something special. And it doesn't take just one or two guys in a team to get yourself into a mental state as a team to get there. You need all the people kind of buying in on that. And Earl was one of those guys right along with everybody else. He was a uniquely built cat. As I say, he does march to his own beat, but a sensational player. Yeah, Phil Knight buying the Blazers makes a lot of sense, Cool Breeze. Does he have, he'd have the money, wouldn't he? He's got the billions. Kind of where we haven't heard him even broached about doing it, though, have we? And Bubba Master, I'm with you, man. I just hope two things. Whoever buys the Seahawks team is a local person that truly loves the team and that they are committed to winning. That they understand that they've got to, bring the money, that they got to spend the money to win. And the profit will be there down the road. Those are my real two prerequisites for whatever owner ends up buying the team. IT says, let's just say Jody didn't want to sell the Hawks, but since she's technically has to, can't she just ask for a ridiculous price as long as they're for sale? Just a thought. Yes. There you go. I mean, you've kind of dug into the depths of it, but that's it. I mean, this is the thing with the Blazers. Blazers have technically been for sale, but they were given a decent offer last year. She turned down the offer. So she does have that discretion at that point. And since there's not an officer over the top of her as an executive that's dictating her to do anything differently, yeah, she can drag her feet. She can make this take. I think somebody else said take 20 years for a sale. You can make it take that way if you want to. And as silly as that might seem on the surface of it, you had Paul Allen take you from $200 million to what's probably a valuation of $6 billion now in just a little over 20 years of ownership. What does 20 years more of ownership do? Does that take it to $15, $20 billion for Jody? Is that worthwhile to drag your feet? Flag Sabbath, Bill Gates. Hope you like mosquito burgers and grub dogs. Yeah, no on Bill. Bill's losing me big time. No. Red Ace, you got to imagine the Seahawks would set some sort of record for most expensive franchise, especially with championship aspirations. It might. I kind of feel like this thing with football franchises, the price goes up $500 million with every sale, depending on how much time, if it's like 5 years since the last sale, it'll be more than $500 million, but it seems like every new sale, it's about $500 million more. I think that's what Washington ownership paid over the top of what Denver paid with the Walmart money. It'll be a lot. Jesse says, we need the Seahawks back. Blazers are never going to win a title. With that awful income taxes, they can't get any free agents, and it's so rare to draft a team. That income tax is a real thing for those players to consider, right? And that certainly is a nice part that we don't have that here. That's for sure. So, yeah, we got to get a team back. Agreed. Cool Breeze says Vulcan ownership group to sell group managed by Jody. I think I've been wondering a little bit about this as kind of a conspiracy theory on this with Jody maybe coming back and buying the team. As there's been a lot of players that have been kind of openly vocal in wanting to be owners of an NFL team. Cam Chancellor, I think, has raised the thought process of wanting to do it. I think we've heard Marshawn Lynch talk about that. Is there maybe a chance that we see Jody come together with a package of former players who come through to look to buy the group, but to buy it from the Vulcan group at that point? Jody has also expressed interest in still maintaining a portion of ownership of the team. Of Master Russell Wilson coming back to spend the Broncos' money on owning the Seahawks. It's possible. God, how weird would that be? That'd be so strange. Kat's reaction is hilarious. She's used to me. She knows I'm a live wire over there. Don't you, kitty? You know I'm a live. You know I'm a live wire. I don't know anything about you. Central Valley Kings first-time owners are usually meddling for years and making the team worse until they realize they need to let people do their job. The Sacramento Kings with Vivek was choosing lottery players he wanted to draft. Yeek. Yeek. Not good. Yeah, you need ownership to stand out of the way. Just another part, Central Valley Kings, of how good Paul Allen was as an owner. Because he knew what he knew and knew what he didn't know. And he brought in the right guys to do it from kind of day one. Part of the appreciation of him as an owner. ADL Williams, how about DK wide receiver 1, Bobo wide receiver 2, alternate JSN Tyler in the slot. Bobo has earned more targets, and letting him just sit there is a huge waste of talent. He has so much potential. We have to nurture it. I think that there's some times in moving into those kind of sets like you describe, ADL Williams, where it makes a lot of sense. Tyler Lockett is nowhere near in the same vicinity of Bobo as a run blocker. In fact, I would say Tyler's kind of a net negative as a run blocker from the receiver position. And the receiver blocking in this offense is a very important part, normally, at least it's been under McVay's, to your point on that. So I think mixing it in could be pretty smart. I think there's still some snaps you want to get Tyler on the outside because he can be effective on the outside. But you are right. Finding some more snaps for Bobo in this offense would probably be a pretty smart thing to do at this point, being that he has done the most with the least here so far in this receiving core. Cool Breeze says Phil made several offers to Jody and she's turned him away every time. Oh, there we go. I didn't know that. Thanks for the note on that. That's awesome. Well, he's trying. Bobo does play quite a bit, as In Utero says. He's getting his share of snaps. That's for sure. Kubrick says former players themselves do not have the capital, if we're being fair. They know people with capital, but let's be real. Yeah, you just come in as a small percentage of the ownership, and you get a group of the players that have a very small percentage of ownership, but they are a part of that process. I think it could be kind of unique. But you're right. It may not have enough of the ducats to cobble together to make it happen, especially with these prices and where they're going. Jesse Ventura, I live in the Baja. I'm trying to do my Jesse Ventura. I want to get that one right. That was a hard one to nail. Jesse Ventura in the Baja. Flag says, imagine Bam Bam in beast mode owning the Hawks. Can you imagine them coming in the locker room? Listen, mother effers. You know what I mean? Everybody's just like staring at them like, yes. Yes, sir. Michael Jordan buy the Seahawks. That'd be weird. He's got the money, though. That's for sure. I'd be okay with Bam Bam owning the Hawks. Yeah, I'd be all right with that. I feel like we're in good hands. And yeah, Gates has zero interest. I'm okay with Gates having zero interest. He's a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, in my opinion. Cool Breeze, $5 to $6 billion. How much is Cam worth? Laughing out loud, $20 million. Marshawn worth maybe $100. Maybe. And like I said, it would be a conglomerate of players coming together to try to make it happen, but they may not have the capital to make it work. The players that broached this up, though, so for whatever that's worth, I'm not just pulling this out of thin air. The players have definitely talked about this. But you're right. I think you guys are right with the points on the cash. It'd be a little bit tough to make it work for what they made over their career. Remember, there's the sponsorship deals, local connections, local investments. Those guys have probably made too, right? Flag, Will Sasso does have the best Ventura. I've actually tried to go listen to Sasso because sometimes you can listen to guys doing the impressions to pick up the tricks that they're utilizing to then pick up the impressions. And I just can't get Jesse. I can usually nail guys pretty good, at least to I won't hit them right on the button, but I can get kind of close. I can't get in the vicinity on Jesse for some reason. It's so specific. Jesse says, I really worry about that. An owner like the Panthers have that draft Bryce Young when the head coach actually knows football wanted Stroud. It's a horrible thing to have an owner come in and start trying to make personnel decisions. It's the worst thing. I've said, Jesse, I think Jerry Jones is the worst owner in football. And he's willing to spend money. He's willing to spend every dime he's got to spend. But he's the worst owner because he's anointed himself as the general manager. He's anointed his son as a general manager. And it's not a coincidence that they haven't won a championship the second that they decide to just go full whole hog that. So that is a worry. That is a concern with every new owner you get in, that they do get in there and do that, because those guys do not have good effect. It does not help the team when they come in and make those kind of calls. Papa Master says, I definitely need to get a Bobo jersey next. Maybe a throwback. I might have to do that myself. Steve Smith says, I want no part of Bezos or Knight. Don't want the devil owning my team. I get that. Steve. I think that's why I've said Ballmer seems like the best of the both worlds kind of thing. Jesse says, I would assume Jody would own most of it. That would make sense to me. See, Jody liquidates the assets, has enough money to buy a healthy share of the team. The players come in for a very tiny part, and there's just a little bit of a nice dynamic maybe in there with the players able to have that voice with Jody to help guide her through the process of that ownership at that point. It's a little bit outside the box. I'll give you guys that. But I've wondered a little bit hearing so many of these former Seahawks players talking about wanting to own a team. We've kind of been wondering about what is... Kind of weird that these guys are all talking about it. And like somebody said above, I didn't know that they'd all made enough money to make that happen. It got my brain spin a little bit. Gobri says, my point is players don't have it liquid, but they do have the pull and connects that if they were serious, they could get traction and could get a group together with corporate connects and could make it work. I think they could too. Cool. Especially, those guys got local connections in the area. No doubt about that. Central Valley, Jesse Ventura on Theo Vaughn's podcast literally doesn't let Theo talk and said he couldn't talk because Jesse would just interrupt. Yes. Jesse's still a live wire at his age. He is. He really is. I watched some of that podcast. It was pretty funny. And Theo's just sitting back on point like, all right, dude, go for it, bro. DVD says Bezos, Cam, Cliff, Marshawn. Bezos has majority and others as different advisors. Cliff could be swapped for Baldwin. Yeah. I could see it. Puppet Master says that's why the Cowboys haven't won S. Jerry needs to be involved in everything. Yeah, he does. And you need an owner that is committed to winning. You need an owner with a solid, firm hand. There is a role for that owner in the organization. But he can't extend outside of that role. And that certainly is what Jerry Jones did. It's what Al Davis did back in the day. And it's not to the benefit in this modern NFL age to have owners operating in that fashion. It's too competitive. There's too many people on their P's and Q's doing it right, doing it smart, doing it intelligent, that if you're doing it by your own little old oil money gut instinct, it ain't going to work. Yeah. DVD says Chris Hansen in place of Bezos. I'd be okay with that too. Drunk is Bobo still wide receiver 4? As Space says, he wasn't today drunk, but I think that when it's all said and done, that's where he lines in at when everybody's healthy still. Barry, a.k.a. Van T, says Jones and the Cowboys are a global brand. That's called success, and the NFL loves it. I don't agree he's a good football guy, but the team is the most successful franchise in the world. Well, I mean, it's that if we're talking about money and profitability, That's one thing, Barry. But when I'm talking about Jones, I'm talking about wins and losses and NFL championships, playoff success, being a successful team in that standpoint. But yeah, I mean, he's done a great job as far as brand and marketing go, but brand and marketing doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot to me as a fan. I don't think it means a whole hell of a lot to Cowboys as a fan. I think many of them have come into my chat and told me the same thing here, Barry, which is, Jerry's got to go. Like, many are fed up with this. Many see it as that being clearly of this guy's not a football guy, and he's up there going, this just feels like the right thing. I'm going to do this. A little bit too much of that. To mention he forced Jimmy Johnson out of town, which was insane in itself. That in itself is almost enough as an owner to be like, okay, you just deep sixed your own dynasty for no reason than your ego. Barry says, I don't agree that he should be GM. Oh, so you don't agree. But success is about money. Yeah, I mean, as far as profitability, can't deny that. With the Dallas Cowboys, I'll give you that 100%. And he does a good job with that. But creating a winning organization, creating an organization capable of going and winning a Super Bowl title, a little short on that one. Drunk Squidder, thoughts on Jarran Reed so far? I think Jarran Reed's having one of the best starts, if not the best start to his career so far. Maybe there's other years where he's had a little bit slightly higher sack numbers overall to start out his year. I don't know if that's the case even though, because he's had a couple of sacks to start things out. But he's been at his best this year in stopping the run than I've seen throughout the course of his career. And you put that together while still being a factor in his pass rush ability at the same time. And I think that that's put him off to his best start. But the value signings of Mario Edwards Jr. and Jarran Reed have been a big part of this defensive turnaround. Flopping out the front four that you had in there last year for just these two guys at the head of the stack has been a big time improvement, Drunk. He's playing great. Cool Reese says, my friend sent me Theo a clip joking about the mirrors. It was pretty funny. Did he do a 54% joke? It's going to be snacks. Well, I'm out, everyone. It's 3:30 in the morning here in Canada. I'll talk to everyone later. Have a good night, y'all. Bye, B. Have a good one. Have a good one there, Scooby Snacks. Appreciate you, brother. Sleep well. Drunk Squitter says, can't wait for the Browns game. Throwback. Ooh, we get the throwback jersey this week. Let's go. Let's go. Said the Valley Kings, Jordan or LeBron for Seahawks ownership, or maybe Musk, and probably change the name to Seattle Teslas. Yeah, I wouldn't be Musk because he definitely would try to change the name. The Seattle X's. What? X is just so cool because it could be the anything. Okay, Elon. Okay. Coolberry says, what's the over-under on the number of alcohol beverages Schneider consumes every day? He's a solid 3 beer guy a day. 3 pops a day. But he's transitioned to beer away from hard alcohol. He was hard A back in 2015-16. Now he's gone to more beer. Marcus says, I can't stand when the Cowboys get a first down, much less win games or Super Bowls. I'm very happy as well to Marcus because I do find Jerry to be very insufferable as an owner and the Cowboy brand to be incredibly insufferable. So to see them not be able to have any Super Bowl success in the last 30 years and very little playoff success in the back of that as well has made me a very happy man. Very happy man. Central Valley Kings, Jerry'd rather make his team the most valuable team than winning a chip. I agree. I think if he felt like he got the most eyeballs, that is almost to him more important at this point than the championship. Red Ace, I don't think Jerry gives a damn about a single Cowboy fan. Probably not. Puppet Master, yeah, I would let Musk touch this team either. He's a little too weird with it. Marcus says, I live in Dallas. The fans are still mad how they let Tom Landry go. Really? Wow. Yeah, I would have thought with that one they made their peace with that part of the process. Because on the back of doing that, you got yourself those 3 rings. But, I mean, Landry was kind of God down there in Texas, wasn't he? I mean, that is absolutely a legend. DVD says Kevin Durant still calls Seattle home, so maybe him as a partial ownership. Maybe. Guy's going to make a lot of money in his career. He'll have the ducats, that's for sure. Possible. Central Valley Kings, Dallas fans are the most delusional people. It's funny when the Niners smack them. I know you Hawk fans love it when we smack them. Yes, I actually do. As much as we have a deep rivalry here, 49er fan in Central Valley Kings, you know, like I like our rivalry. You know, I talk my trash about the Niners, and Niners talk their trash about us. I think there is at least a bit of a respect thing at the end of the day between the two. There's a hatred. There's a ferocity. There is. But yeah, I enjoyed watching the Cowboys take it in the shorts against the Niners earlier this year. I did. The Niners got to lose some games, but that's all going to be determined between us, right? Like, we ain't going to be asking anybody else to do that heavy lifting for us. We're going mano-a-mano. Last year we had to go 3 times together to get it decided. We're going mano-a-mano twice, and we'll let that just, you know, figure out which way is up. So, but yes, it did put a smile on my face watching the Cowboys lose. Especially because that was right at the point where the Cowboys were getting all that hype. This is the best defense we've seen in years. Shut up. Drunk Squidward, what did Eli Musk name his kids? XAE, XI, XI. Yeah, it was some impronounceable name. And then he did that whole pretentious thing where he's like, no, it's actually Badashtian. Whatever. You did not come up with that pronunciation phonetically out of that. Get the hell out of here, Elon. The most pretentious thing. He actually tries to pronounce it. Like, that's not the pronunciation of that. It actually means chukadaka shine. Like, okay, if you say so. He says Duck Palace. Jimmy says, how do you think the division plays out? It's going to be a dogfight. I think it does come down to us and the Niners at the end of the day. I would love to believe that we would split with this Niner team in the name of being fair and where I'm looking at this team right now. I think we have the talent, and I think once we get our offensive line to full strength, I think we can stand toe-to-toe with the Niners. We haven't been at full strength as of yet. We haven't played a complete game as of yet. The Niners have. And they are a little bit ahead of us where we stand right now. I think that there is room for us to get better this year. We have a young team that's going to only get better, I think, as the year goes along and they get more seasoning. But there was a reason why I put the Niners at 13 wins this year, and I had us at 12 wins to start this year. And if you look at the trajectory of where we're about due to go this year so far, it's about on pace for about a 12-win game, a 12-win season. And the Niners are on pace for about a 13-win season. I think things are kind of where I thought they would be at coming into this season. Can the Niners stay at full health? That's the big part of this. They are top heavy. They do need to have the full strength of their team to be at their best. Showed you last week when you lost a couple of guys there against Cleveland that it is a little bit of a different squad at that point. But if they're at full strength and we're going toe-to-toe as we currently stand, we are a little bit behind them still. Not far. We're right on their bumper. And I think we have room to improve throughout this season. But Niners have just put overall, I think, more complete performances so far together than what we've shown. But we're on the upswing, man. The arrow's going up. Jordan says, I respect the Niners. I do not respect the Rams. Me neither. You bought a championship. You sacrificed your future. Whoopity-doo. Whoopity-doo. Cool Breeze says, recovering Johnny Walker Red Label addict. John Walker laughing out loud. I know he'd be fun to drink with. Yeah, he'd probably be a fun guy to drink with. That's for sure. And you know he's Johnny Walker Red all day. All day long on that. He strikes me as exactly a Johnny Walker Red kind of guy. Drunk says, did you see the Lions the bed today? Crazy what the Ravens did. Got to watch out since the Hawks play them pretty soon. Lamar is still dangerous. You know, there's 2 games on the schedule I walked out of when I looked at the offseason drunk and I went, those are 2 games that kind of have me the most freaked out. The Niners games are going to be tough. We'll see where those go. You get the Eagles at home. That's going to be tough. But the Bengals game on the road at 10 a.m. and the Ravens game on the road at 10 a.m. were 2 of the games that stood out in the schedule to me that these are going to be hard games to go out there and get. this is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for us to pull this off. And I think the Ravens showed you that today. The pass rush is ferocious. They got the linebackers that can hold up on the back end. Lamar can be a little bit up and down. The receiving core is not necessarily always have been at full health this year. The running back room is not the most dynamic, but they are a damn good team. And that's a hard out. That's a hard out. Ramos family, I'll keep it 100. One of the Hawks to beat the Rams is a 49er fan. Oh yeah, man. Appreciate that, Ramos. Wish we could have used some of that goodwill to get the win. I do feel like if I look at the season, I have a lot of problems with this game so far, but that first opening game against the Rams, it does feel like you left an opportunity there on the table. Like that's a game you should have come away with the win on, and you just didn't match the same kind of spirit the Rams were bringing to play in your home. Central Valley King says, I respect the Hawks, but hate them too because they owned us for the last decade. I think that's a fair way of putting it, Central Valley Kings. And that's the same way I think we look at it too. I love what it is. I think there's not a lot of great rivalries left in the NFL anymore. And I think that we truly do have still one of the great ones. And yeah, we got a little bit of the ownership on you through most of the decade. But when you guys were at your strongest, you weren't at your best through the middle part of the teens where some of that ownership really came into play. And then Shanahan had to come in there and kind of instill his unit in there and get the talent in there. But when you guys have been toe to toe with the talent, not in Rebuild Central, and we're not in Rebuild Central and we go toe to toe, we get some hellacious games. We get some awesome games that go down to the wire, games that are hard fought and as physical as you will find in this modern NFL. And it makes me appreciate that. I like having that. It adds an extra layer to me to watching games and to the consideration of the sport in general. And not all teams get that. So that's part of why I got some value to it, Central Valley, and especially that we've had this now going for 10 years. You think about like the Ravens and the Steelers rivalry that they had that was really cooking. And then we took over for that in sort of the 2012-ish area, right? It was the Ravens and the Steelers, which was the one that was rolling hot in the NFL. That was by far the hottest one. And then we kind of took it over in 2012, where the NFL went, wow, these two teams going at it. And now we've kind of had that, to me, it feels like, maybe I'm overstating this, but it felt like we've kind of had that mark in the NFL now going for 10 years. There's not really been another teams that have come along with their rivalry to equal it over that time. And it's hard fought, and it's starting to go back and forth. And you went 0-3 on us last year to make up for some of that ground from the prior 10 years. Harbaugh first came in, and he was kind of first starting to own up on Carroll a bit. Carroll got back on the other side of him. It goes back and forth. I like it. Flag Rangers, my adopted team. Watched so many good games in the Kingdom during the Juan Gonzalez Pudge years. Those are some good players. Julio Franco with his 3 fingers on the bat flag. The craziest batting stances in history. Bat would go up here, and then his bottom hand would have 3 fingers on it like that. The weirdest, and he'd hit home runs that way. So wild. Yeah, go Rangers. Take the Astros. Hunter Biden's crack pipe. Hey, can we really win the Super Bowl this year? Like we have a legit chance? I think you have a legit chance because you put the talented team together that with this kind of talent, they can go win a Super Bowl. I think that this is a team, as I say, there are 4 states a team finds itself in football. This is my personal theory on this, so this isn't something that's like industry standard. 4 states that you find yourself in football. You're either rebuilding, you're ascending, you're elite, or you're in between. Those are the 4 states. And it's very important for any NFL team to always know which state they happen to find themselves in because it informs them of how aggressive they should then be, like, let's say, when we get to a trade deadline or in a given offseason leading up to the year. I think right now you have the Niners who are kind of in the end of their Super Bowl run, not at the like far end of it, but like they're on the downhill side of things. It's been about a 5-year run of them being really good here. It's hard to be good for a really long period of time in the NFL. We're just starting to get to that ascending state. So we're ascending. We're not too elite yet. We're moving out of rebuild, moving to ascending. We're trying to get to elite. Are we quite there? No, we're not yet quite there. But we're on our way. We could get there this year. But the thing that I do come to when we talk about Super Bowl expectations or hopes this year is that you won the Super Bowl in 2013, Hunter Biden, with the youngest roster in NFL history on average. You averaged 26 and a half years of age on that Super Bowl winning roster. The age of the team this year is going to be well below 26, somewhere in 25-ish range. You're the third youngest roster in the NFL. It's going to be hard to get that done. Doesn't mean that it can't be done. Coach Carroll, after all, set that record, right? Force Coach Carroll came in there 10 years ago with that young roster. There'd never been a young roster as young as that to go win the Super Bowl. So it's been done once by the same coach, heading a very young roster. Where lightning strikes once, can it not strike again? Absolutely. But it's going to take yeoman's work on the part of Coach Carroll. It's going to take the young guys developing at a real fast rate. And it might happen, but it's hard to predict. The Bills-Chiefs do have a good rivalry too, Drunk. That's true. They've had some good games. That conference championship game was one of the classics out there that we've seen. No doubt about that. Basis of our defense keeps playing great, we can get to the playoffs. Agreed. I still feel pretty much on solid ground, feeling with my 12-5 prediction, thinking that was pretty much still where I see us heading on to this year. Dino, what time is it? We got almost 1 o'clock here, my time. And Utero, any time the Hawks play the Raiders or Broncos, it still feels like the old AFC West rivalry to me. Yeah, that hasn't gone away for me either in Utero. Very much feel the same way. Central Valley Kings. The two teams I'll never root for are the Cowboys, Patriots, Chiefs. Packers are kind of on there for me too. I don't know why. Packers are a little bit on there for me too. Puppet says we have a lot of pieces in place for sure, but I doubt this is the year. I just don't feel like it. I feel like I did in 2012-13. I think it's a fair look at it, Puppet. And it is a young team. Young team. Part of why I'm going to be patient with this team where we have a lot of people jumping to conclusions and, we're this, we're that. This is a young team. It's going to have some inconsistency. It's going to be some ups and downs. Just got to ride the wave, and eventually we'll get to the front side of this wave where there are no downs or a lot less downs as the roster starts to round into shape. Flag says, man, those Mariners back in the day were so much fun. Always had to go with Buhner's batting stance. Such badass. And I was a lefty, Flag, so you know that I modeled my whole swing. Even to this day, I can do a complete Ken Griffey Jr. swing all the way through. The pigeon toe knees, the shoulder tucked in, the wobbling bat. Got it all. Cool Breeze says, you always did Booney's hands? I do Edgar's stance. Edgar's stance was kind of fun too, because Edgar had the little bit of the high hands that he would bring down through the zone. I could never do that hitting. I always had to have the bat had to be a little bit more into here. The whole getting it up over your head thing, man. I could never figure out how to make that work. Drunk Squidward, why do we also suck in red zone? Is it poor play calling? I think at the head of this has been the offensive line issues have really come to bear down by the red zone, Drunk, being that your pass protection just goes into the toilet. You can't create any holes in the run game. You had a point in this game where you had first down from this 2-yard line. You tried to bang it in twice and you didn't even push an inch forward. There's some of that. There's some of it is the play calling and Waldron not being terribly creative. I think that there's a lot of stagnation and not very much pre or post snap motion when we get down to the red zone. I don't know. I don't understand why that's the case exactly. I'd like to see a little bit more of that included in. You're missing Zach Charbonnet. You don't have your hammer, and you need hammers when you get down by the red zone. The dancers like Kenneth Walker can do well between the 20s, but at the end of the day, sometimes you need the guy that can just meat grind his way into the end zone from 2 yards out, which is what Charbonnet can do. And then the last point on this is that Geno Smith's decision-making has not been its best down there as well, as one final factor of the crap show down there. But I would say it's all of that together, Drunk. Dino says, no happy ending for Deshaun Watson next Sunday. That's right, Seahawks fans. Let's not let Deshaun get any relief next week, okay? There's going to be a lot of buildup to this game. There's going to be a lot of repetitive pressure. We got to let that build up just build and build and build, right? But do not let the steam, don't let the valve release hit. Don't let the valve release go, okay? We got to let that Watson we got to let that thing back up a bit. You know what I mean? No relief. No happy endings next week for this Browns team. Central Valley Kings, I enjoy Taylor Swift's music, but it's getting annoying with Britney and Jackson's TikTok. Plus, we lost to KC and Montana refused to choose us to win because he was still butthurt. Yeah, I'm good. The Taylor Swift stuff's like, oh, Lord. It's like taking over the NFL a bit with that. That definitely gotten old. And Utero, the backstory with the Largent hit on that INT is great. Oh, yeah. On the fumble. Oh, yeah. I'm working on a couple. I'm going to be getting these videos out. I got back in on yesterday of working on Great Moments video, and I'm putting together my Largent retrospective script for that video too. I've got all the stuff cut up on that one. That one's going to come out here this year at some point. Flag says, I don't think Watson's playing next weekend. Somebody came into the chat and said initially, Flag, that it looks like he was, but we'll have to see. Cool Breeze says lefties have the best swing. They do. Yeah. Which is odd, Cool Breeze, because we look the awkwardest when we're throwing a football, right? Like right-handers look way more smoother throwing a football, but we've got the best, smoothest string lefties wise, especially our low swings, the golf swings. It's sometimes poetry. I think there's just kind of a different swing to it, Cool, with the lefties or the righties. Puppet says, if he fell to us somehow, how would you feel about Penix sitting behind Geno? If he fell to us, I would be okay with it, Puppet. I don't want to trade multiple first-round picks. I do not want to package picks to have to move up to get Penix. But if he was to slide to us into the first round and fall in our lap, I'm okay with that as a backup to Geno. Absolutely. Absolutely. Central Valley Kings, I'm buzzing and going on dumb routes. I'm trying not to message as much. That's all good, man. We're late in here. Everyone's a little, groggy and half out of it at this point in time, including myself. And Cool Breeze, Manny did have a great right-handed stroke. There's some guys that have some really pretty swings right-handed. Pujols had himself a hell of a swing from the right-handed side. That thing was a work of art. But the lefties, man. Lefty, there's something to it with a lefty stroke when it's right. When it's right. Like Savas says, Jory Cora hit on my mom one night. It was awkward. We sat right at the dugout. Little guy was persistent. Well, when you're a smaller guy, you gotta take a little more edit. You gotta take a little more effort, right? You gotta give out a little bit more at that point. That's hilarious, though. Little Joey out there, trying to work that action. I once had to try to sell a car to Omar Vizquel on the lot. I was on one of these when I was a young kid, we're managing this just crappy dealership, and we get these crap cars trying to sell them. And he got open one car. It's like, he smelled like urine in there. I'm like, sorry, little O. What can I say? They're drivers, man. That's why it's $500. And Utero says, Griffey has a funny story about his daughter smashing their TV with a bat. His wife freaked out, and Junior said, you can't teach that swing. Nice. Well, Junior had the best. To me, Junior's got the best all-time stroke in baseball history. Thing is a thing of beauty. DVD, Waldron likes 6 extra yards to work, but the O-line isn't making gaps for K9 either. Zach will be back soon, and so will Lucas. And I think with their arrival, DVD, it will help and improve things, that's for sure. Central Valley, the refs gave the Browns game-winning calls versus the 49ers and Colts because Watson was not playing. The Zebras did it on purpose. Very well could be. I didn't have a chance to fully look at that game for you guys against I'm going to be watching it this week in preparation for the Browns, of course. But I think I did hear from a few Niner fans that there was some dodgy calls in that game. Best swing for sure. Yeah. Unbelievable to watch. Just a thing of beauty. And watching in person, that ball would just leap off of his bat. Puppet Master says, dude, Penix looks so awkward when he throws, but boy, can he throw it deep and accurate. Kid's got pretty close to a cannon. I don't know if it's full cannon, but it's close to it. And it does look awkward. I'm a lefty, man. So I'm prejudicial against my own people in this respect. We look weird throwing footballs. We just do. There's no two ways about it. Central Valley says, you guys better hope Watson plays because the Zebras will not give the favorable calls. Eesh. That's not good. Well, then hopefully he goes. So as long as he doesn't get any sweet relief. Bob Master, seriously, dude, it's so appreciated you being up with us late night owls. Hey, I'm a late night owl as well, man. I know how it goes. I love doing what I do. Mr. Kane, we are all groggy and stoned, brother. All are welcome. That's right. That's where you'll be at this hour. It's natural. And I am for the people, Cool Breeze. You know it. Central Valley says the Browns got horrible flags called on us to take the lead on the 3rd and 4th down. Okay. I'll keep an eye on for that, Central Valley, when I'm watching the game. Keep a little bit of a closer look on it. And Euro says Watson said lefties have the best stroke too. Oh, jeez. No comment. No comment. Central Valley, if Watson was playing, the Zebras would not have thrown those flags. Why not? Why not? A drunk says, who wins the Heisman this year? Oh boy, both Caleb and Penix have taken turns the last couple of weeks of letting the rest of the pack get a little bit closer. Who would I give it to? I mean, I'll say Penix just because I kind of want that to happen. It'd be cool to see a Husky win the Heisman. But I don't think that there's a clear one standing out right now. And Penix did fall back a little bit to earth this past week. I think that's going to affect some of the voting unless he can really get back on the horse here this next few weeks. But the competition is getting a little bit tougher for him with some of the matchups they have coming down the line. But I can't think of a better option right now for a guy that's really set themselves out there as far as playing, Heisman-worthy ball. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s had a good start. Brock Bowers has been good for Georgia, but he's going to be out for a game or two down there. I think that's as good as... this is not the year where there's that straightforward guy that just is running away with it like we maybe had sometimes in past years. So I'll go with Penix on this, but it's pretty wide open still here. Puppet Master, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate you for that, Puppet. He says, it's not that much, but maybe a coffee on me. Thanks for being awesome and hanging out. Not many read almost all the comments like you do. Well, my pleasure, Puppet Master. I swear to God, I've been doing it for 4 years. I love doing this. And it hasn't ever really waned with time. I continue to love doing it every time because, you guys in the chat, you make me laugh. You make me think. I'm always given a perspective that I hadn't usually considered. And folks that follow this channel like you will know that I'm a big data guy. And the more data I can take in, the more information I could take in, I feel like the more well-rounded the perspective, the more entertaining the show. Because I'll have more information to give you guys on top of it. And certainly that $5 donation gets me an extra Starbucks down the line. So it's well appreciated. I need that hit, man. I get my coffee in the morning, then I got to do my afternoon coffee so I can keep the energy going and keep the productivity going throughout the course of the day. So thank you for that, man. I appreciate that support. I love doing what I'm doing, and it's you guys in the comments. As people have said earlier on this too, we've got, I think, one of the best YouTube communities that you'll find. Because you have people that come in here and we know what time it is, and we can have disagreements and we can have some even getting close to infighting, but it always does stay respectful. Everybody understands that we're absent the folks coming in that might be fans of other channels or fans of other teams, that we're all rooting for the same team. We all want to see the same thing happen. And I think that that's allowed this thing to stay in this kind of same lane, and we all kind of get it. And it's the community that makes this happen. It ain't me. It's the community that's come together from this. And it's been tremendous to watch over the last couple of years really, really take form and hold. I couldn't have asked for more when I started this channel out, Bubba Master. I've been tremendously impressed, especially in this age of toxicity and trolls and people that want to just come on to start fights and stuff. We get a very, very small portion of that. Very small portion. And I feel very blessed and thankful for what I've got the opportunity to continue to foster here. The future looks really, really nice because I think we're in a healthy state where this channel's at. But thank you, man, for that $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Jesse Moad, I'm really interested to see what quarterback John Schneider drafts next. He wanted to get Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. So obviously he has a good eye for quarterbacks. Got to give him some props on this one. Definitely, like you said, Jesse, he was a guy out there scouting Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and going out on the pro days and doing so at the time and pissing off Russell Wilson's camp. So it definitely was not something that was well received by him doing that, but he understood how good you would think those talents were, I think, to your point on that, Jesse. He was also the guy that found Russell Wilson, right? He's the guy that took Russell Wilson in the third round. There's a whole lot of general managers 4 or 5 years, 10 years after being like, oh, we were going to take Russell with the very next pick. Oh, we were going to take Russell in the 4th round. He's the guy that pulled the trigger. He's the guy that said, I don't care how small you've got him at. Kid can play. Kid can ball. I like what I see from him. So that's another one you got to give him props on the smart decision-making and going with that. And then even Geno Smith, the decision to ride with Geno Smith over the last 2 years rather than panic and go reach for another quarterback. It's not to say Geno Smith just completely set the world on fire, but he's absolutely exceeded expectations, including winning Comeback Player of the Year. I have some faith in this organization's ability to look at the next quarterback and who they look to target. Because I think that's one of the places that's maybe a bit of a strength of this front office. Not that they're all strengths all the way down the line in their drafting abilities and their player personnel decisions. But when it does come to quarterbacks, I think that they kind of know what they're looking for and that they've got a good eye for talent at that position. So I got some trust in it as well. And I'm not sure. I think the thing that we can say as far as outside of trying to get to a specific player here, Jesse, it's going to be a guy who's going to have prerequisite arm strength. It's going to be a guy with good size. It's going to be a guy that's going to bring mobility and probably toughness. That those would be maybe some common factors that we'd see. Other things in addition to that, but maybe those things at kind of at the front of this a bit. And Utero says the last 2 flags in the Browns versus Colts were gifts from the refs, like they had money on the game or something. Oh, yikes. Colts played that game so hard, too. To lose that game is rough. I'll be watching both those probably tomorrow, actually, checking out both the Niners game and this past week against the Colts, get a little bit more of a better feel for this Browns team. Long Live the King says it might be me, but the Browns look like a better team with Walker at quarterback. Not offensively, but team-wise. I get what you're saying on that. Sometimes there's a chemistry thing with certain quarterbacks in, right? Like last year, you had the Jets teams that felt way more comfortable with the Mike White there than Wilson at quarterback. I get where you're coming from on that. I think you might be right on that. And Watson has certainly, since he's been in that lineup, struggled and not been anywhere close to the same Watson he was with the Texans. Flag says, oh boy, that was a good one. Steve Schmidt says, I still remember the Seahawks fan with a sign when we played in Baltimore that read, we hate Pittsburgh too. We hate Pittsburgh too. I love it. That's awesome. Puppet Master, after the SU game, I think his stock went down a few notches. It might have. I mean, that was a bad game. And Penix through the first start of this game, Puppet Master, before the Oregon game last week, he was basically having a clean pocket all the time. And now the past couple of weeks, the pocket's not been as clean. The performance has not been as clean. And he was really struggling with dealing with the pressure in that ASU game. It might eventually end up knocking him down a couple notches, like you say. And there is some pre-built stuff here with Penix where he's got to be really good if he wants to elevate his stock this year up into the top of the first round, because he does have the injury concerns and he does have a little bit of the advanced age, 26 years old when the season starts next year. Mr. Kane says, laughing my ass off. Who said Watson said the lefties have the best stroke? 2 line. I can't breathe from laughing. That one hit me a little bit too. That wins for the line of the night, by the way, in the chat. A WTC, are the Seahawks defensive backs going to match up with the wide receiver of the Browns? And can the Seahawks offensive line take on Garrett? I don't know if there's any offensive lines in the sport that can take on Garrett at this point. It's going to be holding on for dear life throughout the course of the game. And the thing we have to remember is it's Zadarius Smith too. So you get Garrett and Zadarius, and that's going to make it hard because Zadarius is a little bit behind Garrett, but not tremendously far behind Garrett, especially as a pass rusher. Can our defensive backs match up with Amari Cooper and Donovan Peoples-Jones? And yeah, you can match up with the receivers. I don't think they have guys out there. Elijah Moore's out there from the Jets that they traded for. He's all right. They have some tight ends in David Njoku, he can be a little bit troublesome for you out there at the tight end position. He's got some unusual quick distance speed to him for a guy his size. They've got just enough offensively to be dangerous, but they are without Nick Chubb in the game. That's their most important offensive player. They do have a very good offensive line. I think if you're looking at them offensively, the thing that gets me most worried is the offensive line beyond any skill position or the quarterback, even if Deshaun's out there playing. But this is going to be a tough matchup. Tough matchup. Jesse Mode says, am I the only person who thinks Caleb Williams looks like a bust? Maybe I've only seen his bad games. I think definitely haven't heard a lot of folks saying that they think that there's a lot of that talk out there of him being a bust. I think a little bit of what's impacted his play this year and makes it hard for him is that, he does have an offensive line that's not so good in front of him. He takes a lot of hits. And then he's got a defense that can't really hold up on the back end. So it's kind of like he's got to score every time. And those two common factors to put into play on a young quarterback's shoulders are definitely going to probably impact a little bit of the way he plays. But I can't quite, no, I think he's going to be a good guy. I think he's going to be a good player. Is he, for me, maybe the question is he at that place that maybe some of us have earmarked him to be in that? Is he truly generational? Or is he just a really good quarterback prospect? Central Valley Kings, does Penix know how to play under center? Because Caleb doesn't, right? Neither of the guys are playing much under center now. They've had maybe their handful of snaps with under center stuff. They're both going to have to learn their footwork. Their under center footwork, I should say. But that's a little bit of the commonality you get in, of course, the modern game, right? Where it does tend to play that way a bit. Janeth Kumar, thank you for the $5 donation. Janeth says, dang! Y'all still going? I don't think any other channel or fan base goes as hard. Yeah, we got well over 163 people still here in the chat as we find ourselves at 1 o'clock in the morning. So say nothing about me. The fan base goes hard and it loves its team. And there is no doubt about that, Janeth. No doubt about that. And yep, indeed, we're still going. Still going strong. I'm feeling pretty good tonight. I woke up today. I wasn't sure I was going to make it go. I was in hurting shape when I first woke up. Remember those days your stomach just goes sideways from the moment you jump out of bed? And you're like, what the hell happened? I thought for a second, I was like, I'm about to get sick. But I got through it. I toughed it out. I rolled up some tape on, taped it up, put a little ice on it. I'm a gamer. Drunk says, Myles Garrett's going to be a problem. Hopefully our O-line is healthy along with Abe Lucas. I'm not sure if we're getting Abe back, man. I'm worried about that matchup, though. I think it's right to be worried about that matchup. Guy's tough. DVD, last thing I'll say tonight is keep feeding K9 and don't give up on it just because you don't gain 7 yards of carry. The load is to be shared and keep the D guessing. You got to be balanced, DVD, and have a good night, man. Well said on your part. Keep the defense guessing is a great, great approach here. And you've got to maintain the balance to do that. And one of the places that you've gotten into trouble zone here this year so far, especially once the pass rush starts getting really, really fearsome as far as the opposition is concerned, is when you've gotten too pass happy. Got to kind of maintain some kind of balance there. Well said on your part. Even if it's not always working, stick with it. Stick with it. I agree in utero. I think Myles Garrett's your defensive player of the year right now. Yeah. In utero says Pumpkin needs some more Meowana. I know, I got to get her some. I tried to get her some stuff the other day from the store. And she wasn't, she'll lick it a little bit, but, well, she didn't, it doesn't have a huge effect on her. I need to get her some powerful stuff. Fetty did? Puppet Master says we definitely have a solid fan base. I honestly think that's why I've seen a lot more YouTubers making Seahawks content, even if they aren't Hawks fans. They know we eat anything Seahawks up. Oh, it's for true. It's for true. I've had a lot of folks in my chat lament some of those channels that, they're so positive and Seahawks are unfair. Seahawks are going to rip this league apart with its asshole turned twice over. And it's definitely, I think, it is something that we've got to say is because when those channels do Seahawks content, they notice, whoa, my views on this are so much more than all of my other normal content, and they start to lean in that direction of it. But I look at it as a good thing more than anything else, because it does speak to the commitment of this fan base. It speaks to how voracious we eat up anything content related with our Hawk team, how much we care about this Hawk team. And it's not to say that we're the most caring fans in the National Football League, but we're up there. We're up there as one of the most active and one of the most engaged. And it's one of the things I love about my fellow 12s is that we're a passionate group. And sometimes those passions get us fighting and angry at each other and all, but it's always passion. It's always that everyone cares. And I love that about us. Cool Breeze says, I think Pumpkin's thinking about how she should hear us yell Rally Cat in the ALCS right now. DePoto owes Pumpkin salmon treats. He does. He owes us all salmon treats. After that last press conference, you better believe it. Flag says, yeah, Fetty stonewalled Garrett some years back. Oh, wow. He's probably got that up as a poster in his house, Flag. You know what I mean? My one win. Barry, a.k.a. Van T, says, yeah, the Browns got talent, got to given that game, sad stuff. Got given that game, sad stuff. That's unfortunate. I really do hate when these officials come in at the end and you can just feel them having a tangible effect at the end of the game as opposed to allowing the players to decide the game. I feel bad for the Colts. Minshew out there balling, putting 30 plus up on this Browns defense. Myles Garrett bearing down on them all day. Can't get a little bit of a break from the officials? Come on. Central Valley Kings. Hey, man, thank you for coming in with a $10 donation. I appreciate that. That's Niner Fan dropping a $10 dono drop here in the channel. Very, very, very kind of you for doing so. And I know that's not easy to do on a Hawk channel. Don't think I don't know that's a tough pull to do. So I appreciate you for that. Says, as a 49er fan, I feel the respect from all you guys and appreciate it. It's a great channel and community you guys have. Well, thank you so much, Central Valley Kings. It's a spot that I know is a little bit unusual for us because we have this fierce a rivalry as we do, but I've got a lot of Niner fans that come in here. Keldon and a couple different guys that will come in. Actually, we got a couple guys that pop in for the Niners side of it. And they understand what we're doing. And there's times where there's some really nice trash talk between everybody here, but it is always respectful. And it's real, man. Like you said up there before, it's a hate, but there's a respect with that hate. It's like it's a very healthy kind of rivalry, in my opinion. And I've got to say, as I say that we are as engaged, I got to give you guys props too, Central Valley Kings. I see what the support you guys give to the Niner content creators out there, and the love that they get and how much you guys are active and engaged in the chat there and stuff like that. And that's great to see. Because these aren't all fan bases that are this way, and that there are a lot that are tuned out. I'm especially learning the Central Valley as I try to get these behind enemy lines things set up every week and reaching out to these other channels that are out there for other teams that we're playing, as it can be a little bit hard pulling people into the fold here a little bit. But I appreciate your kind words, and I know that those are not easily given out coming from a Niner fan standpoint of things. Much respect back out to you. Got a lot of respect for both the fan base and the way your organization has run things and the decisions that they've made. Love the McCaffrey deal last year. Go for it when you're in that mode. Know where you're all, like I'm talking about here. Know yourself. You're in the elite stage of things. You're in the Super Bowl window. So strike while the iron is hot. And that's just what you guys did last year. You had some bad luck at the end of the year with that injury happening at the absolute worst time there to Purdy, or you probably would have won that game with the Eagles. Hell, you probably would have gone into the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl if you were able to keep Purdy upright at that point. So we'll see where this goes this year, man. It's going to be a fun battle. We're going to duke it out toe-to-toe. It's you and us. This is what this comes down to, man. You and us, like it was last year. And you got us last year. You took it to us 3 times over. We've had to lick our wounds all off season, and hopefully now we can answer the bell this year. Hopefully now we can provide a lot more of a stiffer, tougher competition for you this year, but it's going to be fun as hell, Central Valley Kings, to watch it play out. And you know, when we're playing each other, both fan bases are going to be on the edge of their seat. You know that too, man. But thank you for that $10 donation. That is really, really kind of you, brother. Very, very kind of you. Flag says, is Penix one of the least pressured quarterbacks in college football? He was coming up into the last 2 weeks. I think he had 3 quarterback hits on the season leading up to the Oregon game. And of course, this is an important part with him in his valuation, because here's a guy that has the injury concerns on his history. And you go, okay, you've been able to remain relatively injury-free with the Huskies the past 2 years, but you've also hardly been hit by the nature of how well you've been protected, but then also by the nature of how quickly they've got the ball out of your hands. I don't know if I can provide you those same protections at the pro level. So now does the injury stuff come back into play if I draft you high? Part of what's going to make it very hard in figuring out exactly where Penix falls here. He's a complicated story, that young man. Flag says, Jerome Ford isn't a slouch. I really liked him coming out of college. I did too. Kid out of Cincinnati. I think I had him that year. If I'm not mistaken, Flag, I had Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, and I think Ford was right in there as either the third or the fourth guy coming out in that draft. He was a far dip off of Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker. He was not on the same level of them at all. But he was a good runner out in college at Cincinnati, runs hard. He's going to get every last bit he can get, and he's not easily brought to the ground. But he is a far drop from Nick Chubb. It's definitely a lot different, the position, from what Chubb would be. Steve Schmidt says, appreciate the late night stream. I'm a Hawk man here in Chiefs country, and it's after 3 a.m. here. Well, thanks for holding on throughout the whole course of the show tonight, Steve. I appreciate you for that out there in the Midwest. Hopefully you guys aren't getting too cold too fast out there here, as winter is just about upon us. But that must be a little bit tough. Hawk fan out in Chiefs country. It ain't fully Hawk fan out in Niner country or Hawk fan out in Bronco country. But it's, it's in the ballpark. Logan West says, hey, Brando, did we pick a name yet for Witherspoon? Has anyone suggested the Withermaker? Nobody has yet suggested the Withermaker, but I am indeed adding Withermaker on the list. And if you guys are wondering, here's how the nicknames for Devin Witherspoon are currently set. I keep promising that we're going to put a poll up for this for Logan. I've not yet put the poll up. I swear to God, we're going to do it at some point. Obviously, tonight we're a little late in the process, but we will get this decided. The current nicknames for Devin Witherspoon are as follows. Devin the Demon, Slotted Spoon, Monsoon Spoon, Legion of Spoon, Hitter Spoon, Spoon Fed, Boom Boom Spoon, 21 Savage, Boom Boom Witherspoon, Spoon Tang, Devin John Wick Witherspoon, Devin Quick Draw Witherspoon, Mr. Lockdown, Sir Lockdown, Tyrannosaurus Spoon, Spoonosaurus Rex, Spoonful of Boom, Harpoon Spoon, Spoonful Boom, Wizard Spoon, Hit Stick, The Big Dipper, Spoon Kaboom, Century 21, Red Hot Spoon, Nuke Spoonwalker, The Heat Seeker, The Sockeye Shadow, The Tiger Shark, Spoony the Goonie, The Enforcer, The Warden, Sugar Spoon, Wither Boom, Defcon Spoon, The Backyard Bully, Kaspoon, Quicksilver, and The Withermaker. Those are the current few options that we're currently turning over for nicknames for Witherspoon. I promise, Logan, we will get this up though. I will do it this week, I swear. Hand of the Bible, we will get this figured out because the list is getting too long. If we don't call the ball at some point here. Central Valley Kings says, Caleb Williams doesn't really stay in the pocket. Russ was not a great pocket quarterback. Russ was not a great pocket quarterback, better on the outside. Definitely. I don't think Russ was ever necessarily a great pocket quarterback. He could be efficient at times back there, but that was not where he made his bones. Caleb does a lot of what he's doing is looking to scramble and get away and get outside of the pocket. I think the one difference there was, I think there's probably a good 3 to 4, 5 inches of difference between Caleb and Russ if you were to set them side by side. I know Russ is technically listed at 5'10", but I think Russ is probably about a 5'8.5" kind of cat if you really boil it down to his true size, where I think Caleb Williams is probably about a 6'1" guy. So I think there's a little bit of size difference, and I mentioned that Central Valley Kings because I think a lot of Russ getting outside the pocket had to do with him just not being able to purely be able to see. I think some of Caleb's running also has to do with a little bit of the pressure he's under. I got to admit, I haven't watched every single one of Caleb's games this year, but that has been something I've seen as a kind of a commonality of some of the performances, is that he is under quite a good amount of duress. And it's a little bit like what we have with Geno right now, where you get a quarterback over a given amount of time who's under a lot of duress over a lot of different games, and it starts to add up, and you start to get that quarterback feeling like he's moving and escaping out of the pocket prematurely, even when there's no pressure there, because he's starting to feel those ghosts. It's starting to add up a little bit. Part of the reasons why, be it in college or be it at the pros, I put so much of an onus behind getting the pass protection on point for young quarterbacks, because you can get them to develop some bad habits. But he definitely leaves the pocket quite a bit. Central Valley King says, I'm not here to talk smack. Control. I will make sarcastic comments, though, but I'm just here to spy on you Hawk fans. Hey, that's all good, man. That's all good. And I know I got a few of my own back on your guys' Niner channels. Keep an eye on you, okay? We're watching you, watching us, watching you, okay? It goes back and forth. Space, good job, Brandon. Thank you, Space. Witherspoon is the heat seeker. Indeed, heat seeker is one of the names on there. That one might be the winner. I kind of like 21 Savage. Kind of with that one myself. Megan says, wow, 12, still here. Still here, Megan. Still here. Still rolling. Every top billing video. Top billing definitely goes hard. Definitely goes hard on the positive side, and he's definitely done, like he said, he's kind of gotten some of, I think I saw him do a video where he's talking about, he's definitely blown up once he kind of did the hot content. You know, I love that about us. Love it. Jesse Mohit says top billing starts every video saying fans want to bench Geno. Yeah, he definitely can get caught up in his comments at times, and yeah. He was going off something like, I might have to cover a new team with all these Geno haters or something. I think he was saying the other day. It's like, oh, that's the lay of the land, man. It's the lay of the land. And Megan, he's being good. He's being good. He dropped the dono in here and he's being cool. Our Central Valley guys all good in here. Space is 5'6". I'll tell you this. I got a buddy that's legit 5'8", and he got on a plane with Russell Wilson, and he was standing up, and Russell was standing in front of him, and he's like, that guy's smaller than me. There's no way he's 5'10". Kyler Murray's probably 5'7". Because I know you guys see the combine where they measure those guys up, but they give them a little bit extra even at the combine. They give them a little bit of the juice with the hair and stuff, you know. Yeah, 21 Savage. I don't know. There's something about 21 Savage. How tall is Bryce? 5'9". I'd bet 5'9" if I had to give an answer in press, like if I had to put my life on Bryce Young and how tall he was, 5'9". Right on the button. And Jesse, Kyler Murray does not see over the line. I mean, me and Megan were in the stadium last year watching the game, and there's times where we were on the field level from the end zone, and you'd see the Cardinal offense on the other side, and he would completely disappear. And we were on a little raised platform from the ground level, and you could still see times where his little head, you could even see the top of his helmet disappear behind the offensive lineman. There's just times he can't purely see. It's crazy. I appreciate you, Central Valley Kings, man. Thank you again for being super respectful on this. There's a lot of Niner fans not a lot, Niner fans will sometimes come in with a little bit of the guns a-blazing. It's like, oh, we don't have to do that here. So not productive doing that. But I appreciate you being cool and respectful. And thank you, man. Again, $10 donation, legit. Appreciate you on that. Janice says Caleb doesn't have Jordan Addison this year. It's true. Playmakers have not been quite as good. He's got that sensational freshman guy, but I think he's not necessarily had, which is kind of surprising. You would think he would have had maybe more to work with this year than he did last year, but I think you can make a solid argument that maybe Caleb has a little bit less to work with. Didn't he have he even had the kid, the pretty good guard last year on that team, didn't he? Maybe a bit better offensive line play, maybe not by a wide margin, but it's going to affect some things. Pub Master's number is 21. 21 Savage is a popular rapper. Yeah. It's true. It's also got a little ring to it. "21 Savage is a slime. It's a blood gang term." Oh, yikes. Maybe that's not so good then. This is why celebration is the nose swipe. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. 21 and done. Domain says, it's funny because Seattle's colors are kind of slime green. It is, yeah. So maybe it all kind of fits. I'd never heard of that. And I appreciate that. Central Valley says, I just read comments and everyone is a Hawks fan and honestly don't care about race, religion, or beliefs. Just respond to comments. I appreciate that. That's what I love about it, man. We just talk football here. We don't go past anything else on that. Just kind of keep it in that lane, keep it respectful. And there's room for everybody here. We don't have to just talk Seahawks football. We can talk Niner content. We can talk NFL content. It's one of the nice things with doing, what do we do? Almost 20 hours a week in live streaming. Is that there's a lot of topics that we can cover and there's no ground or no waters that we will not sail into here at the Hawks Nest, And no, Megan, I didn't forget those names. I just read them out loud. So Spoonosaurus Rex is on there. Tyrannosaurus Spoon, they're on. They're embedded. They're in. They're locked in. I do think, though, we are probably 6.5 hours in here on the stream. I did a play-by-play today. We did a Bleacher Report stream, and I still have to go do the post-game video breakdown here, so I'm still not going to be going to bed till about 6 in the morning here. Got about a couple hours more of work left to be done, but let's go ahead and put the last couple of, if we can, questions or comments, concerns, trials, tribulations we may have here in the chat. Another tremendous stream. I love going along with you guys. It's so crazy to look up and see that we've done 6 hours and 30 minutes after we already did a 3.5 hour stream with the play-by-play. But you guys keep me going. You keep me going with the laughter, with the intelligence, with just the comments. Unbelievable, my chat and community in here. And I really appreciate you guys today on just the positive vibes. I was kind of expecting we're going to get some more of the hand-wringing with the Geno stuff and DK stuff, but it hasn't been that way, which is cool to see. I think we're all on the same page with feeling pretty encouraged about this team and feeling really good about the nature of this beast and where this season's going. 4-2 after 6 games, not too shabby. Domain says, okay, back to our goal line problems. It's multiple, man. It's multiple. The creativity offensively goes out the door. The pre and post snap motion goes out the door. Your ability to run the ball with any kind of consistency goes out the door. Your pass protection really starts to waver if in a bad way down in the red zone. It's kind of all cumulatively comes together to allow for those failures down the red zone. And everybody's got to do a little bit better. Geno's got to do better. Waldron's got to do better. The line's got to open some holes up there for the running backs, and the running backs have got to get a little bit more when there's only a yard to get yourself 3 yards. Find that extra 2. And that's going to help to turn these struggles around, but it's not an easy answer, that's for sure. Drug says Browns might be without Deshaun Watson and Jerome Ford. Ooh, that would be big. That would be big. Long live the king. Are we wearing the retro uniforms on Thanksgiving? I don't know if it's Thanksgiving we're doing that on. I know we got the Browns matchup and we got one other game. I forget which one the other game is on, though, to be honest with you. Sorry about that. I totally am spacing on that one. Totally spacing. Domain says, should we run power with extra tight ends or linemen? We tried a little bit of that at the goal line. Remember, we had a point in this game, Domain, where we had first and goal from the 2-yard line. I don't like the fact that they ran the 2 run plays in a row from the 2nd-yard line out of shotgun in a read option. I'd prefer a little under center. But I think you had a couple of tight ends in the game when you tried to run that. You just didn't open up any holes down there. I think Walker is also a guy that's not a short yardage back. I think he does a lot of really good things. I think he's brought us an extra level to his game this year in his pass catching abilities and where that's really come to full bloom. But he's not a short yardage back. The reason that you drafted the Hammer and Charbonnet was to get more of a guy that could, bang it in from short yardage. And he's out. He was out this game. He was out last week. I think that's also something that's kind of a part that's holding you back here a little bit because you don't really have another Hammer now on the roster aside from Charbonnet. So, yeah, the tight ends will help a little bit. That could help a little bit. But I think it's all of those 4 things I mentioned. It's the lack of pre and post snap motion, the lack of creativity from an offensive play calling standpoint, Geno's decision making, and the run blocking just not being on point. I think it all kind of goes together to be a failure for them in the red zone. That's why the struggles have been so thorough so far this year, is it isn't just one thing to correct, but multiple things to correct. And Dino, I agree. Geno will be fine. No doubt about that. Puppet Master says, Thai spoon? I'll add it on there, man. I'll add it on there as an option. Mr. Kane, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Have a great night. Flag Sabbath, I just punched in. Keep it going. 8 more hours, B. I would, brother. The voice is definitely tapping out on me, though, at this time. And I still got to get that... I got to get that wrap-up video done, which is going to take me a few more hours. So I got to get deep into that before I pass out of sheer exhaustion. Drunk says Jerome Ford has an ankle sprain. Just know high ankle sprain, but Kareem Hunt is still there. So not a high ankle, just a regular old ankle sprain. Okay. Interesting. Well, definitely they're going to want to run the ball against us, especially if they don't have any Watson in there. So being down 1-2 to your third back, especially a guy in Hunt that you just signed off the street a couple weeks ago, definitely works in our favor for this upcoming matchup. Domain says you're exactly right about our red zone offense. Well, thank you, Domain. I'm glad to hear, too, that you agree that it's not just a simple answer, because there are some out there go, well, it's just Geno. Well, Waldron's got to just do better. But it does seem like there's a multitude of things going down in there that aren't working right. There's an ability to fix this, I think. I think that when the offensive line gets better, Domain, now you're going to get some more holes opened up down there, I think. First having 3/5 of your offensive line out, which has been the way it's been the majority of the season. But Waldron's got to do some more stuff too as well. The pre-pro snap motion stuff is driving me crazy. We're so stagnant at the line, pre and post snap right now down in the red zone. And this is one of the du jour ways offenses across the league are really, working well. Like the Dolphins and what they're doing. I mean, the speed is a big part of it, sure. But it's also the heavy use of pre and post snap motion across the board. Do you know they need to get a high jumper for the goal line? Do those old school running back jump dives? I'm with it. Puppet says, if anyone goes to the game next Sunday, don't forget your throwback. Can't do it. Flag says, I have plenty of content through the day. Well, hell yeah, Flag. I'll get some more to you too here this week, man. I got you. We'll be cooking back on Tuesday and Wednesday for sure this week with a couple of shows. So we'll get it turned back up. Audio does start with the offensive line. Offensive line improves and everything else will improve with it, in my opinion. You get me back 2 more starters. I'll be down 1 starter. You get me 4/5 of my starting offensive line in place. I will show you an offense that's going to score 30 points. I'll show you an offense that's going to be balanced. I'll show you an offense that's going to be improved down by the red zone. Just on that alone. I really have faith in that. And that's just one of the reasons, Audie, that I've got a lot of faith for this team moving into the future of this season. I don't think you played your best football yet. I don't think that we've even played a game where both sides of the ball have played a good game at the same time. One side always seems to be struggling and holding on for dear life while the other side is almost close to dominating. Imagine once we get them to the stage of both operating at the same time, fully cooking, all cylinders hitting, that's where we'll know where the upside of this team lies, if they can get to that state. And it's a long year and plenty of time for this young team to round into that state. Megan says, thinking of wearing the green Largent next week as I haven't gotten my Pete throwback. That's a good choice, Megan. I tell you, I'm a little bit itching to maybe wear my Largent jersey next week. We may have to discuss this this may be a Largent Zorn power to the third degree kind of thing, right? Where we might have to call upon that this week. We might need this dub this week in that way. I don't know. We got to give it some more time to think about it. But we got to do it, Megan. We got to do it, maybe. Audie says, with the offensive line banged up, you have to be inventive. You do. Yeah. When your line's banged, you can't just line it up and say, we're going to come at them like we do it normally. No, now you got to be creative, a little bit of misdirection. Maybe at some times in this game, they didn't do as much of taking advantage of the aggressiveness of the Cardinals defense, going one way, coming back the other way. There was a little bit of that mixed in, and when they did mix it in, it was useful and successful, but they didn't utilize it a whole hell of a lot. So moving more of that in, bringing more of that to play, yeah, that'd be nice. That's part of that creativity that I'd like to see from Waldron to be employed here, especially as we're waiting on that offensive line to come back to full strength. Fleece is feeling good because we're going to beat the Browns next week. I love the confidence, Fleece. Let's go. Puppet Master, can't sleep yet. Think I will hop on and play some CS2. Thanks for the stream, brother. Take it easy. Have a good night, morning. Well, thank you, Puppet. I appreciate all of your kind comments, all your donations here to the chat. And we will be back cooking it up, man. And have some good time over there with the CSGO, man. Make it happen. I have to make something go on myself here. Flag 7 says the B&B shows have been so damn good. Well, thanks, Flag. I feel like we're really cooking with our chemistry. Me and Brendan, we're right on the same page with what we're trying to run and do. And it does feel like we're motoring along really, really solidly here with how we've been doing. We've been doing it a couple of years now, so we've really got lockstep in place on this one. And I'm really happy to keep doing that with him in the future. It's always a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. Audie says, if you gave Geno the threat of a run game every week, the Seahawks would win 12 games. Agreed. We need a little more of the balance. We need balance on this offense. We need to run the ball with better efficiency. This all goes together. More healthier offensive line, Audie. Run the ball more consistent, more balanced offensively, less load on Geno, more productive overall offense, more points on the board. That's my feeling. Megan says, no Largent jersey, B. It's the Browns. Let me know, though. I will, Megan, for sure. I don't know. I'm just wondering. I'm just throwing this out there, Megan. I don't know for sure on this one. I'm just throwing it out there. Spaces, I wore the JSN jersey today. Well, then I think you're going to have to wear it next week, JSN. Let's keep the good times rolling. All right? Puppet Master, man. I ain't loose. Keep free and easy, brother. Appreciate you. Cooper's thumbs up with y'all. F with the Ferraro Rocher out of the fridge. Ferrero Rocher. And Fleece Witherspoon does hit like a tank, man. Dino, yes, the shotgun goal line play also has to go. Geno does not have the wheels to make that happen. I know he did it last year in Detroit on a play, but let's go ahead and put that one on the back burner. All right? Let's put that one on the back burner. And agreed, Geno, give Geno a running game. He hasn't had it Audie since week 13 of last year. A consistent running game. A running game consistently opening holes up for the running backs. Healthy running backs that can make it work then. Hasn't had it since week 13. And I think once you give that back to Geno, you're going to see the offense start to really go up with it. Cool Breeze is terrible pronunciation, Brando. Yeah. It's at this hour, the lips are barely moving in the right direction at this point, 7 hours in on the stream. JG, no word on Eskridge comes back off of suspension. Eskridge comes back off of suspension in this week, so he'll have 6 weeks off. He is back. Hawks are going to have to make a determination of who's going to be active and who isn't, especially if Tariq Young is also going to be due to return back to the stage. So you got kind of one extra receiver. Somebody's going to have to go in the practice squad. Who's that guy going to be? I don't know. Central Valley Kings, no reason on the apologies, man. You haven't the apologies. You were super respectful today. You were great. I appreciate the discussion. And again, I love having some Niner fans in here to chop this up on this. I love the perspective of having your fan base, especially in here as well, as we've got this rivalry and as we have. So nothing but love back to you on that side of it, man. I appreciate you jumping in here as you have and hanging in here as long as you did on the channel, man. We did a late night stream. I appreciate everybody jumping in on that. Do appreciate you. Fleece says people saying Geno Smith was struggling when he doesn't have his running backs. Stark Charbonnet was out, and DK and our O-line was banged up with injuries. There you go. There you go. When we get healthier offensively, we will play better offensively. Just like we got better defensively when we finally got healthier defensively. Those things, I believe, do go into tandem, and I do believe that that's going to be the way that this plays out this year. If you just fall in the tank and get way more injured and guys keep getting beat up, well, that is what it is. But if you can get healthier, those guys can be returned to the ranks, and all of them are due to be returned to the ranks. And I do believe that this team offensively is going to play better, that the red zone struggles are not going to be as bad as they've been, and this team will put up points on the board, and they will consistently move the chains, offensively speaking. It was a tough win today, folks. This was a grind-out victory. This wasn't an easy win. And this was a win that a lot of Hawk fans would have loved to come with a 3-touchdown win from. There's just an exclamation point type victory. Would have been great to pull that off. Weren't able to get it done. You still came out with a 10-point win. You put up your third really great defensive performance up in a row as they continue to build something, I don't know if it's special over there, but they're building something far beyond what we thought they could be when we were looking at this team this offseason. And offensively, things are going to round into shape. You're dealing with injuries across the board. You're down your number one wide receiver in this game. 3/5 of your offensive line out. You're down your number 2 running back. It wasn't a death blow, but definitely held back the offense a little bit over the course of this game. You could feel that. It's held back the offense over the course of the season so far, as injuries have been much higher on that side of the ball than they've been on the defensive side of the ball, especially when we look at the past couple of weeks. I think they're going to get better. We got no torn ACLs. We've got no ligaments torn off the bones. We've got no Achilles tears. We've got no injuries that are due to last throughout the whole rest of this season. Everybody's coming back, and everybody's going to be returning onto this football team. And we've even got some extra guys coming back who haven't even been with the team so far this year, like a Brian Monet. So room for optimism, room for hope. It's the 3rd youngest team in football, but it's still a very, very talented team in addition to that. And Coach Carroll has shown, as he's already shown again this year with this young roster, and 4-2 is your starting point, that he does his best work with young rosters and that he can round those guys into shape maybe a little bit faster than other coaches who might lean a little bit more typically to the more veteran type rosters. It's going to be a wild ride this season, my fellow Seahawks fans, and I hope you're going to be right here with me with it all the way through. We're about to head through the teeth of our schedule. We've got some Death Eaters on deck. Cleveland Browns and the Ravens and the Niners twice and the Eagles and the Cowboys, and it ain't going to be easy, but you know what? We're going to learn a lot about where this team is and who they are right now, here and now, this year. And the team has done enough work here through the front part of the schedule. Would it be nice to have gotten one more win? Sure. But you're 4-2. You're 1 game behind having the best record in the NFC, 1 game behind being in a position to go and have the first round bye in the NFC. And that's all you can ask for. Is the season fully still within your control 7 weeks into the season? Everything is there within our grasp. Dream large. Is it maybe too early this year? Maybe, but I don't want that to stop you from dreaming. Dream big. Have high hopes. Look at this team and think, maybe they can get it done this year. Maybe they can come together this fast, especially with this defense doing what it's doing. So live large, dream big, and let's see where this team can go, my fellow Seahawks fans. I thank you all for watching this. Hit that like button if you could for me on the way out the door. If you haven't subscribed up, please do also get subscribed up. We passed 13,900 subscribers today. We're on the road to 15,000 for the year. You can help us get there. If you're not subscribed, please do so, as I would really appreciate it. But also hit that like button, as it does help me show up on other Seahawks fans looking for Seahawks content. Makes YouTube go, oh, let's push this out on the algorithm. I appreciate all of you guys. I thank all of you guys for a wonderful, wonderful post-game discussion session here. Thank you as well to all the people that donated in the chat, as it was just innumerable amount of folks that showed their support, showed their love here to the channel, as you guys do every single stream without failure. Unbelievable support, unbelievable community, unbelievable team. My name is Brandon King. This is the Hawks Nest. I hope I don't have to remind you. I hope I don't have to let you know after a win with the team now 4-2, with the team now 1 game out of having the best record in the NFC. I shouldn't have to let you know, but I'm going to let you know anyway. I'll be back in 2 days, but inside that time, don't you ever forget. Always keep it at the forefront of your mind. Dream big, dream large. We ain't waiting for nothing. We're coming together right now. I love you, my fellow Seahawks faithful. I'll see you again here in 48 hours. But until that time, please do not ever forget. Go Hawks.